Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
After finishing his call with Nick Fury, Hill didn't waste any time before dialing Phil Coulson. Phil, Miru has discovered an unidentified object, codenamed 084. Take your team to investigate. Determine if it's useful or a potential threat. The codename 084 wasn't used lightly. It had been assigned to several mysterious objects before. The last time S.H.I.E.L.D. used it was for Mjolnir, the hammer that fell in New Mexico. Yeely withdrew his torture tools and looked down at the female agent, who was now slumped in exhaustion. Despite everything, she had refused to reveal any critical information. "You endured well," he remarked, helping her to her feet. Barbara's limbs trembled as she stood, but even in her weakened state, she raised a shaky hand, middle finger extended. "I was this close to talking," she muttered sarcastically. Yeely smirked. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up." The shower rained down, a steady stream cascading from above. Yeely stood beneath it, watching the water droplets split apart as they fell in front of him. Barbara, standing beside him, squinted through the mist. "Was that necessary?" She huffed, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish after the stray droplets splashed onto her face. Yeely tilted his head. "Accident." "I don't believe you." Barbara crossed her arms, pretending to be upset. "You're really gonna sulk over me not spilling intel? You're such a child sometimes, you know that." Yeely rolled his eyes. "It was an accident," he repeated, turning away. I don't care." A playful whine left her lips as she grabbed a bottle of shower gel, squeezing a generous amount into her palms. Thick, white foam formed instantly. "Turn around." Yeely glanced back, uncertain. Before he could react, soft hands pressed against his back, scrubbing firmly. Barbara smirked, her voice low. "That's what you get for torturing me. Payback time." Yeely sighed. "Barbara." Still facing away, he asked, "Now that your undercover mission is over, what's next? Are you going back to S.H.I.E.L.D.? "Probably." The rhythmic movement of her hands slowed. Droplets ran down her golden hair as she hesitated. She finally asked, "Would you still want me if I did?" Yeely turned to face her, his hands resting lightly on her waist. "If I had it my way, you'd quit S.H.I.E.L.D. and join us instead." His arms wrapped around her, pulling her close before he continued, "But I know you have friends there. And right now, the club and S.H.I.E.L.D. are on the same side, so I won't interfere with your decision. Though," he thought privately, "I could always recruit your friends to the club later." Barbara rested her chin on his shoulder, her bare skin warm against his. There was no seduction in the embrace, just comfort. "You're too kind," she murmured. "Even after I deceived you for so long." Yeely chuckled. "That was before we slept together, wasn't it?" Barbara's cheeks tinted pink. "Ever since that yoga session, Yeely raised an eyebrow. "Fishing for information?" "No." She denied immediately. "So you weren't stealing intel?" She pouted. "You're the worst, you know that?" He grinned. All right. I won't tease you anymore." Gently, he pushed her back just enough to cup her face. His right arm remained looped around her waist. "Barbara," he said seriously, "do you want to be stronger?" Barbara blinked, caught off guard by the sudden question. But she nodded. "Of course. Strength means I won't feel helpless when I need to protect someone." Yeely's lips curled slightly. "Good answer." With a flick of his wrist, he produced a small ornate spell, its markings glowing faintly. "This," he said, "will make you stronger. It will make you a real superhero." Barbara's breath hitched as she stared at the artifact in his hands. Would she take it? Would she step beyond the limits of an ordinary agent? The choice was hers. Barbara let out a small snort. As the glow of the monkey talisman dimmed and its brilliance faded, her body began to change. On her bare, snow-white back, a pair of elegant wings emerged, ink-like in design, with black and white feathers seamlessly interwoven. They shifted between solid and ephemeral, able to disperse into spots of light or condense at will. Despite their sudden appearance, there was no discomfort. Activating and deactivating them felt completely natural. Though the monkey talisman granted its power like a biological mutation, its essence leaned more toward the mystical realm of magic. Barbara turned her head, curiously flexing the new appendages behind her. "Did you just turn me into a birdman?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Yi Li scoffed. Could you call it something less ridiculous? How about Ink Angel or something with a little dignity? Reaching out, he lightly ran his fingers over the smooth, water-resistant feathers. I infused the totemic power of a bionic bird into your body. It seems this is the result. But is it just wings, or do you feel any other changes? Barbara took a moment to assess herself, clenching and unclenching her fists. Other abilities? Well, I definitely feel stronger, more agile. And, she suddenly coughed lightly, pressing 2 fingers to her throat. Yi Li tilted his head. Barbara opened her mouth, and Natasha Romanoff's voice came out. Yi Li blinked. Barbara's eyes widened in delight. Whoa, that's amazing. The next moment, her voice shifted, now carrying the playful lilt of Jessica Drew. Oh, what else can I do? Grinning mischievously, she slung her arms around Yi Li's shoulders, pressing close. Guess who I am, Li? The voice? Soft. Gentle. Gwen Stacy. Hearing the unexpected voice whisper so close sent a chill down his spine. Poor Cindy's voice came next. Then, her long-toned legs wrapped around his waist, and the teasing sultry purr of Felicia Hardy followed. Master, it's your little kitten. Yi Li groaned. Alright, enough playing around. He hadn't expected the transformation to grant such a surreal ability. With this skill, Barbara could easily dominate the voice acting industry. This is insane, he muttered. Barbara, on the other hand, was thoroughly enjoying herself. With the totem's boost, her earlier fatigue had completely vanished. And then, without warning, she spread her wings wide. The soft, downy feathers ignored the cascading shower, unfurling to their full, majestic span. Then slowly, she folded them inward, wrapping both herself and Yi Li in a feathery cocoon. Yi Li's muffled voice came from within. Wait, didn't you say not to use this again? Barbara giggled, her tone turning sly. This is different, she teased. Last time in Camartage you were horizontal, but this time. A pause. It's vertical. Yi Li exhaled sharply. Okay, fine. But whose voice are you imitating now? You sound so serious. Barbara smirked. It's Agent Hill's voice. Yi Li. You're something else. Machu Picchu, Peru. Jacques Tepat, Inca Archaeological Dig Site. The jungle hummed with life. The sound of a slow, approaching vehicle rumbled through the thick vegetation before coming to a halt. A Black Shield Jeep rolled to a stop, its tires crunching against the damp earth. With a click, the doors opened. Agent Grant Ward stepped out first, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. 40 meters back, I spotted fresh tire tracks, he noted. I'm going to check if they belong to our contact. If someone else is here, I don't want any surprises. You're so paranoid, Gemma Simmons teased, stepping out beside him. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and grinned. You do know Peru has tons of monkeys, right? Capuchin monkeys, yellow-tailed woolly monkeys, miru monkeys, 32 species in total. Oh. And nearly 200 types of snakes. Did you know the venom from the South American giant-bellied viper contains neurotoxins that... Simmons, Ward groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't need a biology lesson right now. Gemma pouted. I was just saying. Ward sighed, arms crossed. All I know is that the last time we investigated an explosion, those damn club operatives nearly got me killed. Simmons smirked, tilting her head as she glanced down at him. Well, she mused, the venom from a giant-bellied viper could cause a similar issue. Ward. Excuse me. Hey guys. You need to see this. Leo Fitz called out from up ahead, waving them over. The rest of the team moved forward, approaching a small temple-like ruin with eroded carvings etched into its stone walls. Coulson, hands in his pockets, frowned. Where's the contact who reported the 084? He was supposed to meet us at the entrance, Melinda May noted, her voice low. But... She suddenly halted, raising a hand. Her expression turned sharp. There are people inside, she murmured. More than one. Click. In an instant, Ward had drawn and cocked his gun. Minutes earlier, inside the ancient Incan ruins, a flickering torch illuminated the cracked walls of the temple. In front of them, embedded deep into the fossilized rock, a strange mechanical object gleamed faintly. Qin Feng ran his fingers over its surface, analyzing the embedded artifact. This thing is at least 1,500 years old, he said, his voice laced with curiosity. That's nearly 1,000 years older than this temple itself. Could be extraterrestrial. Beside him, Peter Parker scanned the device with a handheld sensor. His eyebrows furrowed.
Honestly?
It looks more like something that was manufactured.
Ned grinned.
What, like your uncle's old Chinese knockoff car?
Hey! Peter shot back.
That car was from the 21st century, okay?
Not an antique.
Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic clicking sound echoed from the walls. A scout turned, whispering urgently.
Someone's outside. Multiple people.
Tang Ren, stationed at the temple's outer perimeter, activated a concealed receiver to pick up the approaching voices.
His face darkened. It's S.H.I.E.L.D., he muttered.
They're already here.
A tense silence followed.
Qin Feng sighed, turning to the bound local informant who had led them here. Did you call them?
The man trembled. I didn't.
I swear I. Song Yi tightened his grip on the man's collar. Si Shui Si Shui?
Song Yi, Qin Feng warned.
Let him go. Song Yi hesitated, then released him with a shove.
A beat of quiet. Then.
Looks like our little excavation just got a whole lot more complicated, Peter muttered, cracking his knuckles. Outside, Ward's voice cut through the tense air. On my signal, we move in. The standoff was about to begin.
Lee, I can finally use your spell. Skye's figure flashed and appeared in Barbara's room with a joyful expression on his face. Huh? Where are people? Didn't they say they are here with Barbara? The girl looked puzzled again, because she found that there was no one in the room. She picked up the silk pajamas that Barbara threw casually on the bed and looked at them, and heard a slippery movement in her ear. It's over there in the bathroom. Skye approached cautiously. The peaceful atmosphere made her a little nervous for no reason. Swish. The bathroom door was not locked, and there was the sound of water splashing on the floor. I always feel weird. Skye hesitated for a while, then quietly turned the doorknob of 630, and peeped in through the crack of the door. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? The pupils of the girl were instantly shocked. She looked terrified. She covered her mouth with her hands tightly, not daring to make a sound. I saw, in the bathroom, a nearly oval-shaped unknown object, attached to the corner of the wall, kept shaking there. Even with the beautiful black and white feathers on it, it can't hide its weird posture. Is it the egg of an alien creature? Could it be that there are aliens growing inside the egg? Skye couldn't help thinking like this. After all, the scene in front of him was too trembling. I can't stay here any longer. I have to inform Gwen and the others. She clenched her silver teeth, controlled her body not to tremble, and was about to move lightly, exit the bathroom, and escape from here. But, at this time, the sound of the flesh sliding inside the egg became louder, and even viscous liquid continuously flowed down from the gap. It's as if there is a creature that can be cracked. It is about to break out of the cocoon. Born from it. Omega. Skye's eyes widened. She even heard it from inside. Inside the Inca temple, Agent Ward is drawing his gun and confronting Tang Ren and Song Yi. It's just that the small pistol he brought on purpose is really worthless in front of the clone soldier's red energy gun. The red energy gun was naturally captured by Yeli from the Dark Elves thousands of miles away. You still have a gun. Agent Melinda frowned and looked at Ward, and made a report. She didn't even choose to carry a gun. I took it before I left. It's too late. Ward Grant explained. Isn't it going to be used now? I'm just in case it happened last time. Huh? Why don't you shorten your words? I just remembered La. Tang Ren's voice came from the communicator next to the clone soldier's ear. Aren't you the big tall guy who was egged out by me last time? Hey, you got over it so quickly. It's you? Agent Ward screamed angrily. Because the clone soldiers are all wrapped in combat uniforms and have the same body shape, he hasn't recognized them just now. But, Tang Ren opened his mouth. He immediately recognized the cheap voice. What's the matter? You country guy, you still want to be like Grandpa's stunt. Tang Ren hid in the base to control the clone soldiers, not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. and others. Doctor, what's going on? Phil Cowlson asked the temple guard who was being held by Song Yi. Ouch. The PhD from the Department of History and Archaeology said helplessly. They also have relevant permission. I can't help it. Pietro also waved his hand at the right time, shouting at S.H.I.E.L.D. and others. This kind of thing belongs to our investigation team. If you don't want to suffer, just leave. Rio Fitz hid behind Gemma Simmons, shrank his neck and said, "This is too bullying." Ha ha ha. Pietro laughed arrogantly when he heard the words. It's you who are bullying. He was originally a little ruffian character, but after having a super ability, he was naturally more flamboyant. What happened here? At this time, a female soldier in camouflage uniform rushed to the scene with a team of Myra government troops. Her name is Camilla, and she is the commander of these Myra government forces. More importantly, she is also Phil Cowlson's ex-girlfriend. Then, crooked ass starts. Camilla scanned the opposing sides. When looking at Phil Cowlson on the S.H.I.E.L.D. side, she didn't rush to say hello, but skipped over pretending not to care. At last, Camilla waved. Kakaka? All the soldiers raised their guns and pointed at Qin Feng and others. You guys, put down your guns. I can act as a middleman for both of you and help you negotiate. If you have anything, talk about it. We guarantee neutrality. Camilla showed the attitude of the person in charge, as if she was in control. She feels that she has so many soldiers under her command, and now she has the final say here. But Qin Feng and others obviously don't buy it. Let us put down the guns on both sides. Why only point the guns at us? Song Yi was very unconvinced, and cursed, "You're pulling sideways. You still promise to be neutral? People are crazy? I'm yuck." Camilla folded her arms and said, not caring. "Don't talk nonsense, why should I be biased? I just think you are more threatening. You just saw something wrong with his expression." Qin Feng pointed to Phil Carlson and said, You must have some secrets that cannot be told to 1.7 people. Camilla was a little surprised. "You can see that I'm wearing sunglasses. Had the micro-expression on your face betrays you?" And Qin Feng raised his chin, motioned to Peter and said, "We have a guy who wears sunglasses all day long, he has long been used to it." "Okay." Camilla lifted the collar of her military uniform and smiled frankly. "So what if I'm pulling sideways? It's up to me now, you'd better put down your weapons obediently. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the guns in the hands of the soldiers will not go off." Ned couldn't stand it anymore. "Aren't you bullying people?" Rio Fitz hid behind the Myra soldiers, shouting loudly, "It's you who are bullying. What is Feng Shui turn around? What are you talking about?" Tang Ran, who had been listening in, couldn't understand what the girl was talking about, so he had to ask Song Yi. Song Yi recounted the matter in Chinese, and added, "She also said you are a sheep tail. Write it, you stinky bitches." Tang Ran immediately wiped his nose and wanted to teach Camilla a lesson. But, seeing the long guns and short barrels aimed at by the Myra government army, he was a little bit wary. They were common people before they joined the investigation team, and they were still subconsciously afraid of hot weapons. What's more, the old bird doesn't know what to do, and the missions are all done by himself, and he doesn't control the clone soldiers. Say what to experience. This led to the fact that if there was a fight, Qin Feng and little fat Ned would have to be protected. "Give you face? Brothers, Min." Pietro had been suffocated for a long time, and suddenly yelled. His figure in the special bulletproof sportswear flashed, and he rushed towards the Myra government troops with his afterimage sliding. Pong! A punch on the face of a government soldier made his saliva flow. 04 blah blah blah. Then came the sound of government soldiers falling to the ground one after another. A group of common people can't stand the attack of Quicksilver. Super Silver is fierce. Tang Ren saw that these big soldiers fell down one after another, and rushed towards Camilla with an expression on his face. "Small girl, go. Don't come here." Camilla didn't have time to draw her gun, so she could only go to parry the target captured by Ren. Although the speed of the clone soldiers is not as fast as that of Pietro, it still makes her unable to react. "Stinky bitch, let me show you how powerful Uncle Tang is." Tang Ren controlled the clone soldiers, broke away Camilla's resisting hand with one hand, and grabbed her chest with the other. "Bucky? Ah!" The female officer screamed. She didn't expect this person to be so shameless. "Hey, try my dragon claw." Oops. Tang Ren was in the control room of the base, facing the game-like control screen, regretting. "It's a pity that I don't have a chance to feel it. I can't feel the touch." Clone troopers cannot share sensory deficits. On the contrary, at this time, a pervert was restrained for personal gain. I'm afraid Yeli didn't expect this benefit. But Tang Ren upholds the principle of if you have an advantage, don't take advantage of the bastard. After a final pinch, pull the camouflage uniform and the inner lining. Tear? Camilla had a blast. Tang Renjian's laughter came from the microphone. "It's good to have a good time. Fact squid." Camilla cursed angrily, raised her left hand, and raised 2 fingers to the clone soldier's eyes. Snapped. The clone trooper easily raised his arm to block it. Tang Ren couldn't understand other English words, but he could understand this word, and continued to be angry with her. Fact me. Uncle is really amazing, he is indeed an old man." Ned gave a thumbs up to Tang Ren's direction. "It's easy to do what we young people can't do." The magnanimous appearance of this bad woman, Camilla, made him stare intently, and he couldn't help being full of admiration for the uncle in the group. "Betty always looks down on me, should I try this trick on her too?" While watching, the teenage fat man fantasized that Camilla was Betty Brandt, Mary Jane's. Thinking. He suddenly shivered. No, I want to do this. Gwen's father will take me away. "You are too much." Melinda's agent couldn't see Tang Ren's actions, and rushed over to stop him. "Give me respect for women. Dash." She gave full play to the skills she had trained and wanted to teach this mercenary a lesson. 3 seconds later. Pat. Clone soldiers grabbed her wrist and easily controlled her. In the face of an absolute power gap, skills are nothing, and children are playing around. "You." Melinda agent couldn't help but stare, because she felt like she was pinched too. Hey. Tang Ren raised his paw obscenely, making a false grip. "How do you feel, big sister?" Song Yi watched it in admiration. The big sisters are not spared. Awesome. Hateful. Seeing that the battle was not going well, Ward Grant chose to point his gun at Qin Feng and the others who seemed to have no combat effectiveness. "Do not move. Just catch them and be a hostage. Agent Ward is planning." Bayou? A red ray shot across, melting the pistol to only half of it. Ward Grant was scorched and screamed. Quickly threw the remaining half of the gun out. "Hey 8-10 I've won." Seeing that he hit the target with a shot, Song Yi was also very excited. "Damn. Agent Ward shook his hand and stared at the mural not far away. Over there. Peter, wearing sunglasses, has dug up item 084 and is about to put it into a stable sealed box made of gem energy. Bring it. Grant decided to put all his eggs in one basket and rushed towards the researcher. Snapped. Peter slapped his backhand and sent him flying back. Even if Peter didn't transform into a lizardman now, Ward, a common man, could not touch porcelain. The things are in hand, you can go, there is no need to entangle with people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government army. Under sunglasses. Peter's lizard pupils shone with wisdom, and he was about to inform Pietro and others to leave. Stop it all. Phil Coulson, who hadn't made a move all this time, stopped suddenly. Everyone, we don't need to fight because of this. With his seasoned experience, he saw something was wrong. His ex-girlfriend, Camilla, just seemed to be standing for S.H.I.E.L.D. But, between words. But there is a faint taste of provoking dissension. It seems that there is a suspicion of making the club conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D. so as to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Only. The strength of Pietro's immediate solution to a team of Myra government troops may be beyond Camilla's expectations. Why listen to you? Song Yi refused to accept Phil Coulson, tied up the archaeologist and threw it aside. Obtained item 084, this person is useless. Just four? Just four? Hey. Tang Ran at the moment will not stop. He was changing his target, returning to Gemma Simmons' city with a cheap smile. To say which of the three women present is the most beautiful, it has to be this S.H.I.E.L.D. biologist. What are you doing? Seeing the clone troopers attack quickly, Gemma Simmons panicked, holding her hands on her chest like a frightened little white rabbit. She has just seen Tang Ren's method, and Melinda's predecessors have not escaped the poison. Camilla's 2 lanterns are still hanging, it really makes people blush. Hey. Good clone soldiers, manipulated by Tang Ren to be wretched and funny. It raised its 2 paws, made a false grab, and slowly approached her. Don't tear my clothes. Gemma Simmons keeps backing away in horror. Leo, help me. She yelled subconsciously, asking for help from her old partner, Rio Fitz. I. Leo Fitz stuttered in anxiety. I'm fighting with you. With no one in hand, he could only raise a scientific instrument in his hand and smash it towards the clone soldier. The results naturally speak for themselves. Pang! The clone trooper picked up Rio Fitz by the collar and threw him aside. I'm 1 step ahead. Gemma. Leo Fitz was thrown so badly that he couldn't get up. He could only sit and lie on the ground helplessly, watching the heavy hands that Gemma Simmons was about to suffer. For a moment. In his mind, even such a thought flashed through. If Gemma is really gone, he must take a few more glances and not just let outsiders take advantage. Colleagues who have been getting along with each other all the time, will be seen inexplicably a little dark in the body of Leo Fitz. But, he quickly dismissed the idea again. Morality tells him it's wrong. Wait, it seems really wrong, stop. Just at the moment, Qin Feng raised his hand suddenly, lowered his head slightly, his expression ecstatically contemplating. Subsequently, he looked up sharply and looked at Camilla. Then quickly lowered. After all, the pair of wheat-colored brown sugar buns are too eye-catching. This thin-skinned young man couldn't bear it, and blushed immediately. Who did it? Too shameless. Hey, old bird, you are a bastard. Tang Ran pointed at him cheekily and concealed his words. I introduced it to protect them. You are just trying to take advantage. Qin Feng was too lazy to argue with Tang Ran. He covered his eyes with his hands and only looked at Camilla through his fingers. Just look at the face, don't look down. If I'm not mistaken, the Myra government also wants this unknown item. Qin Feng faced Camilla, exposing her. You just used words on purpose to mobilize our emotions so that we can fight each other. It's just that you didn't expect that Pietro would deal with the army you rely on so quickly. Am I right? Camilla was taken aback. Phil Coulson looked at Qin Feng with relief. Did not expect. The club also has such smart investigators. He wanted Qin Feng to join his action team. After seeing that the government soldiers were all on the ground, unable to recover, Camilla smiled in relief. Looks like you all figured it out. That's right, our purpose is indeed this thing. In fact, it's a weapon. Our country ordered such weapons decades ago. After the Hydra organization disintegrated, many scientists followed their Nazi friends and hid to this side of the world. The weapon was lost in a jungle skirmish, where it remains to this day. We were going to use it to end the rebel uprising and stabilize my country. Phil Coulson laughs, you mean rule your country. Wow. Tang Ren pointed at Camilla in surprise, you bitch had such a plan in the first place, and your mind is very bad. I think she has a good heart, the red one. Zhao, hee. Fatty Ned was silly and happy, and he was already holding the camera in his hand, taking pictures of Camilla's chest. What are you doing? Still taking pictures. Only then did Camilla remember clutching her chest and glaring at Ned fiercely. Fatty man, what are you looking at? Have you ever seen a woman? She only covers now. Almost everyone at the scene saw it all. Seeing this, Phil Coulson's face turned green. After all, Camilla is his ex-girlfriend. When we dated him before, I never saw her so unrestrained. Okay, since the misunderstanding is resolved, In order to hide his embarrassment, he stepped forward and wanted to shake hands with Peter Parker. I think we can sit down and discuss it again. Song Yi, you follow? Why should I give you face? Ned, huh? This bald-headed uncle seems familiar. Peter remembered, is that you? When the Ghost Spider Club first opened, he and Ned were caught by Yelly and went to entertain those who signed up. That's when they met Phil Coulson once. Hee asterisk. Phil Coulson smiled and said kindly, speaking of which, President Ye and I are old acquaintances. Whoosh. Pietro blinked and stopped in front of Phil Coulson, questioning him. You said you knew my brother-in-law, do you have any evidence? Don't worry, I'll call him right away. Phil Coulson called Yelly just like the protagonist asked for help from the boss behind. Beep. Sunnyvale Estate. In Barbara's room. Skye nestled at the door of the bathroom with a strange expression. What did she just hear? The voices of Yelly and Barbara came out of the wriggling black and white feather cocoon. 450. After. And Gwen, Jessica, Felicia, Cindy, and the others. And a strange female voice, Hill, that I have never heard before. What's the situation? With Skye's current knowledge, Rao doesn't quite understand the current situation. How could so many people be accommodated in this feather cocoon? Are they all eaten by monsters? B. Their voices sound like. Doesn't seem like much pain. And it's like. Just when the girl was about to deduce part of the truth, a voice suddenly made her stunned again. Inning leaving. I'm Skye now, your little assistant. How do you look like? Feather cocoon. Her own voice came out. So weird. Instantly. Skye's mind was blank, and he forgot all the things he just thought of. Jiaoplump's body almost burned to the abite ground. I don't know what to do now. Just then. Beep 1. Soft white big bed. A mobile phone lying quietly, the screen is brightened, and the wallpaper is a group photo of Yelly and his girlfriends. At the same time, the phone rings too. Pick up pick up pick up pick up. Pika 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 skin. Ah, that's right, it's the Pikachu ringtone. The music is cheerful and lovely. B. The girl at the bathroom door jumped. She got into shape. He staggered into the bathroom, accidentally kicked the door with a small boot, made quite a noise. Feather cocoon paused, and a surprised voice came from Skye, who, Barbara was also frightened by Skye, forgot to switch the tone for a while, and still used Skye's voice. Ever since, a certain mixed-race girl was frightened and dumbfounded. It's over, it's really over now, am I going to be eaten by monsters too? Skye's eyes were blank, and he sat slumped on the bathroom floor, even his clothes were all wet by the shower, and he couldn't care less. What vibe ability, snake spell teleportation, she forgot all about it for a while. Beep 1. Why didn't answer? Phil Coulson wondering? Could it be that President Ye has so much to do and has no time to answer the phone? What? It doesn't work. Pietro is gloating. The last time he had just arrived for a crazy appointment, it was also because Yelly refused to answer the phone, which made him feel disheartened. This time I saw someone had the same experience as him, it was inexplicably cool. Ahem, he might be busy with something, call later. With a stiff face, Phil Coulson put down the communicator, and gave instructions to Agent Ward who just got up. Arrest Camila first, bring her back to the Airbus and put her in custody, waiting to negotiate with the Myra government on this matter. Good. Ward Grant rubbed his swollen face from Peter's slap, and walked slowly towards Camilla. Ms. Camilla, please cooperate obediently. The female officer knocked Ward out, and when she saw that he was a handsome, fair young man, she opened her arms cooperatively. Come on, handsome guy, tie me. Asterisk. With Camilla's hand, the damaged clothes are displayed again, and the scenery is unobstructed. Ward can't completely ignore it. After all, he hasn't been crippled by Tang Ren's dragon claw. And Ward stood directly across from Camilla, covered her. Therefore, the scenery is all enjoyed by him alone. A female officer in her 30s still wants to try to use seductive tactics. The scene of this young guy can be described as feeding a tender cow with old grass. Hey, Tang Ren couldn't see it on tiptoe, a little uncomfortable. Ma Dan, another boy. Interrupted by Qin Feng just now, Tang Ren lost the chance of Li Genma Simmons. Now that Camilla is giving benefits, don't show him? This made him intolerable. Immediately it got mixed up. Can you see this girl? Why don't you show us the bet? Finished. He elbowed Song Yi and said. Translate. Song Yi nodded, and Phil Coulson and others shouted. Our Tang Taejun said it. This flower girl, give us a job as a guard. Heard the words. Camilla and Phil Coulson turned black at the same time. Impossible. If Camilla falls into the hands of a pervert like Tang Ren, Phil Coulson feels that a new year will glow on his head, and he will plant trees and forests for two who. Barbara rested her fair chin on Yeli's back shoulder, her thighs clamped her waist, her calves stuck to her back, and the insteps of her jade feet hooked each other. The beautiful legs are locked tightly to ensure that they will not fall off. She unfolded a pair of ink wings, checked the situation outside. I saw. Skye didn't know when he came in, and sat there in a daze. Another pair. Played bad expression? Skye? It turned out to be you. What happened to you? The blonde beauty was not uncomfortable seeing the mixed-race girl. After all, they fought together. Huh? It's you, Barbara. Skye's eyes cleared up. It's like returning to the light. My god? Scared the hell out of me? How did you grow a pair of wings? I thought it was a monster. Speaking of back. Her tone is so obviously still terrified. After a little while, So that's what happened. After hearing Skye's speech, Yelly stretched out his palm and rubbed her wet hair, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You are also an extraordinary power holder. You are too timid, right? Even if it is really a monster, you have the snake spell and the vibe ability, and you can still be scared like this. The performance is too bad. Anyone will be scared. Okay, I'm a girl, just 18 years old. The girl justified her embarrassment. I am not familiar with the two things you mentioned, so I forgot all of a sudden. And if I was too excited just now, what should I do if I accidentally beat you to death with a super ability? Oh. Yelly wiped a drop of water from her pretty nose with her thumb, and said amusedly, little girl still wants to kill us? Thinking too much. If it's not all your fault, what kind of tricks are you doing in this bathroom? Skye wringed out the accumulated water in her hair, it made me drenched all over. Seeing that the thin clothes on her body were indeed soaked by water, Yelly comforted her, revealing her familiar graceful figure. Okay, why don't you just take a shower here? I just happened to make up for the clothes that I owed you last time. The web of destiny has produced some surplus cobwebs, and we can weave 2 sets of fate cobweb clothes for the 2 little girls. Skye glanced at his and Barbara's posture, just taking a shower. Yelly couldn't deny it. Do you think it's possible? The charming girl snorted coquettishly, and obediently took off her clothes with her slender hands. Boom, boom, who else is here? Pietro flashed, ran to the entrance and looked outside. Oh, they are dressed like Western cowboys, with bombs in their hands. It's the rebels. Camilla told the truth. She had been strapped into a restraint belt, and Agent Ward had put a coat over her. What do we do now? Pietro stepped back. There are a lot of people on the opposite side, and the firepower is quite fierce, and they are about to rush in. He can't guarantee that he can solve all the enemies. After all, the essence of his extreme speed ability is to speed up metabolism and balance with motor nerves. Therefore, once the super ability is used for a long time, you will be tired and panting, which is a big flaw. Marvel Box Lunch version of Quicksilver is just like that. Run quickly. Ned was a little scared. The things are in hand. Don't worry about them. We will break out. No. Qin Feng pointed at the government troops defeated by Pietro. Hesitation said. Let's go. They might die. Oops. They were pointing guns at us just now. Tang Ren teased his cheap nephew. 0. Seeking flowers. Old Qin, don't tell me you want to be a mortal body and get rid of everyone outside. Qin Feng quickly shook his head. NNN. Let him deal with the army. Wouldn't that be death? Aren't you a fake body? You go and solve them. He was referring to the clone soldiers controlled by Tang Ren. This thing is also afraid of set fire. Have you ever played the game? Gunfight games can't take damage by force. Tang Ren is very shrewd. The damage rate is low, but there are still bonuses. Crackling, have you figured out a way? Pietro crossed his arms and said, no, I'll go, give me some weapons. Do you want to try this? Peter lifted the box containing 084. This is too dangerous. Phil Coulson interjected at the moment, ordering Ward. Use that. Ward took out a telescoping stick-style weapon from his pocket, wanted to rush out, but was a little hesitant. Now that the rebels are gathering at the entrance, if he just goes out like this, he will become a target. Don't dare to go out. Pietro saw his thoughts, reached out and grabbed the weapon. How do you use this? Hey. Ward's mind was punctured, and he couldn't hold back his face for a while. But the enemy is now. He finally taught Pietro how to use. It's very simple, just hit the ground with a pestle. Whoosh. Pietro saw how foolish the operation was, so he happily rushed outside and threw a bullet on the ground. Wang wang wang. Pang. The head of the telescopic stick separates and floats in the air, releasing a blue shockwave, knocking down all the surrounding rebels. Pietro happily puts the shockwave weapon away. Black down. Work. AHH. Skye came out of the bathroom, rubbed his sore waist, and muttered softly, I obviously want to talk about business. The bath towel woven by fate cobweb on her body, in the blink of an eye, changed into a hazel gold tulle pajamas. Subsequently, the girl threw herself onto Barbara's big bed, lay down on it with a big character, and said in a charming voice, so soft. I want to sleep here for a while. Hey, Skye, get up. Barbara hurriedly pulled her arm. You haven't wiped off your body yet, don't make my bed dirty. Her body had just been strengthened, and she was afraid of hurting Skye, so she didn't dare to really use her strength. What? So stingy. Your bed is also clean. 663. Skye wiped it casually, put his palm in front of her, and said with a smile, look. I obviously just packed it. Even if it was Barbara's temper, she said angrily with her cheeks flushed. This is the one you just put on. Not at all. The girl raised her head, smiled sweetly, and deliberately whispered to her, I'm clean. Huh. You are useful to Li Beijiao, but not to me. Barbara's jewel-like green pupils turned around, thought of an idea, and suddenly said with a kind smile, you don't get up, do you? What do you want to do? Skye noticed that Barbara seemed to be holding back some big moves, and became vigilant. Ahem. The blonde beauty cleared her throat and smiled charmingly, you'll find out soon. She suddenly changed her voice into Skye's voice. Hello, Phil Coulson. Not far from the two beautiful girls. Crystal wrought iron glass pattern table front. A handsome man with a lazy expression, naked with a sculptural perfect upper body. He rested his chin on one hand, leaned against the table, and picked up his phone to talk to Phil Coulson. I have something to do just now, I will call you back a little later. What's the matter? Just now. Slightly late. Phil Carlson on the other end of the call was speechless. Are you a little late? Yeah, I don't know what you are busy with, I even forgot the time. When I called you, the sun was high, but now, I can have dinner. Oh, really? I thought it was only a while. Yelly said indifferently. Okay, thank you for reminding me, I'm going to have dinner now. Hi. Hey. Phil Carlson, a good old man, was irritated by Yelly's lack of focus. Before you have dinner, would you like to hear a few words from me? Definitely no problem, just kidding. Yelly took a strawberry from the bamboo fruit basket and stuffed it into his mouth, sweating from biting it. Tell me. Does Barbara like to eat this kind of strawberries? I will plant some on the ghost spider in 2 days. He was absent-minded. On the other side, Phil Carlson carefully explained the matter of item 084. After Yelly listened to it, she also became a bit more attentive. Listen to Phil Carlson's description. Isn't that so-called item 084 a tesseract energy cell made by Hydra? Peter and the others actually fought with S.H.I.E.L.D. for this thing. That Gemma Simmons was almost molested by Tang Ran because of it. Yelly also found it funny. He didn't know about the mission of the investigation team. It should have been assigned by Skye and the relevant department of the club. The weapon that Camilla and others are fighting for can change the destiny of a country. In his opinion, it is not worth mentioning. Yelly raised his wrist, the sapphire on the black ring flashed slightly. After all, the source of tesseract energy, space gem, in his hands. It doesn't matter if I give it to you, but what are you going to do with it, and what are you going to exchange for it? You must know that our club does not have relevant financial subsidies like your SHIELD. My investigation team sent out missions, and the money they burned was all my money. Phil Carlson, we have assessed the danger of this 084. Launching it to the sun to destroy it is the best choice. This plan is for the sake of world safety. I hope President Ye can also understand, because it will contribute. Even if Yelly didn't care about the tesseract energy battery, he was amused by his words. Want to be an empty-handed white wolf? Don't look at S.H.I.E.L.D. slingshot base, which spends manpower and material resources to launch some dangerous objects into space, which sounds righteous and awe-inspiring. But of those, how many actually launched? How many are pretending to be destroyed, but are actually transported to the refrigerator base for storage, waiting for future research? P.S. The S.H.I.E.L.D. slingshot base is mainly responsible for launching dangerous items into space and destroying them. The S.H.I.E.L.D. refrigerator base mainly detains some dangerous elements and stores dangerous items. Yelly didn't bother to care about these nonsense matters, so he was straightforward. Since you have said so, then go talk to the negotiators below. As long as you offer enough bargaining chips, the thing will be yours. Beep 1. Finished. He hung up the phone. Although the tesseract energy battery is useless, but at any rate, it can be sent to the Research Institute for reference, Hydra's technology for using tesseract energy. Not for nothing either. It's better than giving S.H.I.E.L.D. for nothing. Just thinking about it. Behind. Suddenly came Skye's coquettish voice, 3.8 Li bewitching SI, the soil is gone. Yelly, what B movement? He turned around and saw, make a sound not Skye. It's Barbara with a bad taste. She used Skye's voice, deliberately moaning shameless words there, and the scale was not getting bigger and bigger. Beside, Skye blushed so anxiously that he seemed to want to beat her up. Jelly has already been placed, change. Shut up. Well, the girl finally couldn't bear it any longer, and Barbara fell down on her neck when she fell asleep. Strangle you? Just now I was intimidated by your tricks. You even used it to tease me. I told you guys, don't play, it's time to eat. Yelly stood up, and the bath towel wrapped around her lower body spread out with silk threads, rewoven into a casual dress. Did you hear? Barbara slapped Skye's hand pinching her neck. Zukai. WOU. Skye didn't really pinch either, letting go of Barbara and rolling off of her. Just right, Lee, I also have something to tell you. You almost forgot about it, said Skylar, hugging a large white pillow on the bed. The holographic game you mentioned is ready for internal testing. But now there is only a temporary code name. What is the name of the game? Also, you can also check out the recruitment of new employees for game operations. That's it, Tisk, I have other things I want to do recently. Yelly thought for a while and said, the name of this holographic game should be Ready Player One. The internal test helmet and simulation cabin are temporarily aimed at players with certain economic conditions and game masters. As for the review of the game operation staff, it is indeed more important. I will take a look at it when I find time. Finish this thing. He asked Skye again. By the way, Skye, do you want to meet the Inhumans? Skye, in a few days. 07. Hawaii, Oahu. In the overgrown green forest, fine raindrops kept falling. Snapped. The women's brown leather shoes stepped into the muddy water. The lens pulls up. It is a pair of slender legs with beautiful curvature, and the beautiful buttocks, all wrapped in tight blue jeans. The shape of the girl's legs and buttocks are just right, and it perfectly complements her body shape, which is pleasing to the eye. But the group of gunmen chasing after her didn't stop to admire it. Tap, tap, tap. With long legs, the girl ran desperately across the muddy beach, waiting to run to a vine tree with intertwined roots. She held on to the tree trunk to rest for a while, and turned her head carefully to see if the people behind had caught up. The girl turned around with a very pretty face, with 1 or 2 small silver earrings sandwiched between the red and tender earlobes. On the high-waisted denim leggings, a denim jacket was worn, and a red soft sweater was inside, and the sweater hood was loose on the girl's slender shoulders. The most striking thing is, under her pale blonde hair that was soaked by rain, there is a pair of bright cat eyes, and there is a black vertical stripe in the orange. Don't get me wrong, it's not Felicia. Seeing that the pursuers did not catch up for the time being, the girl curled the back of her white hand like a cat, wiped Zyade Pink's lips, and then lowered her head to pant. Ha ha, ha, ha ha, the girl suddenly screamed. Because, behind the vine tree, a man in a black raincoat ran out. Under the hood of the raincoat, can see his ugly skin all green. The man green comforted the girl. You are safe. Who are you? The girl asked. My name is Triton. Triton, the man with green skin, explained to her. I have been looking for you. You are one of us. Who are we? Inhumans. What? Triton, we don't know why this happened, but you have come into contact with the Turigen crystal, and that is one of us. Cat pupil girl, I'm now a monster. No. Triton denied. If I tell you that there is a place where people are all like you, they are all Inhumans, there is called it a land city, I can take you there. He is talking. The cat-eyed girl looked in the direction she was running. I heard them. Her vision is different from ordinary people. In her cat pupils, all objects have golden edges, and she seems to be able to detect distant sounds by virtue of this. Run. Kui Tan hurriedly took her and ran away. Da-da-da-da. As soon as the two left the spot, a shuttle of automatic rifle bullets swept over there. After that, it was a desperate flight. It seems to be too flustered. At a fork on the way to escape, the cat-eyed girl and Kui Tan ran in 2 directions. No, no, no. Kui Tan, who was experienced in escaping, hurriedly stopped her, but it's too late. Boom, with a gunshot. The cat-eyed girl stopped in an instant. Kinkin's waist was blown up by the strong wind, revealing a milky little girl with a light waistcoat line. Next moment, the young and beautiful girl fell to the ground stiffly, motionless in the rain. She is just so fleeting, like a beautiful epiphyllum, which only blooms for a while. Okeoakask. Tellel. In the moment before dying, she seemed to hear the soldiers with guns running past, saying something. Leave her alone? The target is him. It turns out, I'm just a bait that no one cares. With such thoughts, the girl with cat pupils gradually lost her consciousness. Kui Tan wanted to go back to save the girl, but he was deterred by the hail of bullets. And she looks pissed off. Only hesitation takes less than a second. Kui Tan decisively chose to run away by himself. And not long after the soldiers with guns chased Tritan and ran away. Beside the girl with cat pupils, 2 figures flashed. Oh, I seem to be a little late. Yeli knelt down and picked up the girl's body. There will be a day when he will pick up the corpse. Although this corpse picking is a real corpse picking. Should I save her, or insert a chip into her brain and use it? As he was thinking about it, Skye, who was wearing a snake charm necklace around his neck, pulled him and said, Lee, is she my inhuman compatriot? Save her first bar. This is starting to get cold, you let me save. I have too much confidence in magic. Yeli complained secretly. Fortunately, he has a horse spell on him, so he can really save. Let me try. Yeli hugged the exquisite body of a girl with cat pupils, and stretched out her hand to penetrate her body from the wound. This action caused the girl's body to tremble violently. After a few touches of buttons, he precisely found the orange bullet and took it out. This is definitely not the way to deal with gunshot wounds normally. Otherwise, the living would be killed. Yeli believes that he has a spell to deal with it at will. With the power of the horse spell, the cat pupil girl's wound healed quickly. She also woke up leisurely. She opened her hazy eyes, and the first thing she saw was Yeli's handsome face. Mr. Tenjin. The girl thought she had seen the male god in the sky, and stretched out her hand in a daze to caress his face. So handsome. Snap. Yeli lightly grasped the hand she wanted to fumble, and stuffed the bullet she took out into the palm of her hand. You're not dead, girl. You keep this as a souvenir. What? The girl with cat pupils spread out her palm and found that it was a bloody bullet. The girl was so startled that she woke up, and almost threw the bullet out with her hands. This warhead reminded her of the horrible death experience just now. Yeli diverted her attention, eased her fear, and asked, Girl, what's your name? Rachel, Rosalind, Charlotte. After Rachel said her name, she looked around in a daze and said, I remember. I'm obviously dead. Why is 470 still here? She lowered her head and groped her body again, and found that the original wound was as smooth and delicate as a baby's skin. But the remaining pain. Tell her it wasn't a hallucination just now. How is this going? What else could it be? Yeli admitted generously. Definitely I saved you, Miss Sharati. You saved me. Rachel didn't seem to believe that he possessed such an ability to bring the dead back to life. Looking good. The tips of Yeli's nails were covered with an invisible layer of thin golden light, and a small wound was cut on her forearm. A small drop of blood oozes from the small wound, but with the touch of his hand, the wound and the drop of blood disappeared. So amazing. Rachel asked in surprise, could it be that you are also the inhuman race that Triton mentioned? Where did he go now? Triton. Yeli sounds a little familiar. It seems to be a member of the royal family of Inhumans. Super spider telepathy only told him that there will be inhumans here, but there is no specific situation. I'm not an inhuman, and I don't know what Huo Hung is. Yeli helped Rachel up and asked, what information do you know about the inhumans? Can you tell us about it? Rachel scratched her cheek with one finger, and said embarrassedly, actually, I just heard Triton say, inhumans, where is it Ilan? I don't know much about the others. I don't even know where I'm going right now. If you can find Triton, maybe you can ask him. Is that so? Yeli didn't expect that Rachel was also a young child. It seems that she is a newborn alien. See his look. The cat-eyed girl thought he was a little disappointed. Then, she bit her lower lip with silver teeth, suddenly stood on tiptoe, and wrapped her hands around his neck. 11. Seeing the girl's head is pasted like this. Yeli hesitated for a while, and also tasted the softness of Nade's pink color. The way of expressing gratitude. This is also a tradition of Europeans and Americans, normal. Speaking of it, it has been a while since he has not enjoyed the fresh taste of a strange beauty. So I can't help it for a while. Rachel's cheeks are glowing. It's her first time to boo. Wait until the post is over. Thank you. The cat-eyed girl's voice was as thin as a mosquito moaning. This is my first kiss, hope you like it. Not bad, very enthusiastic, I like it very much. Yeli became interested in this girl, playing with the silver jewelry on her earlobe. Since you have nowhere to go, why don't you come to my manor? I still need a personal maid to clean the room. I can teach you more interesting things. Manor, interesting thing. Rachel's little face turned redder, and even her body began to feel hot. Could it be that it was a blessing in disguise for her to meet the legendary son of destiny, a gentle and rich second-generation princess? Okay, although I haven't done it, but I will try my best to do this job. The girl squeezed out these words at last, buried her head in Yeli's arms, and remained silent. Ahem, have you had enough? Skye coughed twice beside him. She had been watching the show with her arms folded, and finally couldn't help it anymore, and said, anyway, I'm also one of Lee's girlfriends. Is it too much to ignore me like this? What Lee said brought her to find her compatriots, but she ended up playing first. One of the girlfriends. Rachel raised her head, glanced at Yeli and then at the beautiful half-race girl Skye. She realizes things. It seems to be different from what she imagined. Yelini slapped Pico. I promised, but I won't go back on my promise. The girl with cat pupils suddenly squeezed out a bitter face. It's over, it seems to have fallen into a wolf's den. Don't be afraid. Yeli took Skye's shoulders, hugged her into his arms, and introduced to Ruki. Her name is Skye, and she can be considered an inhuman race. Skye smiled cleverly and stretched out an index finger, touching the center of Rachel's collarbone, and the shockwaves began to diverge. My ability is vibe wonderful. The cat-eyed girl felt the subtle vibe. Oh, so powerful. This should be very lethal. Okay, Xiaowei Island is not safe. Let us send you back to the manor. Yeli planned to send the newly abducted little maid back first. He didn't receive the system prompt to become Rachel's relationship account, probably because she didn't have any names in her original track. Sunnyvale Estate. Wow, so big. Rachel looked out from Yeli's room. The end of the cat's pupils was still within the scope of the manor. It's my own person here. I'll change your clothes first. Yeli snapped his fingers with a snap. Pang. The girl's clothes unraveled into silk threads. Oh, VR. What kind of strange super ability are you? Rachel crossed her arms curiously. Why are you not an inhuman race, and you have so many abilities? Are you talking about those superheroes? No, actually, I'm a magician. Yeli's index finger made two virtual circles in the air like a conductor playing. Scattered threads, faded, and woven again. On the body of the girl with cat pupils, a set of black and white maid outfits with novel and seductive shapes is formed. Miniskirt, low-cut collar, one leg wrapped in black silk to the bottom of the skirt, the other leg is clean and white. The area where Rachel is active is a no-go area for men except Yeli, so there is no need to worry about this outfit taking up space for others. The girl chuckled and raised her feet, moving her slender legs. She is European and American, and this body is only for Yeli to see, so I don't think it is too revealing. I have something to do later. Just a few words with you. Yeli told her, if you have nothing to do after cleaning my room, go and help take care of my sister Matilda. She lives in the room diagonally opposite, or go talk to Skye. The human race is also fine. She is the third room on the left of me. Oh. Rachel nodded and seriously wrote down. Besides, Yeli smiled mysteriously again, you can sleep in my room. My room is quite big, but it will be more lively at night. You should be mentally prepared. Oh. Rachel nodded obediently again. She has not realized the seriousness of the matter. President yet. This is the interview location. The person in charge of the game Ready Player One led Yeli to a white hall, and chatted with him courteously while walking. We found a very good talent. He is even willing to share his holographic simulation technology with us. Definitely, this is conditional. Harry. Yeli paused, raised his hand to interrupt him. You mean holographic simulation technology? Don't we have this? Do we need an unknown person to provide it? You don't know, the holographic technology he showed us is no less than the simulation technology you provided. Mr. Ma, the person in charge of the game, said conclusively, after the analysis of our technicians, his technology is somewhat different from ours in principle. It can be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. His technology is more convenient to use and can be compared with ours. Heavy. Is it as mysterious as you say? Yelly raised some curiosity. What's his name? President Ma laughed. That's Mr. Baker, Quentink. He is talking. A well-dressed man in a suit and leather shoes walked towards the two of Yelly, who looked a bit of Indian descent. At the same time, Yelly also heard the sound of the system. Detection of the enemy of Gwen Stacy's destiny. Mystery guest Quentin Baker. Mr. Ma. Quentin Baker greeted Mr. Ma, looked at Yelly and asked, "This is?" Mr. Ma hurriedly introduced the two of them. "Baker, this is Chairman Ye. Your cooperation or appointment will take a long time from Chairman Ye. President Ye, this is the Mr. Baker I told you about." There was no reaction on Yelly's face. Quentin Baker immediately put on a smile all over his face. "So it's President Ye. I think we can have a pleasant talk." Talk? Yelly is not interested. Mystery is not a nice guy, insidious and cunning, rebellious. If he is really recruited for any important position, the game company will definitely be in trouble. But, note well, his holographic simulation technology is really good. He can already distinguish the real from the fake, and most people can't tell the difference at all. Then, Yelly smiled falsely, pointed to an independent office and said, "Then let's go over there and have a good private talk." Good. Quentin Baker was overwhelmed with surprise, feeling that he was one step closer to success. Wait until I get into this game company. That epic-making holographic game will become my property of Quentin Baker. With such sinister thoughts, an imperceptible sneer curled up at the corner of Quentin Baker's mouth. He entered the office with Yelly and sat on both sides of the round table. "President Ye, you can take a look at this first. You will definitely be interested." He was about to pass a folder to Yelly, but Yelly waved his hand and said to Mr. Ma, who came over, "You go out first. We two will talk alone." "Ah, good." Mr. Ma backed out to the main entrance. Quentin Baker's eyes became more joyful. He felt that it was Yelly who valued his performance. It seems that President Ye is also very interested in my holographic simulation technology. In my opinion, if holographic simulation wants to be convincing, it cannot rely solely on projection, but must assist other means, such as drones, stand-in robots, and even chemical gases that can make people hallucinate. Quentin Baker speaks eloquently. On the other hand, Yelly flipped through the materials he handed over, and answered casually, "Do you still want to use hypnotic ability spells and neurotoxins or something?" Haha, President Ye also has this idea. Quentin Baker couldn't see Yelly's expression blocked by the folder. He was wearing a fake smile, and he was still talking. "It turns out that President Ye is also the same. During the interview, you showed your skills and secretly used chemical gas for the old horses, right?" Yelly interrupted him again. "Do you think I will recruit someone like you into the company?" Quentin Baker's pupils shrank for a moment. Ahem. President Ye has misunderstood something. He suppressed his flustered emotions and tried to cover it up. "How could I do something like that? That's illegal." While speaking, he quietly touched the belt behind his waist, where there is a hidden start button. Oh, Yelly naturally watched his every move, and he knew what he was thinking. "It seems that you are not ready to answer my question." Yelly stood up and walked towards him. "Then I'll tell you the answer. I will." "What?" Originally, Quentin Baker saw Yelly stand up and planned to make a move, but when he heard what he said behind him, his movements stopped again. "President Ye means, I'll recruit you into the company." 343. Yelly came to Quentin Baker, and before he could react, he propped up the table with one hand and said lazily, "But before that, something has to be stuffed into Mr. Baker's head." Yelly's words fell. No more hesitation from Quentin Baker? Immediately hit the hidden start button? Kaka? A translucent collar hidden in his collar casts a round hood like a diving helmet, with mist inside, hiding his face. The suit was peeled off, revealing the yellow-green color tights underneath, and a purple cloak was scattered behind him. The whole shape looks like a mysterious alien. At the same time, two miniature simulated drones flew out of Quentin Baker's sleeves, and cooperated with his helmet to quickly construct the illusion. It's quite stylish. Yelly was not in a hurry to get started, and planned to experience his technique first. "Let me see what blockbuster movie you, a master of special effects, can give me in the morning." "As you wish." Quentin Baker's face hidden under the hood revealed a sinister smile, and then his figure disappeared in this office. The scenery of the office also quickly faded away, and was covered by a vast wilderness. Yelly could even hear the wind whistling in his ears. It's all fake. If she really took 2 steps in this wilderness, she might have fallen directly from the 66th floor. The sky over the wilderness was covered with dark clouds. Soon, the wind formed the giant of the wind. The clouds formed the cloud giants. In the distant lake, the water giants built by the lake climbed out of it. Even the land in the wilderness crumbled and condensed into a giant of earth and stone. Bang, bang, elemental giants surrounded Yelly. The sound of footsteps alone was enough to shake people's hearts. 4 giant palms cover the sky. It looms over Yelly's head. However, it feels really good to have a live movie. Yelly ignored the 4 falling giant hands, and just turned his head to avoid a psychedelic drug shot from the drone. Ding! The needle hit the wall and fell to the ground. This didn't scare him. What a strong will and courage. Quentin Baker does not believe in evil, and constructs a new illusion. Huen? The wilderness and elemental giants quickly fade away, replaced by tall buildings rising from the ground. One of the most striking. It is the historic Stark building before the renovation. and above the top of the Stark building, there is a blue cosmic portal, from which the Zeta Swiss soldiers are constantly pouring out. I thought you would have some new program, but it seems that you are at the end of your wits, and that's all you know. The blue light of the Chidori weapon weaves through. The figure of the giant Leviathan rolled down. None of these can affect Yelly approaching the hidden Quentin Baker. Bayou? The tiny drone on Quentin Baker's left suddenly emitted a tiny blue light. When the hexagonal translucent lines are revealed in front of Yelly, and the blue light shines on the golden stand without causing waves. Oh, and hide a truth. Yelly gave a little compliment. Pretty smart, it's a pity. True and false, false and true. I have to say that Quentin Baker's insidious move is really easy for ordinary people to catch. Also, he seems to have gotten some Chidori tech weapon wreckage. There is a saying, one whale falls and all things live. In a crazy date battle, I don't know how many supervillains have been nurtured. How is it possible? He actually blocked it. Is that a new technology energy shield? Seeing that his hidden trump card didn't work, Quentin Baker retreated for a while, stepped back slightly, and wanted to slip away quietly. But Yelly walked straight towards him. He can see me. This time Quentin Baker really panicked. He quickened his pace and ran towards the door, and at the same time opened a special illusion. The original high-rise building and Chidori army disappeared, and the office restored, its original appearance. But not fully recovered. Because by Yelly's side, a delicate body with white flowers appeared. It was a naked supermodel. Although it wasn't as perfect and tender as Gwen and the other super ability transformed bodies, it was still very charming. These glamorous supermodels are like fox spirits, scratching their heads and posing on him, which feels strangely real. It's not scary, is it? Then try this. I heard President Ye is very romantic. Quentin Baker let out an evil laugh, and was about to rush out of the room, but after running for a while, he felt that he was still standing still. What's going on? Quentin Baker's expression changed, and he panicked. What did you do? When did you give birth to? I don't have the illusion of using illusion on you. Yelly approached slowly with a gentle smile. The red gemstones and golden gemstones on the bracelet shimmered. As for those holographically simulated beauties? He did look a few more times. After all, Quentin Baker's taste is quite good, and there are many tricks. In addition to a few naked supermodels around, there are all kinds of supermodels in uniforms and seductive poses in the distance. Basically, it is a relatively common flower work for human beings, and he has sorted it out. But a fake is a fake after all. It just made Yelly appreciate it for a while. Cough. Although more importantly, he and his little girlfriends are tired of those ordinary chores. Tadada. Hurry up. At this time, outside the office, there was a series of footsteps and shouts. It seems that Mr. Ma and the staff heard the commotion in the office and sensed that something was wrong, so they brought people over. Yelly looked around at the peachy scene that seemed like a real person. If people outside saw this, they would be punished if they left. He didn't want to die, so he squeezed his hand, and the miniature drone that built the holographic projection burst into sparks and stopped working. Quentin Baker's round helmet also sizzled and went out, revealing his panicked expression. This is panic, this is where to go. Yelly pressed his shoulder with one hand. Come on, I'll take you to learn a lot. Suddenly, Quentin Baker flickered in front of his eyes, and found himself in a vast wilderness. This, here it is. Isn't this the reference place for the material he used to construct the illusion? It's just that the sun is still shining in this wilderness now, and there are no dark clouds. Why did I suddenly come here? He looked around in disbelief. This must be an illusion? It's an illusion, right? It's all fake. When the false is also true, the true is also false. Yelly spreads her hands. In order to thank you for the wonderful performance you just presented, now is my return gift time. Following his action, the sky darkened in an instant, and dark clouds quickly enveloped. The wind formed the giant of the wind. The clouds formed the cloud giants. In the distant lake, the water giants built by the lake climbed out of it. Even the land in the wilderness collapsed and condensed into a kingstone giant. Bang, bang, 4 elemental giants surrounded Quentin Baker. Those 4 giant palms covered the sky and covered the sun from above his head. No, no, no. The mysterious guest opened his eyes wide in horror. Fake? All fake? It's all illusion. Clatter. Bang. The wind and cloud dissipated, the water mass collapsed, and the fields and rocks collapsed. Quentin Baker was profusely sweating and collapsed on the ground. His eyes were dull. Yelly approached him and gave him a light kick. Hey, don't you just be so scared and stupid. No response. Seeing this, Yelly pointed the golden gemstone in his hand at his frozen pupils, and it was quickly covered with a golden layer. Obviously, the effect of using mind control on Quentin Baker in this state is not very good. Where is President Ye? The staff led the security guards into the office and found only 2 damaged microdrones on the ground, and there was no trace of Yelly and Quentin Baker. Just when they wanted to call the police, in a blink of an eye, Yelly appeared in the office. There was another person lying at his feet. It was mystery guest Quentin Baker. Take him down. He will obediently hand over the holographic simulation technology. After dealing with mystery guest, Yelly wandered around the scene for a while, and then returned to her room. It can be seen that the room, which was already very clean, seems to have been cleaned again. It looks like Rachel is working hard. But he hoped that she would be more careful in another kind of cleaning in the future. You have defeated Gwen Stacy's enemy of fate. As her relationship account, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million. 2. Random reward, Battle Angel Alita. 3. Servant reward, transform Quentin Baker and get an absolutely loyal subordinate. Alita. That baby-faced robot. Yelly was a little surprised after checking the rewards in the system. I didn't expect this to be a reward. Choose 2. Clang. There was a soft sound of metal landing behind him. Yelly turned around and saw a remodeled human with big eyes and watery hair. Her body is very special. It is a silvery purple metal body. The appearance is not too good looking and amazing, but it is quite unique. Hello. It was the first time for Yelly to get a random reward with wisdom, so she tried to greet the girl who changed her mind. Can you call the master, Alita? Alita turned her head to the side, and did not speak quietly, because her eyes were full of doubts. Her metal body seemed to be smooth, without any mechanical rattling. Huh? Are you disobedient? Yelly walked up to her, stretched out a finger, curiously thinking about Yeadai's metal body. But Alita also had curious eyes, raised her metal slender arm, and nimbly touched him with her fingers. The fingers of the two men came together correctly. The reformed girl tilted her head lightly and made a sound for the first time. The smooth silver fingers retracted a few millimeters, and tapped Yelly's fingertips, as if feeling that this soft thing was very interesting. Wouldn't it be Alita in the amnesia stage? Yelly was thinking. From the silver fingertips, a small amount of blue flame-like energy suddenly emerged. Wow. Even with Yelly's physique, he also felt a slight burn, and retracted his hand. Fortunately, there was no injury. This blue flame should be plasma energy similar to a lightsaber. Okay, dare to attack the Lord. Yelly grabbed Alita's two thin metal arms and twisted them behind her back. Then he turned her face down, with his left leg bent and pressed on her small metal waist, subduing her to the ground. The girl with the metal body was very cooperative throughout the whole process. She didn't resist. She was still blinking her big high-definition eyes. Why does this girl look a little silly? Could it be that the system that has always guaranteed quality has a problem with the rewards given this time? Thinking like this, Yelly asked the girl under him suspiciously, have you lost your memory? Yes. Alita nodded and asked, who are you? Why do I always feel that? I want to listen to you. Yelly said speechlessly, you know you want to listen to me, why don't you obediently call master? And set fire to me. What does the master mean? The reformed girl thought about it and apologized. Sorry, I felt something could be released from my fingers, so I tried it. Good guy. You try this. Ordinary people have to be burned for you. Yelly felt a little uncomfortable, but let her go first. He let go. Alita put one hand on the ground and turned upside down. I see. She twisted her waist, and those two thin metal legs made a series of pleasing movements very silky, such as horse and the like. After, even more, he tapped the ground with only one finger to support his body. Clearly a strong sense of balance and strength. Duh. Alita got familiar with her body, stood up again, pulled Yelly, and asked again. Who are you? I've said it all, I'm your master. But I don't understand this one, can I change it to something I can understand? Listening to the mechanical girl's non-stop questioning, Yelly was already a little upset, but now it was even more annoying, and he was not in a good mood. I'm your father? Okay, Dad. Alita froze for a moment. Yelly was also taken aback. You can understand if you don't know this. So you are my father. Alita smiled happily on her little face, as if she understood everything. No wonder you are my father, then I will be your daughter, and my daughter must definitely listen to what my father says. Yelly, what the hell? Why do I always feel that you deliberately recognize your father? Dad, why am I wearing this outside? Alita tugged at the clothes on her body. She is wearing a tight vest plus Wanda's same red long-sleeved jacket plus tight shorts to mid-thigh. Without underwear. After all, there is no need. Cough. Yelly wrapped a pair of black silk knee socks around her legs. Although your metal bumps are nothing to hide, it's better to put them on so as not to be indecent. Now he always feels a kind of visual sense of dressing up his treasured physical doll. 0. Seeking flowers. I definitely know that I have to get dressed when I go out, and I'm not that shy. Alita rolled her big eyes and complained. I mean, it's not a pretty dress. What? It was the first time for Yeadai to hear someone say that the clothes he matched were not good looking, so he immediately took out a pen and paper and handed it to her. Do you want a set? The mechanical girl glanced at it and said simply, I won't, Dad. Then you sing. Yelly also felt a little flustered when Alita called her daddy to the left and daddy to the right. It was the first time someone called him dad seriously. In other words, many of his firsts have been contributed to this mechanical girl in this short period of time. After all, the system's reward this time is really against the Skye, and it directly rewarded him with a daughter. Get dressed and go, Alita. Yelly plans to take the reformed girl out for a stroll, to observe which common sense is sound and which is missing. In case one day, she does something like take the plasma fire and burn that unlucky guy. 0. By the way, I also went to the Sanyeji Research Institute to check her body and see if there were any problems other than amnesia. Alita. Alita's eyes became puzzled again, as if she had never heard of this name. Well, forget that you don't even know your own name. Yelly pinched the simulated skin on her face. From now on, your name will be Alita. Alita. Alita read it once, and then she suddenly looked very happy, and jumped up and hugged Yelly. I like. Oh, you are quite heavy for ordinary people. Baba, come here, Vinica, meet new friends, you may have something in common. Yelly waved to the black motorcycle calling out from the garage, and it drove over cheerfully. Woon. Vinica? Is that her? Alita brushed the palm of Veronica's naturally curved body lightly, and praised. She's so pretty. Baba. Vinica didn't resist, and called out twice to say hello. Alita also responded, Hi Vinica, this is Alita. Want to ride her? Yelly hugged Alita's slender waist and put her on Vinica's car seat. Alita, this is not good. It's okay, she won't mind. But I can't drive. Then I'll come. Yelly crossed his legs and sat behind Alita, wrapped his arms around her metal body, and grabbed the handlebar, ready to feel the rush of speed. What do you feel? A cold female voice came from diagonally behind. Silver Sable Sylph, who was guarding the gate of the manor, happened to pass by for dinner, glanced at Alita's face and said, Boss, it's really you who brought 2 girls back within a day. Mountain. Silver, it's really rare for you to take the initiative to talk to me. How dare I not say hello to the big benefactor? Miss Silver Sable said arrogantly. She won't admit it, she still has a good impression of the boss Yelly now. This is all thanks to those dog-licking fans who ran to her social account and praised her attentively. Every day they comment on how legendary the goddess mercenary career is, and how beautiful the life photos that have been dug out are. Even Sylphie, who has a cold appearance, is a little complacent amidst the constant flattery. I am really excellent. The harder these passionate fans lick, the more their goddess will love Yelly. Are you taking her out to play? As Sylph spoke, her eyes shifted to Alita's fluttering eyes, and she praised with a smile. The beautiful big eyes are so special. I wish you a good time. She leaned closer and Yelly's chic silver lipstick was printed on his face a wave. It's getting late, remember to come back early, or your little girlfriends will be unhappy. WOU. Yelly was a little surprised, and thanked the silver-clad beauty. Thank you for the kiss, Sylph, it made me feel better. Oh. Sylph was also in a good mood and said, Is there such a magical effect? Definitely after all, when such a beautiful lady presents a sweet kiss, anyone will enjoy it for a long time. Compared with Silver Sable fans, all kinds of hype, Yelly's exaggerated praise is nothing. But Sylph was very happy to hear it. Her pink tongue skipped her upper lip and said, If it's yes face, I won't get tired of it no matter how much I taste it. Europeans and Americans are Europeans and Americans, even if it's a cold beauty like Silver. Wouldn't she express her enthusiasm when she meets someone she likes? That's not as good as our. Yelly feels that there is a chance to make a date. He was just flirting with 790 Silver, but he didn't expect her to be so straightforward. But, while the two are flirting, Alita, who was watching, looked at Silver's appearance and silver clothes. Silver hair, silver lips. She looked at the silver metal parts on her body again, and then looked at the intimate behavior between Silver and Yelly. Mother. The mechanical girl suddenly shouted at Ms. Silver Sable. Silver? Yelly also? Don't yell. Yelly patted Alita on the head. Alita pointed at Silver with a silver slender finger and said, Isn't she my mother? Yelly's face darkened, and she firmly denied, No. Hehe asterisk. Silver also recovered from the surprise, folded her arms, covered her mouth with her fingers, and smiled lightly. Little sister, I'm not your mother, your mothers are all in the manor. She looked at Alita's baby face, with an inexplicable smile in her eyes, thinking that Alita was playing some exciting play with Yelly. My mom's. Alita's eyes are also full of surprise. Hey, don't listen to her nonsense. Yelly also didn't care about making an appointment with Silver, so he drove away with Alita. Woon. Vinica was very fast, and she drove away from Sunnyville in a few seconds. So urgent. The silver-haired beauty looked at Yelly's back, put her fingertips in front of her small mouth, stroked the soft lips that had just kissed him, and the snake tip slid down the inside of the white teeth, and she murmured eagerly, Boss is so good at it. Playing. If I follow him, wouldn't I be able to experience many kinds of happiness? Women, no matter how beautiful they are, there are needs. Let alone a European and American woman like Silver. She is also a girl in her 20s, and she thinks she can find Yelly. Occasionally adjust the hormone. Then who is my mother? As Vinica's car passed through rows of greenways, Alita was still asking this question. How do I know who your mother is? Yelly thought for a while. Tian Lu fooled her and said, Your mother called the system, remember? Shampoo. Alita fell silent, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, she turned her head. Are you lying to me? Hehe, you're quite smart. Hey, what are you doing? In the middle of Yelly's words, he quickly grabbed Alita's little head, preventing her from printing her thin pink lips on her face. What are you doing, little girl? I'm getting hot. I know I'm handsome, but I'm not who I can kiss you. I saw that big Silver sister did that just now, and I want to try how it feels. The facial expression of the mechanical girl is very agile, and the big eyes seem to be able to speak. The imitation leather of your face. What is there to try? Yelly definitely wouldn't speak so unfeelingly, looking around, looking for something to divert her energy. Coincidentally, Vernica has driven to the street by itself. Alita, didn't you say you don't like the clothes I made? Are you going to a clothing store? Yelly pointed to a high-end custom clothing store. Alita glanced at the exhibition cabinet, shook her head and said, It's not good looking, it's not as beautiful as yours. Do you want some lube then? Yelly pointed at the mechanical parts shop cheaply again, and then he regretted it. As expected. From the eyes of the big eyes of the mechanical girl, it can be seen that she seems a little angry. But when she glanced at a place out of the corner of her eyes became curious again. What are they doing around there? Where Alita pointed. It is in front of a big screen in a street building. There, the passing pedestrians stopped unconsciously, discussing the content on the big playback screen with great interest. Ready Player One? An epic-making holographic simulation game? What is that? Wow, brother, why are you acting like an old antique? Holographic simulation refers to virtual reality, which allows players to experience a game experience very similar to reality. Virtual reality? Impossible, this thing is not even widely used by the military. How can it be directly used by civilians? Maybe it's a liar who wants to cut the leaks of our players? My uncle's nephew's second brother is playing a so-called holographic game, and he is dizzy and vomiting. Huh? Your uncle's nephew's? Is it your second? You are wrong. I also don't think it's possible. It must be some game manufacturer who wants to make money. No, look at the name below, and the logo of the Ghost Spider Club. This is an emerging leading group force. Yes, my goddess Ghost Spider will not lie to me. Don't talk nonsense, it's nothing to do with the Ghost Spider. Maybe it's a game supervised by my genius goddess, the female knight, she is the president. But I heard she doesn't care. Nonsense? Where did you hear the gossip? Climb. The crowd next to the big screen was noisy, some believed and some did not. After all, virtual reality is too new for them. Whoon. Above the big screen suddenly, 10 white drones flew down. It began to build a very real virtual image above the crowd. It's brother? Come and kill me. A figure stands above the void, which is the standard image of a clone soldier. Want to check out the real and wonderful game environment? Do you want to experience the feeling of being a superhuman? Then come to Ready Player One while it will let you. Oh my god, this image is so real, it feels like I'm standing in front of me and talking. Isn't this the fearless mercenaries of the Silver Sable Company? It turned out to be a game based on them? Then I must buy it. Can I see the Silver Sable goddess in the game? I hope she is the NPC who issues tasks, the kind that can interact. Passers-by discuss. The clone soldier continued to say the advertising words, internal testing time, virtual reality glasses and simulation warehouses are on sale for a limited time. No 98? No 98? Just $98? Virtual glasses rent back home? Puff. Passerby, who said before that he would buy a popular game, almost spit out a mouthful of blood. 90,008 knives. It's still rented? This is a game only for the rich, right? Use salary to create happiness, no money to play with your MB? No matter what some passers-by who are not economically well off think, such large screens and drones are placed everywhere in UU City. It will spread to other cities in the future, and the first closed beta of Ready Player One is temporarily limited to beauty nuts. What's that? It's amazing. Alita looked at it for a while, until the traffic police came to clear the street before regaining consciousness. Are you interested in fighting? Then when the server opens, I can show you around. Yelly is also very satisfied with the promotion speed of this game, but the advertising words are a bit stretched. It must be what Lao Ma thought. There is also a holographic simulation device for the game. In the future, we have to find a way to reduce the production cost. His purpose is not to make money, but to let more people experience happiness. In this impetuous era, think about yourself and feel great. Yelly was complacent, and saw a snack cart pushing nearby. It is estimated that there are many people here. Want to try my luck? Near the snack food truck, some people bought it, but not many. It should be that the items sold are relatively unpopular. Yelly asked Alita, want to eat? I'll show you around. Speaking of which, he hasn't bought snacks on the street for a long time. When it comes to food, Alita instinctively shines her eyes and nods incessantly. She has taste sensors too. Another snack. Yelly amusedly pulled the mechanical girl and approached the dining car. Just after getting closer, he was a little disappointed. Because the food truck sells handmade chocolates, he is not very interested in this. But, see, Alita is still staring at the dining car. Yelly then said to the grandmother, how to sell it? Well, as soon as the words are exported. He just laughed. I haven't bought it for a long time. Subconsciously use the language of the previous life. Angry. At his present worth. Where do you need to ask the price when buying something? Very cheap, as long as. The old lady wearing reading glasses gave Alita a small piece of chocolate with a warm smile. The little girl is so cute. Come, try it. This piece is given to you by Grandma. No money. Thank you, Grandma. Alita took it happily and took a sip. Her expression stretched immediately. It's really delicious. What is this called? The mechanical girl closed her eyes, moved her pink tongue, and her face was full of expressions of enjoyment. This is too delicious. I declare, this is my favorite food. Yelly rubbed her head amusedly. Is it that delicious? The expression is exaggerated like a little princess in Disney animation. The little girl is so innocent, isn't she a princess? Seeing Alita's sincere praise, the old grandma was also very happy, and handed her another large piece of chocolate. Oh, maybe it's more appropriate to use the name Little Angel from Heaven. Come on, little angel, I like it, and Grandma will give you another piece. This time, Alita didn't take it immediately, but looked up at Yelly first. Yelly nodded, take it. Anyway, he will tell people afterward, just give this kind old lady a little reward. Alita took it happily, and shook her head. Young man, this is for you. Because of Alita, the old lady felt very happy today, and gave Yelly a piece. Thanks. Seeing that the stall owner was so kind, Yelly also chatted with her. Grandma is so old, why does she still come out to set up a stall? Is there any financial difficulty? If so, he wouldn't mind subsidizing a chocolate shop for her. Hihi, no. The old lady shook her hand and said with a cheerful smile. My wife left a few years ago, and my children don't have much time to visit me. I was too lonely and boring at home by myself, so I pushed a small cart to sell the chocolates I made, and chat with customers, right? Talking. She looked at Alita, who was still nibbling on chocolate, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Speaking of which, I have a daughter named Sharon Carter who is older than this little girl. She adores her aunt very much, and insists on joining in like her aunt. Well, not much to say about this. Is this little girl your younger sister, or, hihi, old lady, my eyes are a little blurry, I can't see clearly. Oh, she's me. Yelly responded casually with 0.2, but he was thinking in his heart. Sharon Carter? Isn't that the niece of S.H.I.E.L.D's first-generation agent, Captain America's old lover Peggy Carter? Because he was in a daze. There was no immediate reply to Sharon's mother. Alita tugged at the hem of his clothes and helped to answer. He is my father. Well, maybe he should be called Master. Papa said. I want to call him Master. The mechanical girl thought she was very witty, and took the opportunity to ask, then the Master might also mean Dad, Grandma? Dad is the Master, and the Master is Dad, isn't that right? What? Granny? Yelly also? Yelly saw. The grandma completely changed her expression. Look into his eyes. As if looking at some peerless perverted scum. It seems to be regarded as a ghost father. See this Sharon Carter's mom, with her hand under the dining table, ready to call the police. Yelly spoke quickly. Ahem, I think I can explain. He didn't want George to know about it. Almost en dash? At this time, suddenly there was a breaking wind approaching. The unknown object swirled and passed in front of Alita, cutting the piece of chocolate in her hand into two pieces. Half of the chocolate fell to the ground. The unidentified object continued to fly towards the stunned grandmother stall owner. Careful. The silver palm quickly stretched out, blocking the front of the weapon, and grabbed it. Clang? What's this? Alita stretched her arm back, and found that what she held was a round shield with a pattern of stars and stripes. Ho! The old granny took a sharp breath and covered her chest. She first misunderstood the relationship between Yelly and Alita and was stunned, and was almost cut to the neck by shield. A lot of age, can't stand this stimulation. What's up with her? Alita looked a little anxious when she saw this kind old lady suddenly acting like this. Yelly helped support the stall owner. It's okay, it should be a heart attack, I can handle it. Who did it? Hearing Yelly can solve it. Alita turned her head and looked angrily at the attacker. The person's image. Yelly is very familiar. Neck-length hair. Strong fitness. Black face mask. Cold eyes. He is wearing a combat uniform, with a large gun in his right hand, and a bright silver metal arm in his left hand, with a Sulian red star pattern on the shoulder. 10. It's Winter Soldier Bucky. And not far from Bucky, Captain America Rogers stopped. He was rushing to the stall owner, trying to save someone. Turn out to be. Just now he fought Winter Soldier here and threw out the shield. As a result, Bucky accurately grabbed it and threw it aside, which happened to be in the direction of the stall owner. What? Seeing that his shield was easily caught by a little girl, Steve Rogers was also a little surprised. This is a vibranium alloy shield. Not a paper shield. How can anyone pick it up? Captain America's feeling now is the same as when Bill saw his hammer being randomly ordered. Seeing Steve's surprised expression, Yelly chuckled slightly, and thought to himself, you also have a day when your weapon is played by others, Rogers. President, yeah? It turned out to be you. Yelly smiled. Get Steve's attention. The surprise on Captain America's face was soon relieved. If President, yeah, that's normal. If the people around Yelly were ordinary people, Steve Rogers would be surprised. Don't run. Rogers had no time to greet Yelly, shouted, and chased after the fleeing Winter Soldier. But, someone is faster than him? Who? Alita took Captain America's shield and rushed towards Bucky quickly. Although she had a metal body, her movements seemed strangely light and agile. Blah blah. She even stomped a few times on the street wall and caught up with Bucky in seconds. In the face of evil, I will never stand idly by. The mechanical girl stepped on the wall and jumped. Her body was sideways in midair, her knees swept, and she headed towards the side of Winter Soldier's head. Judgment. Bucky's eyes reflect the metal-knee round face, making his cold pupils make waves. It was his first time meeting such a strong opponent. Last minute. Boom. He raised the big gun in his arms to block. Click. The attack was blocked at the cost of the guns falling apart. Suddenly, the Winter Soldier, who has been trained by the devil, didn't miss Alita's attack, and the silver metal arm smashed through. Clang. There was a sound of metal clashing. Surprised both of them? Oh, you are also a reformer. The metal slender palm of the mechanical girl held it up, easily blocking Bucky's fist. But it looks like it's been remodeled a bit. Pang? Winter Soldier didn't mean to talk nonsense. He retracted his fist, and punched out again. This time, Alita simply raised the shield of her left hand and blocked the attack. Pang, pang, pang. Bucky looked for punches from different angles, but Alita blocked them all with a shield. Obviously, his body coordination is nothing compared to the dexterous body made by the mechanical girl's nano-level technology. Your shield is quite useful. Alita thought the shield belonged to Winter Soldier. It's over, it's my turn. Talking, she swayed, using shields on both hands and feet, and constantly moved to Bucky's blind spot to attack. Boom, clang, boom, bump. When Alita moves, she doesn't feel the heaviness of a robot at all. She is like a light kung fu master. Fist, foot, palm knife, high kick and shield strike. Beat Winter Soldier defenseless. Basically, you can only hug your head and get beaten. Awesome. Is it the new 440 superhero? Steve watched his shield being played like a tiger, and he could only fold his arms to watch the show, because the Winter Soldier mask didn't fall off, so he didn't recognize that it was his good friend Bucky. He just went to talk to Yelly. Stand up. What's her name? Iron Maiden. Yelly vetoed the captain's arbitrary title. Don't put Tony's title on Alita. Here. Alita is also tired of beating. Ready to end this fight. Blue flame-like plasma energy spread from her fingers, hitting the golden shield in her hand. Leave a lesson for you? Be careful next time. Say it. The mechanical girl escaped a counterattack from Winter Soldier, and the shield wrapped in blue plasma energy slashed down. Zilla, shield hot knife cut buttery. Cut silver arm. Bang. There was a metallic landing. In Bucky's unbelievable eyes, there is only a hot and red cut on his left. Winter Soldier. I broke my arm early. President Ye recently developed an online game. You saw that too. There is a lot of publicity. Hihi, this is really a novel solution for an old guy like me. Steve was chatting with Yelly without saying a word, and saw Alita cut off Winter Soldier's arm directly. I have to catch him. Steve stepped forward to take over, and after a few tricks, he was subdued by Yenguo's best friend. Then he looked at Alita and thanked him with a smile. Thank you, little girl. Can I have my shield back? Alita hid the shield behind her back, swearing her sovereignty. It's not yours, it's my trophy. Pound #**. Little girl, listen to me, I threw this out. Captain America also wanted to explain something to this emerging superhero. The mechanical girl was very witty. You threw it away, didn't you? Just don't want it. Steve, I'm speechless. Do you like this? Yelly came over at this moment and asked. Yeah. Alita nodded. This shield material can carry her plasma blue fire, which is rare. Words about vibranium. The system rewards so much that a ghost spider is made of vibranium, and it can be dismantled casually. Forget it. It's better not to dismantle randomly. Anyway, vibranium is in Wakanda and there are many under the sea. Seeing that Alita likes Yelly, Tien is thinking about it. However, Captain America's shield is not ordinary vibranium, but vibranium alloy. It is an accidental product. There is no formula. He didn't know whether Alita liked the shield or the vibranium creation, so he asked her about it. Do you like the material of this shield, or this shield? Alita swung it a few times, feeling that the shield weapon is not very smooth. I want it to be a material that won't be damaged by fire. It would be great if it was a knife. I prefer to use a knife. Okay, if it's the material, it's fine. Yelly fully agreed. If it wasn't for the Institute's lack of nanoscale mechanical manufacturing technology, he would have been able to create a vibranium body for Alita. It's not that it can't be created, it's just that the created body won't be so dexterous and silky. Alita said yes here. Yelly threw the shield back to the poor captain. Here, return it to you. Is there anything else? Forward. Steve glanced at the pinned down Winter Soldier below him. No, thank you President Ye this time. I still have tasks here, so I will express my thanks again when I have time. Well, you two have fun. Yelly thought for a moment, then casually sent Bucky's robotic arm that fell to the ground back to the research institute. If the geese have plucked their feathers, it can't be that there is nothing to gain. Boy. Just when Yelly was about to leave with Alita, the cured stall owner's grandmother hurriedly called to stop the two of them. Thank you, thanks to your action, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to see my daughter. She apologized to Yelly. Sorry young man, I misunderstood you just now. A kind-hearted young man like you should not be that kind of person. She looked at Alita again, and asked, the little girl should not be you. No. Yelly pinched Alita's bouncy face and explained with a smile. She's a robot I built, so she likes to call me Papa and Master. Alita retorted, I'm not a machine, Yelly squeezed her small mouth directly. Oh my god, it's actually a robot. The old lady was more knowledgeable than the average person, so she wasn't particularly shocked. Is the little machine girl like him, a superhero? She looked at Alita's exposed silver palm, then at Captain America's back, and suddenly sighed. Alas, superhero, Sharon's aunt has been waiting for him for a long time. Forward. Yelly saw that Sharon's mother was beginning to feel sad, interrupted her. If nothing happens, we'll. Hihi, why are you leaving in such a hurry? How about going to my house for a light meal? What do you call the young man? Since you know Captain America, your identity is not simple. The old lady warmly invited, my daughter is quite beautiful, and it's time to talk about a boyfriend at her age. I can introduce you to me. I almost died. She should be willing to come back. Sharon Carter, although there is no super ability. Yelly thought about it. Nodding in agreement. You can just call me Ya. Since Grandma has kindly invited you, I can't refuse. As long as he becomes Sharon Carter's extraordinary relationship account and successfully loads the template, his basic physique can also be strengthened a little. Little makes more is not. Wanda's relationship account mission didn't respond. If he wants to become more stable and stronger, he can only use this step-by-step method. Haha, okay. Sharon's mother was very happy to hear that Yeli agreed to come down, and the more she watched him, the more satisfied she became. Don't call me grandma, or the seniority will mess up the village. Mom, what happened to you? Sharon Carter, who was on a mission, hurried back. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her mother enjoying dinner with two strangers, talking and laughing. One of the little sisters, with big eyes flickering, exaggeratedly praised each food she ate. Another handsome young man has a special temperament, and he can't take his eyes off her, an elite agent who graduated from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. But why does it seem like I have seen it somewhere? Sharon, you are finally back. Sharon's mother greeted her daughter with a smile. Come and sit down, let me introduce you to Mr. Ye. Mom, didn't you say something happened to you? Sharon Carter sat next to her mother, opposite Yeli, with suspicious eyes. You didn't lie to me, did you? 150. What are you talking about? In front of outsiders, would mommy lie to you? Sharon's mother said unhappily, I'm not a wolf, I was almost cut off by the shield of your aunt's old lover, and I was scared to have a heart attack. Aunt's old lover, that's Roger. Sharon Carter paused for a while, and glanced at Ye and Lee with a little vigilance. No need to hide, Mr. Ye also knows Captain Rogers, this little girl is still a new superhero. Sharon's mother knew her daughter's thoughts just by looking at her daughter's expression. Your mother was saved by these two, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see me. That's it. Sharon Carter softened Yeli's eyes a lot and said gratefully, Mr. Ye, and this little sister, I really don't know, Bada, how to thank you. My name is Alita. Alita interjected, raising her hand. Thank you, Alita. Sharon Carter felt a lot more cordial seeing Alita being so cute. Hehe. Mother Sharon took the opportunity to introduce her to her daughter. This Mr. Ye, whose full name is Yeli, is a great artist. You are not too young. Look, Mr. Ye said that he is interested in you. Yeli sweated when he heard it. I just agreed to come over for dinner. When did I say this? His purpose of coming to Sharon Carter was pure, to improve his strength. Definitely, look at this female agent is also very pretty. If something happens during the process of improving strength, he doesn't mind. Mom, what are you talking about? Sharon Carter blushed shyly when she heard this, and glanced at Yeli from time to time. Apparently, the girl also wants such an outstanding and handsome man in her heart. But she looked at it, and the more she looked at it, the more she remembered. The name her mother said was also playing repeatedly in her mind. Yeli, 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 it's him. Sharon Carter looked at Yeli and asked in surprise, are you President Ye? Huh? Sharon, you also know Mr. Ye. Sharon's mother had heard Steve call Yeli that way. Faye. Sharon Carter is still looking at Yeli and seems interested in him. Mr. Ye is a legend. Seniors Natasha Romanoff and Barbara have praised him with me. Oh, that's just right. Mother Sharon happily pulled up her daughter and Yeli, pushed them into a room, and closed the door by the way. You two have a good chat alone, you can chat about any hobbies. This room. It was Sharon Carter's room. Mother. Sharon Carter's shy and anxious voice came from the room. I haven't even finished dinner yet, you really? It's okay, Mom is warming it up for you. Sharon's mother thought for a while, then turned to the doorway. Mom is going to visit your aunt tonight, you two can relax a little bit. Mom? What nonsense are you talking about? Sharon's mother looked at the door a little funny. The door is unlocked. Her professionally trained daughter can come out by herself if she doesn't want to. Only calling mother shyly in the inside, it means that the mouth is hard. Sigh, Sharon, Mom is heartbroken about your lifelong event 0128054110 Fila 221252300. Sharon's mother, as someone who has experienced it, knows the truth of taking action when it is time to do so. Before she left, she glanced at Alita, who was still cooking hard, and instructed. Alita, don't bother them. Alita nodded. I won't disturb Dad looking for Mom. Hehe, what a sensible child. Sharon's mother left satisfied and went to visit Peggy Carter. Hello, President Ye. Now that the matter was over, Sharon Carter originally didn't feel disgusted, so she invited Yeli to sit down, bit her lips and said, what would you like to talk about? Miss Carter, it's boring to chat, we can have something interesting. Yeli is not interested in grinding slowly for a little reward, so this time, she plans to quickly reveal her relationship with Sharon Carter. Since you've heard Natasha Romanoff and Barbara mention me, you should know that I'm good at painting portraits. Do you want to paint my portrait? Sharon Carter is a little happy, which is a recognition of her appearance. Because I heard from the two seniors that Yeli usually only paints portraits of beauties. Yeli smiled ambiguously, that's right, but wearing this dress can't perfectly reflect your figure. Sharon Carter is now wearing a set of mission casual clothes. You don't want me to wear some sexy underwear, do you? Sharon Carter knows that Yeli also likes to make models wear very little, or even nothing. So for a while, she is a little reluctant. You don't need to be so exposed, just. Yeli used the mind gem to influence her struggling mind a little bit. Since he intends to brush quickly, he doesn't mind using some auxiliary means. Would it be fine to wear this? Then fine. You turn around, don't peek at me changing clothes. Sharon Carter hesitated for a while, but still didn't want to let go of the opportunity to talk to such a high-quality man as Yeli, so she matched with a piece of clothing he picked. Yeli also felt a little seductive when she heard the movement behind her. Okay, turn around. Sharon Carter finished. Yelly then turned back, his eyes lit up a little. I saw. The blonde was wearing a sexy blue low-cut jumpsuit, her career line was clearly visible, her arms and big white legs were exposed, and a small gold bracelet on her hand was dazzling. Can I start drawing? Sharon Carter was seen looking a little uncomfortable. This posture is not acceptable. Yelly pulled a chair and put it next to her, guiding. Come on, step on it, sit on the table and don't look so stiff. Oh, Sharon Carter was also intrigued by Yelly's profession, and obediently followed his movements to pose. During this period, naturally, physical contact is indispensable. Those round white legs were inevitably caressed intentionally or unintentionally by Yelly's palm. Sharon Carter stepped on the high-heeled shoes on the chair according to what Yelly said, maintaining a calm expression on her face, but her body trembled unconsciously twice. Perfect. This is the pose. Yelly took off the paintbrush in her mouth, and started to draw on the drawing paper beside Sharon. Bang bang. Sharon Carter is not a professional model. This is the first time she poses in front of a man in such a shameful way. What's more, it was Yelly who was such a seductive man in front of him. His eyes swept across the body she had cherished for many years without any scruples. 0 for flowers. Let her heart be pounding. Some time passed. Yelly paints very fast and doesn't keep the beauties waiting long. How about it? Seeing that Sharon Carter was almost teased, Yelly took the painted portrait and leaned next to her to enjoy it with her. It looks like. Sharon Carter has a voice like a mosquito. Now, she thinks what her mother said is quite reasonable. Maybe. 000. She can really consider and develop a relationship. This interesting man in front of him is indeed a good choice. Just thinking about it. The blonde beauty felt a pair of hands around her waist. Yelly lowered his head, first kissed the corner of her lips lightly, and then slowly slid. Beautiful girls are actually not as difficult as men imagine, they also have desires. It's just that sometimes, Gang Fang is not bold enough. Definitely. The premise is to have capital, such as being rich and good-looking enough. Otherwise, there may be a risk of squatting. Having become Sharon Carter's extraordinary relationship account, the relationship account task will be triggered according to the inner desire of the target. Please pay attention to check the task at any time. As Yelly expected, the pre-task relationship was quickly reached. If you want to talk about the kind of intimacy between a stranger and a man that can be achieved quickly, it is naturally an ambiguous relationship. The next step in the quick template is to find a way to trigger the task. This is difficult to say, but also simple to say. Thinking about it, Yelly bit Silky lightly, and teased the beauty who was gnawing with her eyes closed. Sharon, open your eyes. Sharon opened her blurred eyes, and saw a pair of demonic sheep pattern pupils. She is just an ordinary person, and she doesn't have the resistance of Wanda, so she fell into the vortex of this dream all at once. To say what Sharon Carter desires most about 707. Naturally, a legendary experience like her aunt, Margaret Peggy Carter. In a dream, she became a legendary agent like her aunt. And just like in the Carter agent story, there is a man named Rogers. In Sharon Carter's dream, there is also a man with a hazy face who has been with her all the time. Your name is Yelly, from Longguo? Are you interested in having a drink? You are also an agent. Which department do you work for? Spear Bureau? What is that? Lee, I think we can cooperate this time. Yeah? Mission accomplished? Lee, let's have a celebratory kiss. Don't be shy. This mission is very dangerous. Lee, after my mission is completed, can you dance with me? The night was getting darker. Yelly looked at the blonde beauty lying on the bed. His eyebrows were sometimes angry, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, and he didn't know what he had dreamed clearly. He can only fabricate the setting and general direction of the dream, and the specific details depend on the subconscious mind of the person involved. I'm sorry, Lee. I'm afraid I will miss the appointment. The moonlight shone through the screen window on Sharon Carter's fair and round face, and a drop of crystal slipped from the corner of her eyes. Yelly was sitting next to her, shedding crocodile eyes too. Cough. No. He also let out a scumbag sigh. Hey, this ability is really amazing at playing with emotions. It's a must-have skill for Aquaman. Sharon Carter groaned and slowly opened her eyes. I am. That dream was so real. In a short dream, she felt as if she had lived half her life. Maybe I'm too tired from work. Yelly said flickeringly. I fell asleep right away. You? Sharon Carter noticed Yelly by the bedside. Her expression froze immediately, and she stared at him for a while. What's wrong? Yelly spoke softly. In fact, knowingly asked. Nothing. Sharon Carter came back to her senses, and looked at the night outside the window with concealed eyes. It's so late. You haven't left yet. You don't really want to spend the night with me. Yelly smiled hypocritically. I'm not worried about you. The beauty was quiet for a while, then turned her head gently, and looked at him with light and obedience. Would you like a drink? From Tada. Seeing Sharon walking towards the door, Alita, who opened a crack to peek, hurriedly hid. Then she saw this blonde sister walking back to the room with a big bottle in her arms. Tada. The mechanical girl sneaked back to the door of the room again, opened the door to peek. Rustling. The clear and transparent wine is poured into 2 glasses. 0. Sharon kept 1 cup for herself, and handed the other cup to Yelly, smiling coquettishly. Come cheers. Cheers. Yelly took a sip and glanced at the wine bottle on the bedside table. Hey, the degree is quite high. It should be Sharon Carter's father's collection of wine. Huh, then what I drink is not a relic. Really? What are you doing with such a stingy drink? Gudong, gudong. Sharon Carter gulped down the sake in the glass, sticking out her pink tongue. Drink, just like me. She blushed from drinking. The wine bottle has also bottomed out. Huh? Not enough. I'll get another bottle. 5.7. Drunkly, Sharon stood up and wobbled a few times before she regained her footing. Don't bother. Yelly quickly supported her. You are about to fall before you leave the room. Then. Sharon sprinkled her blonde hair on his shoulders, leaned her head against him, and gasped. Then you dance with me, Lee, you help me dance. Dancing in this suit. Yelly's eyes slipped a little, and she glanced at the sexy jumpsuit she was still wearing. That's too tempting. Trigger Sharon Carter's relationship account mission: dance with her. The Sharon Carter template can be superimposed after the task is completed. Yelly was slightly happy when he heard the system's voice. Sure enough, the method he tried to earn rewards quickly is feasible. Yes, it is like that. Sharon's blonde hair is constantly stroking Yelly's neck. But with his physique, he wouldn't feel itchy, so he just let her go. Dancing like this, without music, wouldn't it be boring? Yelly supported Sharon's slender waist, which was stretched from exercise, and walked lightly with her feet. He is versatile. A pas de deux is no problem at all. And it's easy to dance with a drunk female partner. 10. I'm so happy. Sharon murmured, bringing her lips to his ear, her voice seductive. Lee, what kind of music do you want? Do you want to hear my solo? Oh, do you need my auxiliary syllable? Yelly, as a veteran driver, I feel that I understand the meaning of my girlfriend. Breathing is also a little heavy. No need. Sharon smiled purely, just listen to me. I have left stars behind me, I will leave the stars behind me. And my train will carry me inward, the train will carry me onward. So it's not driving. Yelly was a little disappointed when he heard the slightly sad tune in his ears. Though my heart would surely stay, but my heart would never leave for a moment. Wami heart would surely stay, oh my heart won't leave for a moment. The silent night. Only Sharon's soft humming. It's just that the song isn't over yet. She paused and said softly, I'm a little sober. I'll dance with you. Just for a while, what can you sober up? Yelly is thinking so. I felt the weight of the beautiful woman in my arms pressing on him. Bringing him along, fell on the couch. After. It was indeed Sharon who danced with him. The state of drunkenness did not affect her performance. On the contrary, her dance moves are more enthusiastic and unrestrained. Yelly heard it too, the tactful solo he wanted to hear. Maybe it shouldn't be called solo, because. And the crunching and swaying accompaniment. Next morning. Sharon Carter relationship account mission, dance with her. Completed. Basic physique has been superimposed. Sharon Carter template. Current basic physique rating, peak of the Heavenly Father 11.56%. Single universe, only the basic physique paints, nothing else. Yelly lifted the quilt, revealing her sleek upper body, and tried to feel it with a fist. It did grow a bit, but not noticeably. It should be that the template for ordinary people is too weak, although a little less. But this moment, Yelly also had some enlightenment. Compared with all kinds of fancy abilities, the superposition of basic templates is the foundation of his continuous growth. In the past, I was negligent and completely resigned, so that my strength stagnated. Looks later. You need to use the newly obtained reward method for quick swipe, Ren. Let's get some more templates. 643. After planning your future goals, Yelly ordered in his mind. System, call up all my current templates and check them out. Gwen Stacy Ghost Spider. Night Jessica Yeah. Vibe Girl Daisy Johnson. Black Cat Felicia Hardy. Cobweb Cindy Moon. Mockingbird Barbara Morse. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Female Thor Jane Foster adopted into Thor template. Agent number 13 Sharon Carter. As can be seen, he is currently at the peak level Godfather with only his basic physique, thanks to the transformed Thor template. Definitely. The auxiliary gains of other templates are also essential. There is also a Silver Sable Sylph at home, and the original track also has a superhero status, which can be taken at any time. After viewing the overview visually, Yelly stretched his body comfortably, turned his head to look at the pillow, the girl who just contributed a template and first blood to him. What is black hair? On a large beige pillow. Loose, not Sharon Carter's blonde hair, but the back of the head with short black hair. Who are you? Yelly curiously tugged at her black hair, and raised her little head. Oops, Daddy, it hurts. The girl covered her head and piled Yelly's hand. Alita. Clang clang. Yelly tapped her metal body and asked. Why are you here? Don't tell me, I was maintaining the pen last night. What? Alita blinked her big eyes and said. Sister Sharon just woke up, I'll come over and sleep for a while. It turned out to be like this. Yelly hugged her slender and petite silver body. You have metal bumps all over, do you still need to sleep? Definitely, I'm a cyborg, not a robot. The mechanical girl pointed to her head, it's still a human brain inside. Tuck tuck. Mother Sharon, who had already returned home, knocked on the bathroom door. Who's in there? Mom, come back and pull. With a toothbrush in her mouth, Sharon Carter opened the bathroom door in a daze. Oh, my God. Mother Sharon was stunned for a moment. Subsequently, she said happily again, it seems that you are progressing more smoothly than Mom and I imagined. Young people really know how to play. Turn out to be. Morning Sharon. Or that blue jumpsuit. Did not replace. Mom, I can explain. Sharon was also brought back to her senses by her mother's reaction, and wanted to quibble. Explain what? Sharon's mother glanced down with a smile on her face, reminding her daughter. Watch out, Sharon, they're all gone. Sharon screamed, and quickly pulled back the hem of the clothes that had been pulled aside. She said how it was chilly just now. Then we'll go first. Yelly exchanged phone numbers with Sharon, who had already changed back to her regular clothes, and said goodbye. Look at that painting if you miss me. That painting. When Sharon Carter thought of the painting, she remembered last night. Her face couldn't help but heat up, and she handed him the blue jumpsuit on the folded package. Then this. I'll give it to you as a souvenir. Anyway, I'll just wear it for you to see. This implies that. Couldn't be more obvious. Yelly is not a fool either. Happy to take it. Compared with a phone call gesture. Keep in touch. Sharon Carter nodded with a warm smile. Brother, where did you go last night? Not long after Yelly left Sharon's house, he read the news that Jessica and the others had sent in the family group. Family group. The group name is Yelly and his family members. Likely, Cindy, Lee should be busy with something. Ghost Spider, Gwen, get used to it. I'm not an undercover agent, Barbara, by the way, who is that little maid? I haven't seen it before. Little assistant, Skye, she is new here, her name is Rachel, and she is responsible for cleaning for Lee. I'm not an undercover agent, Barbara, Wongs, this cleaning is definitely not serious? Brother's exclusive hot weapon, Jessica, why haven't you replied to me yet? A white cat is not a black cat, Felicia, huh? Jessica, why did you change your nickname in Chinese? What does it mean? Brother's exclusive hot weapon, Jessica, Lee help me get it, I mean it because I love him very much. Ghost Spider, Gwen, Brother's exclusive hot weapon, Jessica, Gwen, what does the ellipsis mean when you post it? Ghost Spider, Gwen, nothing. Just fool around with Jessica, this girl really uses this as a nickname. If she finds out the truth later. Yelly just worried for a while, then relieved. Well, it doesn't matter if you really find out. Anyway, it's almost the same, cough cough. He held the mobile phone and didn't enter any words. As soon as he thought about it, he sent a message. Just want to give a home, Yelly, everything is fine, tonight will be as usual. After reporting safety, Yelly turned off the screen and rubbed Alita's head next to her. Let's go, I'll take you to find materials for making weapons. According to the previous plan, Alita should be taken to Sanyi Ji to check her body first. But, if you go to get the Nirvana steel first, you can go to the research institute to make a knife after you get it. Daddy is so nice. Alita stood on tiptoe, wanting to kiss him again. If you think 390 is good for me, just obey me. Yelly pressed her forehead, and her body was quickly covered with the Black Knight Spider battle uniform. Undersea Kingdom. Talokan. Bababo. In the deep dark blue sea, two figures appeared in the blink of an eye, squeezing out the high-pressure sea water. Dad, why are you wearing this black dress? You look handsome. You like this style. Seeing that Alita liked this style, Yelly activated the weaving magic, turning her red coat into a black leather jacket. Oh, this looks much better. By the way, is this the sea? Alita looked around curiously, and when she lowered her head to look at the bottom of the sea, her expression froze. Why are there buildings under here? Is there someone living on the bottom of the sea? Soon you'll find out. Yelly didn't dawdle. After finding the huge vibranium meteorite on the bottom of the sea, he started to activate the Imperial Object ability of the chicken charm. Rumbling. The black meteorite with a metallic luster was slowly pulled out from the mud on the seabed. A large pothole appeared on the bottom of the sea, and silt and seawater poured in constantly. Even at the bottom of the sea, this movement caused huge amounts of noise. It can be seen that there are large stretches of exotic seagrass growing on the vibranium meteorite. This is bluegrass. Similar to Wakanda's heart-shaped grass, bluegrass is also a species that is radiated by the vibranium meteorite and produces a transformation. After taking bluegrass, it will grow gills, can survive in water, and has a body-strengthening degree comparable to heart-shaped grass. The side effect is that it cannot survive on land, and it will die if it is out of water for too long. Yelly is admiring the beautiful seaweed swaying in the sea, and her figure is also floating, approaching the vibranium meteorite. Whoon. The blue light bloomed on the wrist, quickly wrapped the entire vibranium meteorite and began to transmit. For such a large amount of raw materials, it is not suitable to put in any storage base, so he set the destination as the mothership Ghost Spider, which is large enough. Stop. Evil creature. You are blaspheming. At this time, a large number of strange races with gills, holding spears and weapons, quickly swam towards Yelly. They are soldiers of the Talakang National Army, all of whom have taken bluegrass. The rise of the vibranium meteorite stunned the people of Talakang. They didn't know what was going on for a while, but when they saw Yelly approaching the meteorite, they probably guessed that it was him. Then, Talakang immediately chose the National Army to dispatch, rushing towards the meteorite. With the meteorite wrapped in blue light as the center, the Talakang soldiers with bewildered faces are like a huge school of sardines. If someone with trypophobia is here, I'm afraid they will faint on the spot. But, no matter how anxious the Talokans are, it will be too late. Hyun, the blue light suddenly disappeared in a flash, disappeared together. Naturally there are also vibranium meteorites, with the two figures next to it. Naturally, Yelly wouldn't just stay here in a daze. He wasn't a battle freak, and he wasn't interested in waiting for Namor to come and fight him. Nemo Mackenzie, King Talakang, the first superhero in the history of Marvel Comics, and also a mutant. Get things in hand, that is. If you still deliberately wait for someone to come over, and then show off your power and hit someone in the face, that would be too cheap. Anyway, they are all guys who can't breathe without water. Even if they are not reconciled, can they rush to space to get back vibranium? Definitely. The Talakang female general who scolded the evil just now, Yeli, also used a little trick to punish her for her words of contempt for the gods. Vibranium raw materials are available. Yeli did not choose to go directly to the research institute, because dealing with vibranium also requires related techniques. Naturally, he will not let the researchers study slowly. After all, Wakanda and Talakang have ready-made technologies. After thinking about it, Yeli decided to visit Wakanda. After all, it's not very good to just catch Talakang and make wool hard. The raw materials are taken from Talakang, and the technology is taken from Wakanda. Should the rain and dew be evenly soaked? And he feels that Wakanda's use of vibranium is a bit more advanced than Talakang. The blue light flickered. Yeli appeared in the Wakanda Scientific Research Department, the core research room. The energy shield covering the entire Wakanda is just useless in front of the space jam. Who are you? An intruder. Surui and other researchers, who were doing research, were alert when they saw the black figure suddenly appearing. Shuri, sister of Black Panther T'Challa, Princess of Wakanda. Guards. A scientific researcher was about to open his mouth to call for help, but found that his mouth could not be opened, as if it was closed by an invisible force, and he could only scream. SHH, keep quiet. Yeli put an index finger in front of the mask, indicating silence, and then walked towards the central computer terminal. Wakanda's core scientific research data must be disconnected from the outside world, and he needs to come here if he wants to read it. What do you want? Surui stared at him and questioned. While hiding his hands behind his back, he secretly put on a pair of glove-style vibranium weapons. Hehe. Yeli heard the slight sound, and did not stop it. He tapped a finger on the central computer console, mind gem lit up, and began to quickly read the data. Relying on his strong mental power, he has recorded all scientific research materials related to the supermemory ability and vibranium attached to the thief civets god thief skill in his mind. When Yeli's stealing speed was very fast, and Surui's movements were not slow. He raised his hands, and the light blue energy shockwave blasted towards him. Boo! With the palm wrapped in the black combat uniform, with a slight step back, the shockwave dissipated in the invisible. Yeli has the vibe ability, which makes her completely immune to all shockwave attacks. Stand shield. As a technological genius, Surui immediately thought that Yeli's battlesuit has a high technical content, and there might be some kind of protective device. Phew! Before she could think about it, Yeli's figure flashed and then disappeared. Start the scanning device to detect if he is invisible. Surui hurriedly gave the order, and at the same time notified the guards and Brother T'Challa. Beep. The device scanned the entire scientific research room, but there was no trace of the man in black. How come? The Black Princess thought about it. Is his concealment device level too high, or is it a space transmission device? If it's a space teleportation device, why did he leave? What's the purpose? Surui saw that Yeli just tapped the console without even plugging in the USB port. She didn't believe that the data could be copied away. Zero seeking flowers. But, just to be on the safe side, she still ran to the computer terminal in person to check if the system showed signs of being hacked. There are really no traces. After Surui checked it, he didn't understand. Could it be that the mysterious man really just came and walked around casually? Impossible? Princess? That person's information has been found. A technician is reporting to her at the moment. It's superhero Black Spider. Black Spider. Suruiwan was in Wakanda and devoted himself to scientific research, so he didn't pay attention to this name, but just complained. This kind of sneaky and inexplicable person can also be called a hero. The boundless starry sky. The mountain-like silver-black mothership orbits the Earth quietly. Ghost Spider. Material storage compartment. Okay, everything is ready now. Yeli looked at the huge vibranium vein meteorite, eyes lit up with blazing light. Bang dang! The heat sight, which is more terrifying than a lightsaber, easily cut off a small piece of the meteorite. Pick a few of these, and bring them to the research institute to have a look. Yeli pondered for a while, and took some more bluegrass. If this herbal medicine is developed, it may be able to develop a diving special force for the clone soldier project. Trifoliate Research Institute. This lady's mechanical body is in good condition, and there are no hidden dangers, boss. The female researcher examined Alida's body with surprise in her eyes. After reporting, she was still muttering. It's actually a whole-body mechanical transformation technology, and the precision is so high, it's incredible. This must also be an alien technology. It is absolutely impossible for someone on the Earth to develop it. For example, 533 can be studied. Speaking of which, she suddenly felt a slightly cold gaze sweeping over. It was the boss. Insane Yeji, self-assessment is a big taboo. The rules of the research institute are very clear. Sorry, boss, I said the wrong thing. This good-looking female researcher hastily bowed and apologized, displaying a considerable career line with wit. After all, it is common sense to show your breasts when you apologize. It's okay, you go down. Yeli waved his hand lightly. Notify the Weapon Research and Development Department. The vibranium knife is not in a hurry. It is better made. The female researcher raised her collar and left quickly. Okay, Alita. Yeli pulled up the mechanical girl lying on the testing instrument. Since you are sure that you are in good health, then go back and let me introduce you to Gwen and the others. Upon hearing this, Alita became interested. Are they my mothers? I said no. Yeli pulled Alita's black hair. He found here is her weakness. Dad, don't. Dozens of minutes later. Sunnyvale Estate. Hello moms. Alita politely greets the 6 girls Gwen, Jessica, Cindy, Felicia, Skye, and Barbara. Hey, so embarrassing. The girls were both ashamed and happy when they were called. They just heard this mechanical girl call Yeli her father. Your name is Alita, so be good, come on. Mommy feeds you? Barbara was a few years older than Gwen and the others, and she was not so shy, happily peeling oranges and feeding them to Alita. Alita opened her mouth and swallowed the orange, with a look of satisfaction on her face. Barbara, is it delicious? Alita, delicious. Yeli sat next to her with black lines on her face. I said Alita, pay attention to your image. Although the mechanical girl has big eyes and a baby face, she looks about the same age as Gwen and the others. How can she have the face of her mother? Matilda was also not very happy, and made a muffled sound. Before Alita came. Obviously she is the favorite of the group. 0. Alita noticed Matilda, who was not as tall as her, blinked her big eyes, and said embarrassingly, are you a mother too? I have a little mother. Matilda, reminiscent of the secret things I did with Yeli secretly. Matilda's face turned red all of a sudden. Don't talk nonsense. Barbara stretched her arms and hugged Matilda in front of Alita. Alita, she is your sister-in-law. Come on, call me sister-in-law. Alita nodded. Sister-in-law. Matilda. She has always felt that some things her brothers and sisters do are already weird enough. Today, she encountered even weirder ones. Alright. Yeli couldn't stand it anymore. Decided to break the atmosphere. 0.5 then. He got up and closed the curtains in the room, commanding. I didn't come back yesterday. Let's make up for you early today. Gwen, you wear the suit from the day before yesterday. Jessica, don't kick around. Skye vibe ability preparation. Cindy, you lie down on the left side. Barbara, dark GA pose. Felicia transforms and throws the lumen out. Matilda, you go out too. Daiwa Beast's mouth twitched. Why did you throw me out? Matilda also sat on the sofa without moving, hugging her knees. Brother, can I not go out? I won't disturb you. Da. Yeli thought about it. Anyway, Matilda has been touched, so it's okay to take a look. It's not that I haven't peeked with Dilu Beast before. Alright. He turned to point at the mechanical girl. Alita, you get out. Why? Alita wondered. Yesterday, you and Sister Sharon's. I watched all. Good guy, calling Sharon is sister. If it weren't for the system rewards, he would never have lied to him, and Yeli doubts that Alita is just playing dumb. Okay, away. 10. When Jessica heard what Alita said, she immediately pointed at Yeli and said, sure enough, you, sent out to fool around again? Who is this Sharon? I have never heard of it. Tisk, why don't you hear me obediently? Yeli points one finger. The clothes on Jessica's body, transformed from the cobweb clothes of fate, began to change without listening to her commands. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an almost completely transparent black one-piece gauze dress, and the graceful body inside was clearly visible. Oh, it's like this again. The girl quickly shrank her legs and embraced her chest, muttering softly, is Yi still free? Next, the performance begins. The corner of Yeli's mouth hooked, and he slapped his lips. Gwen and the others have undergone the same changes as Jessica. www. 1 day ago. Morning. A hospital. Emergency medical room. Beep. He's dying? The ambulance is coming. Nurse, pull back the quilt. Blood pressure dropped. Electric shock rescue. Charging to 100 joules. Stand back. 3, 2, 1, go. Do you have a pulse? No. Stand back. 3, 2, 1, go. A shot of epinephrine. Do you have a pulse? No. What time is it now? 1 past 3. Time of death, early morning, 1 past 3. The window of the emergency room. Agent Hill and Captain Rogers looked at the failed rescue of Nick Fury inside, and they were all silent. Tread. Natasha Romanoff came from the other end of the corridor and said, 2 bullets, without rifling, made by Sulian. Captain, I heard you caught the murderer. Who is he? President, yes, people helped me catch him, but... Steve frowned. I just escorted him back. Before he got the mask, he was taken away by Sitwell. Talking. He tightened the silver USB flash drive in his hand. This was given to Nick Fury after he got shot twice by the Winter Soldier. There must be important information in it. In fact, the 3 of Captain America had a vague suspicion about the organization that instigated Winter Soldier behind the scenes. Hydra. Because of the news from Tony from Sokovia. The S.H.I.D.L.D. executives and the Avengers did not know anything about the hidden Hydra like the original trajectory. But this also led to Hydra taking action ahead of schedule. Hill agent glanced at Rogers, then said to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, you come with me. Natasha Romanoff nods. When the 2 women came to a secret room, Hill sat down and said to Natasha Romanoff with a serious expression. You also heard from the captain that the killer who attacked Fury was taken away by Sitwell. I offered to interrogate myself. Rejected by Chief Pierce. I doubt it. There is an organization that has infiltrated us and controlled Chief Pierce and this organization is most likely Hydra. Natasha Romanoff deadpanned. What do you want to do? We need help, Natasha Romanoff. Hill said seriously. It's hard to rely on us. I want to ask Ghost Spider Club for help. What Stark said. Hydra's news was found out by Chairman Ye. The killer who killed Chief Fury was also President Yes Man, and he was caught casually. The strength of the club is much stronger than we thought. It is time for us to put down our attitude and ask for help. You are the agent in charge of contacting him. I hope you can take me to talk to him. Natasha Romanoff's eyes flickered. With Barbara's example, you should know what kind of person Ye is. 270 I know. Hill nodded slowly, with firm eyes, as if he had made up his mind. This is all to save S.H.I.E.L.D. and maintain the stability of the world. My little personal sacrifice is worth it. Besides, before Fury was assassinated, I originally planned to monitor Barbara and observe President Ye. For this reason, I have collected a lot of information about President Ye. He is indeed a good person for adjustment. The capable and busy Hill agent has never had a boyfriend, and he is still quite impatient with the normal needs on weekdays. If it's Yeli, she thinks it's not bad. This decision can also be said to kill two birds with one stone. It's just that Hill agent doesn't know. Their S.H.I.E.L.D. Not counting Skye, who was abducted in advance, has already had 3 beauties who have been bewitched by Yeli. It can be said. Members of President Yes family. Midtown High School contributed more than half. S.H.I.E.L.D. contributed more than half. The engine stalled. A black Jeep without a license plate slowly stopped at the gate of Sunnyvale Manor. Click. The door opens. What came down was a smooth and delicate section of white tender calf, like a section of lotus root. Natasha Romanoff rocked a striking and beautiful wavy hairstyle, a red dress swaying from mid-calf, and open-toed micro high-heeled flats on her slender feet. The specially dressed Black Widow is really a beautiful scenery that is difficult to ignore. But the silver-haired cold beauty guarding the manor rolled her eyes a little, and muttered in a low voice, "It's time to send cannonballs again." For Natasha Romanoff, the owner's bedside regular, Sylph has already recognized everyone who came and went. But the next move of Black Widow made Ms. Silver Sable take a few more glances. I saw. Natasha Romanoff moved lightly to another car door and politely helped to open it. Behind this door, a pair of dazzling slender legs come down slowly. Bright red and dark red plaid shirts, loose shorts that only reach the middle of the thigh, and mid-short boots that reach a few inches above the ankle. It is the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill agent. Bring another beautiful woman. Want to have a threesome? Looking at the beauty Hill in casual clothes, Sylph secretly cursed in her heart. Natasha Romanoff, it's up to you. Hill looked indifferent, and said to Natasha Romanoff, "Whether we can succeed or not depends on us." Natasha Romanoff responded with a slight nod, and then came to Sylph's side, smiling kindly. "Miss Silver, please inform me again." Just Natasha Romanoff asking to see, and Ms. Hill. "No problem, Ms. Natasha Romanoff." Sylph nodded lightly, and pressed the miniature headset. "Charlotte, tell the boss, his old lover Natasha Romanoff wants to have a sex with him, and also brought a girl named Hill. Blessed is he." Natasha Romanoff's eyes twitched. Although in fact it's almost the same, but it's too straightforward. But she still kept a smile on her face. M_M. This is the basic literacy of an agent. Okay. Rachel blushed a little when she heard what Sylph said, but she hurried to inform Yeli. The cat pupil maid who has just arrived is still very active. But, click. Rachel, dressed in a sexy black and white maid outfit, pushed open the door of Yeli's room. The blush on her face was even worse. "Mr. Ye, this is too indulgent. And, well, that's amazing." Alita saw Rachel, who barged in, and said with great interest, "Oh, here comes another one." The 3 little ones, Matilda, Alita, and Delishao, are sitting on the sofa viewing seats, and their faces are all red. Matilda even has a small hand and doesn't know what she's doing. "You want to sit by our side?" Beast uttered a clear voice, pointing at the busy Yeli, and asked Ruier curiously, "Still going to the master's place?" "No, I have something to say." The room is huge. Repressing her embarrassment, Rachel trotted to, "Are you okay?" Yeli's side. She was embarrassed to read more, and closed her eyes to pass the report. "Mr. Ye, Miss Silver said that there is a lady named Natasha Romanoff who wants to see you. And there's a lady named Hill." "Oh, here's Natasha Romanoff, and Hill." Yeli was floating in the air with Jessica, and when he heard this, he was also moved. After thinking about it, he still said, "Let's talk about it later." "Kill Jessica, your flight angle is wrong, let me adjust it for you." Brother. "Gwen, don't just hold cobweb there, come." Yeli let go of one hand around Jessica's waist, and took Gwen's little head hanging upside down. From Mr. Ye really, said it was a while, it's been so long. Although the girl with cat pupils closed her eyes tightly, she was as sticky as Matilda just by listening to the voice. When Rachel could barely stand still, Yeli was the one who gave her instructions. "Natasha Romanoff, it's really time, you let her come to my room." Half the story. He glanced at the mess around him again, and changed his words. Forget it, 73 is too messy here, you just let Natasha Romanoff go to the bedroom I prepared just for her. Okay, I'll go right away. As if she had been pardoned, Rachel opened her bright orange cat eyes and was about to leave quickly. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't eat people. Yelly gently pulled her miniskirt, glanced sideways at Felicia, who had already fallen asleep. They are all cat pupils, they give people a different feeling. If Felicia is a cute and charming Snow White demon cat, Rachel is like a forest elf, making people want to bully her. Don't be in a hurry, I'll teach you the cleaning work that a maid needs to learn. Admiring the beautiful figure of the cat-eyed girl perfectly set off by the maid outfit, Yelly said. The girl's eyes wandered over the state of Gwen and others, it's a bit scary to see, but, finally, she still bent her fair legs. Yelly doesn't eat people. Rachel is crazy. SHIELD. One of the headquarters bases. Furies matter, no matter what the outcome is, you did your best. Pierce comforted Agent Sharon, but he didn't tell her about Nick Fury anymore. When Nick Fury gets shot, in addition to Captain Rogers, only Sharon Carter was present. It was also she who called the ambulance for the chief. But, later, Sharon Carter rushed home because of the news of her mother's accident, and then fell in love with someone at the speed of light. Those exciting memories still have a little feeling. Thinking. Sharon, whose face was much more supple, licked her strawberry-colored red lips without any trace, reminiscing about his taste. Pierce noticed that Sharon's agent seemed to be happy, and felt a little strange. Could it be that Nick Fury had an accident and she was happy? He remembers. Hydra's undercover agent in S.H.I.L.D. doesn't seem to have someone like Sharon Carter. After all, Sharon Carter is the niece of Peggy's agent and has a background. Ta-da-da. At this time, here comes Steve with the shield on his back. Captain Rogers. Seeing this, Sharon greeted the captain and left. Captain, I'm Alexander Pierce. Pierce smiled and shook Rogers' hand. Sir, it's an honor to meet you. Rogers was serious. He's already suspicious of the Security Council minister. It's my honor, Captain. My father used to be in the 101st Airborne. Come in. Pierce invited him into his office. Beep dash. Sylph was polishing her silver pistol boredly when she received a call from Rachel. She picked it up and said, Hey, Charlotte, why has it been so long? Our Ms. Natasha Romanoff is getting impatient. Natasha Romanoff heard Sylph say this, brushed the hair on her forehead that was blown away by the breeze, and smiled lightly. It's okay, we can wait. After all, it is a door-to-door begging for help, so in do is better. On the other end of the communication, the cat-eyed girl faltered. Miss Silver, Mr. Yes said yes, Gudong, Ms. Natasha Romanoff. Can you speak clearly? Sylph frowned when she heard Rachel's vague words. Even her hearing, strengthened by the super soldier serum, is totally deaf. Wait a minute. Mouth is a little dry. I'll drink some water. From Rachel's end, there was a continuous gurgling and swallowing sound. After. Only then did she speak normally. Mr. Yes said, asked Natasha Romanoff to go to her bedroom and wait for him. Heard the words. Natasha Romanoff rose slightly and asked, then Hill. Rachel, Mr. Yes said she would wait first. Inine. Several beauties are fast asleep. Felicia closed her beautiful eyes and exhaled lightly. Cindy frowned poorly, sleeping deeply. Skye smacked his lips and put his arm on Barbara's softness. Gwen and Jessica hugged each other, their jade legs interspersed and overlapped each other. Between their slightly opened white teeth, they spit out a small white translucent bubble, which grows and shrinks with the breath of the pandan. Very cute. Pierce's office. After the Colombian National Liberation Army occupied the embassy, the guards helped me escape, but the rebels took the hostages. Nick, the local leader of S.H.I.L.D., proposed a plan to raid through the sewers. Pierce chatted with Rogers while taking the materials. He tries to win Captain America's trust through his relationship with Nick Fury and let his guard down. I said, no, we will negotiate, and the result is that the rebels did not negotiate with us and ordered to kill and defend. They swept the basement and found something empty. Nick didn't follow my direct order, and in a foreign country, he ordered without authorization, carried out the mission, and rescued more than a dozen government officials, as well as my daughter. Hear this. Steve interjected, so you promoted him. Pierce, I never regret it. Talking. He felt that it was almost the same, and asked Captain America when he saw it. Captain, why was Nick at your house last night? Steve glanced at him, shaking his head slightly. I have no idea. Pierce, did you know it was tapped there? Steve, yeah, Nick told me. Then he told you, did he monitor it? Steve stopped talking, just looked at him quietly. I'll show you something. Seeing this, Pierce turned on the prepared player. In the video, it is a sea robber named Bartok caught by Steve during a previous mission. That mission coincided with the arrival of the Dark Elves, so Captain America didn't have time to rush to Greenwich. They contact by email, pay by wire transfer. Pierce explained it to Steve. It probably means Bartok hijacked the ship, just a cover. The real purpose is to trade S.H.I.L.D's confidential intelligence information with Nick Fury. There was a mistake in the transaction, and the marinated egg died. If you really know Nick Fury, it's impossible. Steve didn't believe Pierce's nonsense at all. Seeing that the captain didn't believe it, Pierce's eyes narrowed slightly, implying coldness. Asking for flowers. You know what, I work on the council, not because I want to, but because Fury asks for it. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looked at the scenery outside and said, because we're all very realistic, we know. All diplomacy and hypocrisy aside, building a new and better world sometimes requires destroying the old. And this will inevitably make enemies, and they will say that you are shameless and dirty, because you do not hesitate to do shameful things, just to create better things. Thinking of those people living at ease now, after showing a little real emotion, Pierce turned his head, looked at Steve and said, Captain, I don't think it's a coincidence that you were the last person Nick ever saw. I think you feel the same way, so I ask you again, why is he there? Steve was silent for a while, and finally picked up the shield on the back of the sofa, and chose to leave. Excuse me, Jay. After calling Silver, Rachel was leaning against the end of the couch, her cat pupils were a little dull. She gasped slightly. The situation in that pink and tender mouth is the same as that of Felicia and the others. Boo. Alita stretched out her silver index finger and lightly punctured the bubble that came out of Rachel's mouth. The mechanical girl squatted in front of her, and asked with concern, are you okay? Dad is good or bad? I'm fine. Rachel turned her head and looked at the girls on the couch. I saw that those snow-white goosenecks were still swallowing subconsciously. The girls' orange eyes couldn't help but be full of admiration for Gwen and the others. WWWWWSHIELD. What's wrong with Pierce really? In an elevator with transparent glass on 3 sides. Captain America Steve thought about 030 with rapt eyes. Avengers. Hawkeye Barton goes home on vacation. Iron Man Tony Stark doesn't know what to do recently. Thor returned to Asgard. Hulk will only make things more messy. Can help him now. Only Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. So, Steve handed over the USB flash drive entrusted by Nick Fury to Natasha Romanoff for safekeeping to prevent him from being searched during his trip to S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill and Natasha Romanoff said they were going to seek help from Chairman Yet, but they don't know how it's going. If it can be successful, it is indeed a big help. Steve was thinking about it. All commandos in position. Rumlow pulled open the elevator door that was about to close, and led the commandos to swarm in. Team leader, Rumlow. The 2 parties pretended to say hello. The elevator descends slowly. Click. The elevator door opened, and a group of agents in suits and ties came in. The elevator descends again. Click. 3 more people came in. After a while of silence, Rogers glanced at the people crammed into the elevator, and said calmly, before you start, does anyone want to go out? Sunnyville. This bad thing. Just finished Barbara and your little girlfriends. Why is it still like this? Natasha Romanoff hugged Yelly tightly, gritted her teeth and whispered, her beautiful eyes were full of moisture. In front of the graceful and smooth collarbone, there is a silver USB flash drive constantly jumping. Does that need to be said? Yelly did not answer the meaningless question of the beauty in her arms, but grabbed the silver USB flash drive with one hand and asked, what is hanging around your neck? Captain Rogers asked me to keep it, saying it was given to him by director Nick Fury. Natasha Romanoff said truthfully, it should be something important. Yeah, Nick Fury stuff. Yelly took off the USB flash drive and threw it aside unceremoniously. It's too in the way. No respect for decedent relics. He does know. Braised eggs are playing dead. Pong, boom, ugh. Steve was stabbed in the lower abdomen by the Rumlow electric shock rod. Even though his physique was far beyond ordinary people, he also felt sour. Boom. He slams Rumlow against the glass. Boom. The special glass was smashed with cracks like water waves. The last one. Just when Steve thought so. Click. The elevator door opened. Put down the shield. Hands up. The outside is full of S.H.I.E.L.D. combat troops with live ammunition. Hubu. Steve immediately swung the vibranium shield and cut the elevator slide rope. The elevator is locked and cannot be moved by conventional means. Who? The elevator began to fall rapidly. Clang. With the trigger of the safety device, the elevator slowly stopped. Surrender, Rogers. Open the door. Soldiers shouted from outside the elevator door. Steve hesitated for 0.6, then resolutely broke the elevator glass and jumped from the upper floor. Boom, boom. A corner of the couch slammed into the wall. Natasha Romanoff's delicate body was limp, and she said weakly, can you call Hill to come in? Well, for the sake of your dedication, I'll give her a chance. Yelly contacted Silver and asked her to let in the Hill agent who was still waiting at the gate of the manor. Well, then I'll go to bed first, so tired. Don't worry, suck it clean first. Good or bad, Pong-ang. The vibranium alloy shield slammed into the ground, and its special molecular structure absorbed almost all the kinetic energy. Steve quickly got up from the shards of glass, and fled quickly amidst the crowds of passers-by. Are you kidding? I saw Captain America's bold move from the surveillance. After Hydra spy Sitwell was surprised, he hurriedly ordered. He went to the garage. Close the bridge. This S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is surrounded by rivers on all sides. If you want to drive out, you have to pass the bridge. So it is wise for Sitwell to order to close the entrance valve of the bridge passage. It's a pity that Steve moved faster than he thought. 13 Wun? The black motorcycle roared. One jumped up and passed through the valve that was about to close. Pang! The motorcycle fell to the ground. Steve gripped the handlebars and drove away quickly. At this time, AS.H.I.E.L.D fighter plane flew over his head, intercepted and stopped in the road ahead. Captain Rogers, surrender now. A machine gun was lowered under the fighter plane, aimed at the driving Steve and began to strafe. Da-da-da-da. Repeat, surrender now. Steve ignored it, and swayed from side to side with his driving skills, avoiding bullets. After approaching the fighter, he slams the shield. Ding! The shield succeeded and almost damaged one side of the fighter's rotor. Steve also took the opportunity to jump up from the motorcycle, and landed on the fighter plane with a bang. Then he rolled back and forth, showing off his gymnastics. Pang, 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 shoot back and forth at the shield to hit. In just 10 seconds, a well-made fighter plane was dealt with neatly, and made an emergency landing with flames and black smoke. The gate of Sunnyvale Manor. Agent Hill leaned against the door of the jeep, raised his handsome chin as if cut by a carving knife, and looked at the sky with gray-green pupils. It can be seen that the originally bright blue sky and white clouds have become a little dim. Natasha Romanoff has been in for so long, why hasn't there been any news back? She can't help but feel a little worried. Things didn't go so well. Ms. Hill, is it Hill? A female mercenary from the Wild Battle Group ran over from ER. Sylph has already left, and as the head of security, she doesn't have to keep watching the gate in person. It's me, Maria Hill. Hill said his full name. The female mercenary said, the boss said, you can come in now. Finally, Hill couldn't help muttering, stepped on his boots, and entered the manor led by the female mercenary. After entering a certain area of the manor, the female mercenary handed over Maria Hill to Miss Rachel. Come with me, Ms. Hill. The cat-eyed girl with some white spots in the supraclavicular fossa led Hill to Natasha Romanoff's special bedroom. It can be heard that her voice is still a little hoarse. Hill quietly followed the girl, secretly looking at the charming maid outfit on her body. The neckline was so low that it was almost completely exposed, and the hem of the miniskirt couldn't even completely cover the curvaceous buttocks. The information I collected is indeed correct, he just likes it. The more Hill observes the well-proportioned figure in front of him, the more he feels his own wisdom. After escaping from the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, Steve was finally able to catch his breath, and called Natasha Romanoff through an independent encrypted channel. Beep. Sounds are heard. Yelly rummaged through the pile of clothes, and found a stick-shaped communicator about the size of a finger from the beauty's underwear. He clicked on the green screen above, and Roger's serious voice came from inside. We guessed right, Natasha Romanoff. Something went wrong in S.H.I.E.L.D. We must investigate quickly. Did you keep Nick Fury's USB drive safe? Oh. Yelly responded lightly, lifted the quilt naked, and picked up the silver USB flash drive that was almost thrown into the trash can from the ground to his hand. She kept it well, without any damage. President, yeah? Why are you? Steve was puzzled. Where is Natasha Romanoff? Could it be that Hill and the others have already negotiated with you? Miss Natasha Romanoff is a bit tired. I will tell her if you have anything. Yelly wiped the corners of the sleeping man's bright red lips with her thumb, wiped them clean, and continued. As for Hill, she hasn't arrived yet, but 440 should be coming soon. Not yet. Captain America was a little anxious, and couldn't even think about why Black Widow was tired. It stands to reason that Hill agent should be quite reliable. Why haven't we started talking yet? He had no choice but to say to Yelly, then I will insist on it. I hope Mr. Ye can have a good talk with Ms. Hill. I think she went with the sincerity of SHIELD. 1. Click. Yelly was listening to Steve speak. The door was pushed open by a slender palm. Maria Hill walked in smiling. Yelly was also at the moment, and received a system prompt. The SHIELD deputy was judged to be in the category of superhero. It seems. The basic physique can be improved a little. Natasha Romanoff. After seeing Natasha Romanoff naked and tired, Hill's eyes flickered slightly, but he still maintained his expression. Before speaking, he politely unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing a light wheat-colored smooth. Seeing this, Yelly said to Rogers in the communication, "Don't worry, Captain, I will have a good talk with her. Hill agent, do it." Yelly invited Maria Hill to be the next. Hill nodded, lifted his hips slightly, and sat down next to Natasha Romanoff. After helping Natasha Romanoff smoothen her frown, she still couldn't help asking, is she? It's just a personal feeling. Yelly held Natasha Romanoff in his arms, playing with his body, and said, Magnesia advocates freedom of choice in private life, doesn't it? The sleeping beauty uttered a moan in her sleep. Hee. President Ye is so casual. Hill raised her brows slightly as she saw it. She, who has not yet experienced anything, couldn't stand the atmosphere. Is this not suitable? Yelly chuckled. Then if you go to my room to see, you will definitely be scared. The deputy director looked vigorous and resolute. But the performance of determination is not as good as his little sister. At least Matilda has seen the Great War. Although now he is already asleep on the sofa in the next room with his legs crossed. Nick Fury was brutally murdered. S.H.I.E.L.D. Senator in the video conference room. Alexander Pierce is still pretending to defend Nick Fury, but any normal person will say that he is a martyr, not a traitor. But why is he a traitor? An old gray-haired member of the Mediterranean asked rhetorically in the video communication, saying, because he let mercenaries hijack his ship. Another congressman who seemed to be of Mexican descent also spoke. Nick Fury used your friendship to force the council to delay the Insight program, which he knew would expose his illegal operations, and to put it mildly, he lied to you by saying. Pierce cut him off, spreading his hands. You want me to take the blame and resign? I can write my resignation right now. We can discuss this later. One congresswoman said, we've talked, Mr. Minister, and the council has decided to restart Insight immediately. Do you still remember the major unsolved case of the members of the parliament who ordered the launch of the nuclear bomb, all died of bizarre nuclear energy during the Mad Covenant War? I have suspected Nick Fury of the protest before, but there is no evidence. Activate the Insights program and you can prevent such tragedies from happening again. Members of parliament are chattering. They apparently didn't realize that Pierce was just pretending to be acting and doing the opposite to start the Insight project. Because when these congressmen think of the group of former congressmen who were killed by Yelly, they feel shuddering. They want to start the Insight plan as soon as possible to protect their personal safety. In that major unsolved case, even the murderer was not found out. There are only some terrorists to be dealt with, and they are officially launched as scapegoats to appease the hearts of the people. This leaves the incumbent MPs with no safety at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really reluctant to part with the power in his hands, he wouldn't be an appropriate member of parliament. That's right. Dangerous elements like the Hulk and Black Spider, it's time to use the Insight plan to monitor and clean up. A congressman was saying hi when he suddenly stopped talking, because he found that the others were quiet and looked at him inexplicably, as if to say, you want to die, don't drag us. Forget about the stupid big green guy who can only smash. Black Spider. They can't afford to. I don't know what stimulated that person. A long time ago, he disappeared from the public and barely showed up to fight criminals. Instead, he secretly hunted and killed those big shots with real power who dared to throw dirty water on him. I don't know what information he got. Anyway, as soon as there is public opinion that is unfavorable to the Black Spider seems to be able to find out who the source is immediately and kill it. Until now, the Black Spider does not know how many high-rises have been cleaned. In fact, some people secretly suspected that the Black Spider was responsible for the shocking case where many congressmen died of nuclear radiation. After all, only him. Only dare to be so unscrupulous. But it's just that no one put this guess. Lee Lizao said it. It can be said. In the eyes of the public, Black Spider is just a special superhero who is more maverick and informal. But in the circle of people with real power, he is already frightening. A group of idiots are kept in the dark but don't know it. Seeing that the members of the House of Representatives are all eager to start the Insight plan, Pierce's face was calm, but he was extremely proud in his heart pretending to be. It seems that the real purpose is to eliminate the Insight project who threatens Hydra, and it will become, Mr. Ye is the vice president, and I'm the deputy director. I think we're a good match. Hill spoke blunt provocative words, trying to seduce Yelly. Hey, our situation is different. A certain vice president said a little proudly, the regular president of our club has just been taught a lesson by me, the vice president. I was serious. Hill thought that Yelly was looking down on her identity, so he took off half of the red plaid shirt, revealing a smooth and slender back, leaning on him and seductively. I don't want to play with you just once. From now on, as long as you think, I can always. Oh, so good. Yelly stroked her back and said, do you want me to help you dismantle Hydra's Insight plan? What? Maria Hill was startled when she heard the words, and quickly raised her head and asked, what do you know? Hee asterisk. Seeing her serious appearance in seconds, Yelly couldn't help but slide down his hand amusedly, pinched her and said, you're really not good at seduction, Hill Agent. 040. This is important. Please tell me. Hill rested his hands on his shoulders, staring at him with his beautiful gray-green eyes, with a very serious expression. What are you doing so seriously? Didn't you smile pretty nicely just now? Yelly teased this strong woman in a playful way, and tapped her lower lip, kiss first, and I'll tell. What he didn't expect was, before he could finish speaking, Hill covered his soft lips neatly, offering a raw first kiss. Sure enough, it is vigorous and resolute. Ha. Hill let go of Yelly, and said with an unnatural expression, can we talk now? Your skills are not very good. Say it, you promised me. All right. Yelly didn't play tricks with the beauty, and gently wiped her soft back skin with her hands. Hyun. After the blue light flashes, on the curvaceously moistened back, a silver notebook appeared. What did you put on my back? Hill felt the abnormality behind him, and thought that Yelly was playing some kind of shameful play. On the back. Could it be dripping wax? Maria Hill was ashamed and began to struggle. Others, I can reluctantly agree. Only this is not acceptable. She is not a shaking M. What are you doing? Don't move. Yelly held down her undulating back, and inserted the silver USB flash drive of braised egg into the computer. Drop. The U-disk drive has a positioning system, and it will automatically send the positioning to S.H.I.E.L.D after accessing it, but it is blocked directly. Are you? Hill turned his face sideways, shaking the curly dark brown hair that was blocking it. Only then did he realize. Yelly actually operates a computer with both hands on her back. Are you going to crack the data in the USB flash drive? The answer is correct. I will reward you later. Tada. After a few keystrokes on the keyboard, Yeli discovered, that the data recorded in this USB flash drive is protected by some kind of artificial intelligence, and has been reorganizing itself to resist computer-read instructions. Can I get used to this? Immediately, a golden light appeared from the tip of his index finger, and he tapped lightly. Won. With mind gem ability combined with hacking skills, a wisp of thinking successfully penetrated into the data network. In a world made entirely of code, there was a dwarf man with thin hair, wearing a pair of round mirrors, looking wretched, ugly and evil. He is Anim Zola, aka Dr. Zola. The members of Hydra, who used consciousness storage technology to transform themselves into artificial intelligence-like programs before dying, are the behind-the-scenes masterminds of the Insight Project. Is there anyone out there who can enter the world of data with consciousness like I do? Dr. Zola was also very surprised when he found Yeli who had penetrated. But, after the surprise, he began to try, using codes to rewrite the intruder's thinking, trying to control Yeli. Only, the program attack issued by Zola was blocked by an invisible force as soon as it approached the little golden man formed by Yeli's thinking. Absolute Mind Shield ignores all means to affect consciousness. How come? Arnim Zola has always regarded the data world as his invincible domain, but he did not expect to eat it today. Won? Before he could continue to react, the golden light began to rewrite the code around him, trapping him in place. You still want to invade me? Dr. Zola, you really don't know what to do. Yeli also recognized Anim Zola, and came to him, golden light trying to analyze his program. Cooperate obediently, hand over the consciousness storage technology, and I will spare your life. If you can get Zola's technology and cooperate with Mind Gem, Yeli will be basically invincible in the virtual data world. After all, in Marvel's What If series, Zola virus can affect the 6 gems Infinite Ultron. Even if the world is different, it shouldn't be too different. Yeli relies on Absolute Soul Shield, causing Zola to be beaten but not to fight back, so that he can defeat him. Do you think I'm a fool? How could Anim Zola be fooled? He knew that if Yeli's analysis was successful, his life would be in the hands of others, and he would be crushed to death at any time. Tisk, since that's the case. The little golden man suddenly raised his arm. Crack, bang, with a big pocket, the Anim Zola will be smashed to pieces. The shattered Zola didn't die, but turned into a small ball of green source code, bound by tiny chains made of golden light. The image just now was just a simulation of his appearance before he was alive. Now this is his real form, similar to artificial intelligence like J.A.R.V.I.S, Ultron, Skynet, Red Queen. Yeli intends to trap Zola and imprison him first, and slowly to the floor. After a lot of time, he didn't believe it couldn't be cracked. So this is Hydra's Insight Project. After reading the cracked documents, Hill's eyes were full of disbelief. Their Aegis plan to eliminate the terror in advance is actually just a pawn of Hydra. I must stop. The beauty put the notebook aside and stared at Yeli with piercing eyes. We need the club's help. Yeli, want me to solve the Insight plan? No. Hill took off all the clothes by himself, and said self-deprecatingly, I don't think I'm worth that much money. I just need you to lend me one, the special troop of Silver Sable Security. Talking. She didn't wait for Yeli to refuse or agree. He quickly wrapped a pair of slender long legs around her. Forehead. Yeli actually wants to express. Solving the Insight plan is just a trivial matter, no problem at all. Natasha Romanoff babbled in her sleep, as if she felt that there was a bit of movement nearby. It was dark. The time came late at night. Has become Maria Hill's extraordinary relationship account. The relationship account task will be triggered according to the inner desire of the target. Please pay attention to check the task at any time. Trigger Maria Hill's relationship account task. Maria Hill wants to borrow a super soldier unit from you. Agree to her. The Maria Hill template can be superimposed after the task is completed. There was no light on in the room, but on the ceiling, a simulation projection device was turned on. The lake reflects the starry sky, and the water waves spread from time to time, causing the stars in the lake to jump slightly. I didn't expect President Ye to like to play romantic games. The beauty gently wrapped her hands around the back of Yeli's neck and shoulders, hanging lazily on him. The surface of the lake is hung on the ceiling. The surface of the lake reflects the starlight, and the starlight shines on her smooth jade back little by little, jumping mischievously on it. Asking for flowers. Hill seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood, and Yeli purposely created such a provocative romantic scene to make her feel valued. After all, no woman likes to be treated casually. Yeli wrapped her fingers around her curly hair a few times and played with it. Does it feel good? It doesn't feel bad, it's just. Hill raised his head and looked at the realistic image on the ceiling with a little curiosity. I remember that the lake was rough before, why is it calm now, with a little ice flower in it? 0. Cough cough. Yeli clenched his fists in front of him, coughed twice, and solemnly introduced, because this virtual image is set to change according to the file size of the sound. To be honest, you can make such a big picture before. The wind and waves, I am also quite surprised. He added in his mind, it's even more surprising that Natasha Romanoff was not woken up. I don't know if she is pretending to be asleep. What? Maria Hill's already ruddy face became even redder. According to the change of voice, doesn't that mean that she? So this simulation device is for this? Thanks to her, she thought it was so romantic? Convex. I said, you are so eager to dedicate yourself, aren't you afraid that I will renege on your promise? Seeing that Hill was a little annoyed, Yeli deliberately teased her. Anyway, I promised more than this once. Maria Hill twisted her sore body slightly, and said with a smile on the corner of her mouth, this time, I just let you try yourselves. Are you satisfied? Not bad. Beauty is youthful, like a freshly ripened peach. It's a good time to enjoy it. But Gongai, Yeli praised, then changed the topic, if I eat it once and get tired of it, what will you do? Eat it once. 007 looked stagnant on Hill's face. It can't be so, scumbag. She was too anxious before, and she really didn't think about this issue carefully. It scares you. Looking at that indifferent and intelligent pretty face, his expression became stiff. Yeli stopped teasing her, lifted a smooth jade leg, held it in her arms and fondled it. I can play with such attractive long legs for at least a year. Just 1 year. Hill rolled his eyes, and didn't bother to flirt with him anymore, and asked about the insight plan. Then President Ye agreed. When will the super soldier unit come to me? It's an emergency, you'd better. I've already dispatched the troops and are on the way to join the captain. Yeli interrupted her directly. Sent out? When? Hill looked skeptical. President Ye hadn't been with her all the time, didn't see him. Just when you're looking up at the lake and trying to make a 1,000-meter wave. Yeli leaned close to her ear, and said in a seductive voice, if you can't remember clearly, I can help you recall that scene again. You won't think again. Hill's pupils were shocked. No, let's finish the business. The people have already been sent out, what else is there to say? You have to trust my troops, and I have prepared a surprise for you. What surprise? You will know tomorrow. I know you are anxiously waiting. Let me help you get through this time quickly. Fast time. Hill was half pushing and half letting go, and asked curiously, what do you want to do? Could it be some kind of high technology or magic? When people are happy, they feel that time passes quickly, don't they? Yeli bit her soft lips with a smile. On the ceiling. The holographic simulation device was fully operating again, and the simulated beautiful lake scenery began to flood with waves. Under the lake. It seems that some giant swimming lake monster has revived, disturbing the lake water for a long time. Scored twice. There are 3 poles in the sun. www. Pong 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 pong. The disheartened Captain Rogers tapped on the door of a private house. The owner of this house is a paratrooper, a friend he met during his morning jogs. Cough, the paratroopers are not swearing. The owner of the house is Sam Wilson, a retired special operations member of the Magnesium Air Force Parachute Rescue Team, who will be the future superhero, Falcon. Ka. The glass door opened. Negro, a black man in Nike sports wear, poked his head out and said hello, morning, Captain. Sweat was dripping on his forehead, he should have just finished his morning run. I'm sorry, I need to hide from the limelight. Steve was chased by people from Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D., so he had to come to Sam for help. Everyone I know wants to kill me. Except for me. Sam looked serious and immediately invited Captain America in. His military qualities made him immediately realize the seriousness of the matter. Russell. Steve took off his coat and top, leaving only a white vest bulged by large muscles, and wiped it briefly with a towel. Pierce, Hydra can be confirmed, and Seaver, Rumlow. He murmured, Sitwell is the best target, but I am the most wanted man in Washington S.H.I.E.L.D. now. How can I kidnap S.H.I.E.L.D. officials in broad daylight? The answer is, no kidnapping required. Sam Wilson put the breakfast and a document in front of Steve. This special 1.1 combat device in my previous unit may be able to help you. Steve looked it over carefully, and found that it was a single soldier flight device. Where can I get it? Sam Wilson, the last set was at Fort Meade, behind 3 guard doors and a 12-inch thick steel wall. Steve nodded, you can debug it. Pong 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 pong. Just then, the knock on the door sounded again. A slightly evil female noise came from outside. Open the door, check the water meter. Who is it? Sam Wilson glanced at the captain, and reminded in a low voice, if it wasn't for your good friend, I think we should be careful. I've never heard this voice. Steve also looked vigilant, picked up the shield, quietly hid by the door, and gave Sam a look. Sam Wilson understood, calmed down, and slowly opened the door curtain. Russell. Oops. When he saw the outside clearly, his pupils shrank and he was sweating. See outside. They are special soldiers in black combat uniforms, all fully armed and tightly wrapped. The leader is a woman wearing sunglasses. She can't see her full face. She seems to be of Asian descent. She has a well-proportioned figure and an all-white combat uniform, which is very eye-catching among the surrounding black soldiers. Bang bang bang. Maki Matsumoto's clone knocked on the glass door again. Nigger, please open the door. Thank you, I'm looking for Lao Luo. Listening to her unabashedly racially discriminatory address, Sam Wilson felt blue veins on his forehead. If it wasn't for covering Captain America, he must find a way to teach this woman a lesson. Who is Lao Luo? I don't know. Sam Wilson suppressed his anger, and said with a cold face, which army are you from? Mercenaries? Do you want to trespass on private houses? Rogers Steve, the famous Captain America. Maki Matsumoto smiled lightly, he's the one I'm looking for. Hearing her words, Steve, who was hiding by the door, immediately tightened the shield in his hand. Sam Wilson could hardly maintain his expression, and denied it. I haven't seen it, you guys go away. Otherwise, I'll call the police. You sure? Maki Matsumoto pressed the scanning device on the glasses, and soon found the figure holding the shield behind the door wall, so he looked in his direction and said, Captain, we are here to help you. Are you really not coming out to see me? Steve looked thoughtful. Captain America. In the Clone Soldiers communication channel, there were discussions among several top beta players of the top player game. In this game, there is also an NPC called Captain America. Did you pay the copyright fee? I am a fan of Captain America. It should be a one-to-one restoration, right? With Captain America, will there be other superheroes? I want to see Sister Black Widow. Wouldn't you know if I asked later? Come on, I didn't see it said on the taskbar. You can't talk nonsense. That's right, if the female NPC in our lead finds out, the high-level reward will be deducted. Speaking of who is our leader, he looks pretty good. Whoever she is, as long as there are mission rewards, you can get them. You don't want to play a game NPC, do you? This mission is so special. During the mission, you can't record the screen, and it is declared that it is a test content. You have to sign a non-disclosure agreement not to leak. Dante, you think this is real? I'm blown away by the experience of this game. A few minutes later, Steve looked at Maki Matsumoto, who was sitting opposite, and asked, "Are you sent by the club to help me deal with Pierce?" He looked at the clone soldiers controlled by the players again. Why didn't I see the Silver Sable security logo? Ha! Maki Matsumoto turned the pistol in his hand. You know, we are here to do dirty work. Definitely keep a low profile. Stopping Pierce's Project Insight is not a dirty job. It's all about saving innocent people. Steve corrected her words meticulously. Maki Matsumoto laughed and said, "Do you think the public will thank you now, Mr. Wanted? They'll find out later." Steve frowned. He found the woman a bit venomous, reminded him of that guy Stark. 250. Okay then, let's stop dawdling here. Maki Matsumoto stood up with his hands on the table. Hurry up and do it. Woon, woon, woon. Several combat vehicles drove quickly across the viaduct, and their destination was AS.H.I.E.L.D base, where there were several helicopter carriers executing the Insight plan. Steve was sitting in the first car and had already put on his combat uniform. According to what you said, the Insight plan starts in 16 hours. We really have to hurry up and stop those helicopter carriers from starting. We're heading there. Matsumoto Maki looked in the rearview mirror, and found that there were already several cars faintly surrounding their convoy, but before that, the evil days of the factory blocking the road had to be resolved first. Pong! Winter Soldier Bucky jumped from the car next to him and onto the roof. Just when he wanted to make a move, the clone soldier sitting in the back seat of the car, because he had already prepared in advance, directly raised his gun and aimed it at it through thermal comprehensive scanning. Bayou! The gun barrel flashed red light, the beam passed through the roof, and passed by Winter Soldier Bucky. This surprised Bucky, and his actions stopped for a moment. Hyun? At this time, the people from the Snake Shield Bureau, the vehicle they were driving, slammed into this direction. The clone soldier driving the vehicle was happy and fearless. As soon as he turned the steering wheel, he crashed into the past. Penka? Accompanied by the impact, the vehicle of the Snake Shield Bureau was overturned, the glass shattered all over the place, and fell down from the viaduct. Obviously, it is a combat vehicle of the Fearless Mercenary Regiment, with better quality and performance. Pent. Bucky also flipped off the roof due to the impact. Nourish? The metal palm grabbed the road and slid backwards, rubbing out sparks and splashing a little bit of cement debris, thereby reducing the inertial momentum. He's got a new arm? Those Hydra guys are really unscrupulous. Steve saw Winter Soldier's new mechanical arm, and he was completely sure of something. If S.H.I.E.L.D is serious, how can it be so fast? Fix it for the killer who killed Nick Fury? Apparently now S.H.I.E.L.D. It's pretty much Hydra calling the shots. The combat vehicle stopped. Captain America also opened the car door immediately, copied the shield and attacked Winter Soldier. The convoy of fearless mercenaries also exchanged fire with several vehicles from the Snake Shield Bureau. The scene is completely one-sided. In just a few minutes, the vicious dogs intercepted by the Snake Shield Bureau were cleaned up. Boom! On the side of Winter Soldier and Captain America, Bucky's newly replaced arm was obviously not as good as the old one. He was put at a disadvantage by his good friend, and soon got punched by Steve, and the black mask was knocked to the ground. Bucky. Steve was naturally surprised. I was taken aback for a moment. Just let Bucky run away. Click. Hugh. The combat vehicle pulls up next to Steve. Captain, don't be in a daze. Japanese Army. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, Insight Project Startup Base. Attention all S.H.I.E.L.D agents, this is Steve Rogers. Captain America's voice resounds over the radio. You have heard a lot of news about me these days. Some people were even ordered to hunt me down, but I think I should tell you the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D is not what we imagined. It has been infiltrated by Hydra. Their leader is Alexander Pierce. Commando and Insight Project have also been infiltrated. I don't know how many more, but they are here. Huineng is standing by your side. They almost got what they wanted. Got absolute control. Nick Fury's murder is just the beginning. If you launch the helicopter carrier today, Hydra will be able to kill anyone who gets in the way of its plans, unless we stop them. Helicopter aircraft carrier control room. Step, step, step. Rumlow pushed open the door, stepped in quickly, and ordered the technician. Advance the launch process, and send the aircraft carrier to the sky now. Seeing Rumlow's urgency, the technicians knew that what Captain America said was probably true. Sorry sir, the captain has orders, I can't do this. Would you? Rumlow immediately drew his gun and pointed it at the back of his head. Be obedient. Agent Sharon, who was watching from the side, immediately drew his gun and pointed it at Rumlow. Put down the gun. Ka 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 ka, ka 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 ka. This time, it seemed that there was a chain reaction. Among the surrounding Aegis agents, some drew their guns at Rumlow, and some pointed their guns at Agent Sharon. Some people aimed at the person who aimed at Rumlow, and someone aimed at the person who aimed at Sharon. Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. and the people from the Snake Shield Bureau became clear in an instant. Rumlow squinted at Sharon Carter. You are on the wrong team, Agent. Sharon Carter pointed the gun at his forehead. Look at your situation first, put the gun down. Rumlow's eyes flickered, and he dropped his hands to his legs, letting the pistol free fall to the ground with a thud. This move, which seemed to be caught without a fight, made Sharon relax a little vigilance. After all, she has not graduated from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy for a few years, so she lacks some experience. Whoosh! Rumlow took the opportunity to pull out the hidden knife on the trouser leg, and slit her wrist, Chien-Li's, with one knife. Blood spatter. Ah, dash dash dash. Click. Sharon also let out a pain, and the pistol she was holding fell to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The exchange of fire was imminent, and S.H.I.E.L.D. and Snake Shield opened fire at the same time, causing heavy casualties. While Rumlow was trying to start the launch sequence, Sharon quickly kicked him away. Boom! It seems that you are courting death. Rumlow was furious, picked up the pistol from the ground, and was about to point it at Sharon Cartson. Sharon didn't bother to look at the cut wrist, and immediately picked up the gun that fell on the ground. Boom! Boom! Both sides pulled the trigger almost simultaneously. But Rumlow, the commando captain, was even more powerful, and shot through Sharon Carter's heart, and because Sharon didn't have time to aim, she just shot him in the shoulder. Oh! Rumlow chuckled disdainfully at Sharon Carter, who was lying in a pool of blood. He stood up with his shoulders on his shoulders, and was about to start the launch procedure immediately. Boom! There was an unexpected shot. Rumlow turned his head in disbelief, only to see Sharon Carter holding a pistol, with invisible hot smoke emitting from the muzzle. Fit! This future crossbones just fell to the ground with a dead eye, and Sharon, whose blue shirt was dyed red, was also holding a bullet, with an incredible expression on her face. It was squeezed out by her own flesh and blood healing. In that dream, the dreams are all real. Sharon Carter can't tell the difference between reality and dream. In that real dream, after she drank Yali's, she had 293 super abilities. Is it the same in reality? When Sharon thought of something, her round face turned red inexplicably, and she was secretly glad that she had picked a good man. I never thought that serving the one I love can save me a lifetime. Whoa, go, guys. Number 64 clone trooper raised his gun and fired continuously, shooting down the snake and shield soldiers rushing over. The player who controlled it shouted excitedly in the channel, "Come on, little party dishes, I am the champion of the shooting game last year." Bark, tear, number 89 holds 2 daggers and fights in and out of the crowd. It's so cool. The feeling of blood splashing out is just like the real thing. Wow, be careful over there. Another team is coming. No 103. You go, hurry up to the top. Biff, why me? Nonsense, as long as your character is an extremist fighter model, the self-healing ability is getting a lot of meat. If you don't go for it, who will go for it? TMD? Treat me like a meat shield. The player controlling number 103 cursed uncomfortably, but for the task reward he rushed to the soft strike team of the Snake Shield Bureau under the rain of bullets. Hydra? Die? Shout out the name of the task target organization to cheer yourself up. Number 103 just rolled on the ground invisible. It's funny, but effective, and he manages to dodge some of the more dangerous attacks, leaving the rest of the bullets harmless. Hyun? After approaching, number 103 clone soldier's body glowed with a fiery orange light, and the high temperature burned all the combat uniforms on his body to ashes. Number 103 grabbed a person casually, and the scorching heat made him scream ah. Well, the member of the commando quickly tilted his neck, made no sound, and was thrown aside by number 103. It can be seen that his neck is almost melted. This skill is fierce, but it's a little disabled. The player controlling number 103 felt a little uncomfortable and didn't go to look at the corpse again. What's hypocritical? It's not true. Even if it were true, we would punish the evil. Ouch. Fuck. Boom. Number 64 was suddenly punched by Winter Soldier, and was taken aback. I seem to be doing small booze here. Brothers. Number 89, you thought this was a betting game, and you still used booze. Number 64, BG, this NPC is quite fierce. I'm not good at melee operations, so I was suppressed by him. Ask for support. Number 89, I remember that the boss on number 126 practiced fighting. Is the boss there? Number 126, yes, I will go over here after I solve it. Click. After number 126 twisted the neck of the last person, he rushed over to number 64 immediately. The clone trooper controlled by this player looks a bit special. There is a mechanical transformation on the left chest, and there is a groove on it. I don't know what it is for. And this player is also the most powerful in this mission, and is recognized as the big boss among the big bosses. Interesting, get out of the way, let me do it. After number 126 rushed to the scene, seeing Bucky fighting ferociously, he also became interested, and let number 64, who was full of scars, step back and rush to Zhongji, who, with a punch that broke the wind, the battle between number 126 and Winter Soldier kicked off. Soon, on the 126th, it was discovered that Bucky's fighting skills were far superior to his. If it wasn't for the higher attribute of his character, I'm afraid he would have lost now. This is normal, what kind of cruel training Bucky has experienced, which is comparable to that of number 126, a fighting enthusiast. I didn't expect to be crushed by a game NPC. Number 126 was also surprised by the battle algorithm of Ready Player One. Unfortunately, the task is urgent, so I can no longer play with you. Number 126 glanced at the task time limit. To prevent accidents, after fighting with Winter Soldier for a while, he took out the same red ball and slowly stuffed it into the groove of his left chest. Kacha. The groove and the ball are inductive, and they are automatically fitted and grasped. The red light on the ball became more and more intense, from the chest of number 126 clone soldier. It quickly spread to all parts of the body. The red veins spread all over, making no 126 already strong muscles bulge even more. This performance is a bit like the Cursed Warrior of the Dark Elves. In fact, number 126 is the test version of the Cursed Warrior clone soldier. The ball contains a small amount of reality gem energy. Although the boost is not as strong as the original Cursed Warrior, it is enough to deal with Winter Soldier. Boom, punch. Just a punch. Bucky was thrown into the wall by number 126, smashed the wall down, and vomited a big mouthful of blood. Number 64 was dumbfounded. Hold the grass? The boss is awesome. Is the berserker profession so fierce? Number 126 said modestly, hee, the data is just weird. Having said that though, but number 126 was also very proud, walked towards Winter Soldier with a cup, grabbed his head and lifted him up. Your end is here, soldier. Wait, stop. Steve stepped on the shield quickly, and a sliding shovel rushed over, gesticulating anxiously at number 126, who was a head taller than him. Listen to me buddy, Bucky is also controlled by someone, please don't kill him yet. He was afraid that the big hand of number 126 would accidentally crush Bucky's little head as an egg. Number 64, what's the situation? Why did this Captain America NPC come here? Number 126, could it be some hidden mission? Number 103, I don't know, boss, why don't we wait until we meet up with our leading female NPC? Number 89, where did the hidden mission come from? Let me tell you, we might as well kill this Captain America, and kill a superhero in the game to enjoy it. Number 64, damn it, you're still ruthless. Number 103, Old Iron, my wisdom teeth, where did you unseal the number? I will give you incense. Number 89, don't introduce. I'll just say hello. Random killing without rewards, and violation of mission regulations. I'm not so stupid. Cut. What are you doing? Hill rubbed his eyes and woke up to find that Yelly was wearing a pair of high-tech glasses on his face, not knowing what he was doing. You're awake. Yelly glanced at the clear finger marks on her slender neck. Tested before. He found. In Hill's heart, there is actually a hidden tendency to tremble. At the beginning, I was very resistant, but after being developed, I became enjoying it. Is it because there are too many serious and unsmiling times, so I need to release it? Yelly is not very clear about it. I just feel that such a beauty feels very good. Why are you staring at me? Seeing Yelly's gaze, Hill knew what Yelly was thinking, and covered his neck with his palm embarrassingly. It can be seen that there are many faint red marks on her body. Help you heal. Yelly took her over, stroked those marks with his hands, and quickly restored the smoothness and roundness of the skin. Don't say it. The beauty blushed. She didn't know why she was slowly, but she seemed to really like it. Correct. Hill has S.H.I.E.L.D. in his heart, and he can't take care of his own private affairs anymore. He hurriedly asked, how's the situation of S.H.I.E.L.D.? You said I can find out today, don't lie to me. It's definitely. Yelly pointed to the holographic glasses on his face. I'm dealing with it. I'm so busy that I haven't even showered yet. Why don't you help me deal with it? It's really hard work. Hill saw Yelly getting up early to work for her, and he was also a little moved. Asking for flowers. The beauty immediately lowered her head and became busy for him. Then, Nanny's busy. I can help you with it. S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Pierce's office. You son of a bitch. The gray-haired Mediterranean MP scolded Pierce severely. Turn out to be. Members of Congress were invited by Pierce to visit the Aegis base and witnessed the launch of the Insight project. Result. Just in time to hear the broadcast of Captain America revealing the truth. 0. Blah blah. Several commando members rushed to the office at this time. Seeing this, the Mediterranean counselor immediately pointed at Pierce and ordered them, arrest him. Click. The leader of the commando team silently drew his gun and aimed at the congressman. Pierce smiled triumphantly. It seems that I still have the final say. The MPs were silent. But there were two congressmen who secretly exchanged glances. They are the club's secret support, and Yelly's high-level executives installed in the council. Their bodies have undergone a small dose of super soldier serum strengthening. It is not a problem to deal with these commandos. They are just considering whether it is necessary to expose their own strength. After all, as a member of parliament, it's okay to have a little fighting hobby. But if you use your bare hands, you put a few commandos with guns, that's not justified. Definitely. When necessary, they are definitely going to do it. Only, according to internal information, the Fearless Corps is already in action, and they plan to wait and see. 5. Let me ask you a question. Pierce, however, poured a glass of wine, picked out a member of parliament and handed it over, and began to ask questions. If Bucky Star got into Mangmai tomorrow and they dragged your daughter into the soccer field and executed them, and you could just press a button to stop it, would you press it? What about you? He is asking the members of the House of Representatives to express their views and not give in to him. If you don't give in, take a look at the hot weapons in the hands of several commandos. The fate of the MPs is self-evident. 503. This. Just when Republic hesitation is indeterminate. Bang. The congressman who took the wine glass slammed the glass out. I don't need your button. He is one of the 2 counselors installed by the club. Bayou? Just when he and the commando soldiers were about to make a move, a red ray flashed past. The man with the big back, the leader of the commando, had his hairstyle and his head burned off. Tread. At the same time, a woman in a white combat uniform rushed into the office quickly, holding a streamlined special energy rifle in her hand. On the barrel of the special rifle, there are 2 red and blue energy thin lines surging. The red file is made by Reality Gem Energy, which is transparent. The blue file is made of Space Gem Energy, which has a wide range of damage. Matsumoto Maki just used the red file. And when the soldiers of the Snake Shield Bureau turned their guns around, she chose to switch to the blue gear. With a bang, the blue energy bomb expanded and exploded, sending all the soldiers flying. Click. Use the tip of the gun. A bayonet sticks out. This bayonet was built before vibranium, and the material is only Kana alloy, the material used to make the Dr. Octopus arm, but it is enough. Bark. Maki Matsumoto made up the knife ruthlessly, and eliminated all the remaining commando members. Who are you? Pierce and the congressman were all frightened by this woman's ferocity. The 2 congressmen installed by the club breathed a sigh of relief. You. Yeli, who was controlling Maki Matsumoto, was about to speak when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation spread all over his body. This made him involuntarily put his hand down and lightly pressed Hill's waterfall-like brown hair. After, Maki Matsumoto introduced himself lazily, you can call me by my code name Bullseye. That's right, Yeli directly removed the word Ms. Bullseye and used the title of Bullseye. Pierce frowned. What do you want to do? It's nothing, I just want to make you hide Republic. Maki Matsumoto picked up a pistol on his tiptoe, threw it to a club member, and asked him to watch Pierce, and walked to a touchscreen console, opened Pierce's database and started cracking. You want to lift the security protocol and publish all the secrets online. Pierce, you know, this will also make S.H.I.E.L.D known to the world. Maki Matsumoto did not stop, this is their own choice. Ta. Yeli controlled her slender fingers to tap continuously, but found that there was a password barrier with a high level of encryption at the end, which could not be broken by hacking skills alone. Tisk. Mind Gem is not around, a little trouble. Let Hill call the marinated egg over. Sunnyvale Estate. Natasha Romanoff dedicated bedroom. Have you notified Nick Fury? With a flash of blue light in Yeli's palm, a glass of clean water was handed to Hill who was struggling to swallow. Gudong, I have already notified him, and he rushed over by helicopter. The beauty with grey-green eyes drank all the water, and felt a lot better. She was a little puzzled and asked, how do you know that Fury is not dead? I know fortune telling 1.7, believe it or not. Yeli said something casually. Strong, need no explanation. You're not upright. Hill propped himself up, leaning on the pillow and said, I want to see it too, is that okay? Ask me what to do. Yeli said with a casual expression, do you think I will restrict your personal freedom? Hill gritted his teeth, unable to speak. I'm running out of strength. Can you help me put on my clothes? When Yeli helped Hill put on the white underwear and put on the red plaid shirt, the power of the dog charm he had injected into her gradually began to work, and she regained some energy. At least I can walk normally. Apply. Maria Hill smoothed out the wrinkles in her shirt and said goodbye to her man. Then I'll go first. Thank you, President. Yeah, this time. See you? Yeli waved goodbye. Small things. Oh, right. Maria Hill thought of something. Look back. Leaned over. After kissing his nasty stuff again. Asked, you said you want to give me a surprise. What exactly is it? Surprise is said. Is that still a surprise? Yeli smiled mysteriously, and 14 is not a surprise for you, but a surprise for us.H.I.E.L.D. A big surprise. Are you so kind? Hill looked skeptical. Ta. Wait for Hill to leave. Yeli also lifted the single corner of the quilt, and went back to her own residence in an instant from Natasha Romanoff's room. Who can be seen? His originally messy room has been tidied up. It seems. Rachel was very conscientious and did not forget her job. And the little girlfriends were still resting quietly, making slight moaning sounds. Obviously the dream was very sweet. Gwen and the others have endured most of the flames of war, so they haven't recovered yet. Yeli glanced at the records left on them, and nodded with satisfaction. Fate Cobweb wove a more formal attire on her body, and then disappeared in place. He also has something to go out. Surprise for S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. base. This is an administrative order, and 2 A-level personnel are required to unlock it. See Maki Matsumoto access blocked. Pierce grinned. He is the only A-level personnel here. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Maki Matsumoto didn't operate at all, turned around, twisted his hips, and sat on the table. And so she sat, motionless and waited. I don't know what Yeli who controls her is doing. Fortunately, everyone in the office did not wait too long. Do-do-do. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see a black helicopter landing on the apron on the roof. Soon. Card. Nick Fury opened the glass door and walked into the office. One of his arms was wrapped around his neck with a black cloth. Obviously he was still not recovering. Good, very good. Pierce gritted his teeth and nodded his head lightly, with an expression of being tricked. I'm so glad you're here, Nick. Did you get my flowers? Obviously he was maintaining his posture and speaking ironically. Yeah. Nick Fury didn't give him a good face either. I thought you wanted to kill me. Alexander Pierce, you know the rules of the game. Nick Fury, why did I make S.H.I.E.L.D. long? Alexander Pierce laughed, because you are the one I know, the most. Okay, stop chatting there. Maki Matsumoto suddenly interrupted the two of them. I'm going to call it a day, come here. She activated the iris scan to unlock, pulled Pierce, pressed him against the screen, and pointed her right eye at the scan. Seeing this, Nick Fury also came over and nodded to Maki Matsumoto. Rao is the character of Maji Fakexia, and she is also a little grateful for the club that turned the tide this time. Only a trace. After all, this is already the limit. Still dawdling with me. Matsumoto Maki was not at all polite to the marinated egg, and directly tore off his black eye patch, revealing the ferocious gray-white left eye. Hurry up. If it is caught by a cat, what should you put on it? Spiced corned egg. Number 73. Now there is no trace of gratitude. A certain person originally planned to be more tactful, but he suddenly had something urgent to do, so the action of manipulating Maki Matsumoto was a little neater. 350. Encryption unlocking, non-disclosure agreement cancellation. The voice from the database control system heralds the complete end of the Insight Plan incident. Maria Hill's relationship household task has been completed. Basic physique has been superimposed Maria Hill template. Yeli also received a message from the system. In fact, he didn't take much interest in this Insight Plan, and even found it a bit ridiculous. What kind of purge depends on those helicopter carriers that look like living targets? Not to mention those hidden powerhouses. Just talk about some powerful countries, when their air defense forces do not exist. Insight Plan, it's just wishful thinking and whimsy. It can only bully ordinary people and conventional armed forces. It can probably be evaluated in such a sentence. Hydra, it's fantasy time? After defamation, Yeli didn't forget to step up his efforts. Kate Mara rolled her eyes in front of her, in the base with soft blue lights, and in the government envoy's office with simple and elegant decoration. The voice of O was louder and louder, like waves lapping on the shore. There was also the babbling sound produced by the continuous twisting of the office chair pulleys, which sounded a bit overwhelmed. Who provided the equipment for this office? It must have been drawn from the funds, right? It will break if you use a little effort, and it hasn't been used for a few days. If this is my subordinate, she will definitely deduct her bonus severely. Can you hold on, Kate? Why don't you hold on to the tabletop instead? In this newly built office, there was an even and slightly heavy breathing sound. No, Lee, it's already, Kate Mara said, and couldn't help but spit out the little snake. The amber eyes are full of joyful emotions. Kate, have you been slack in exercising? Your physique is too poor. Yeli chuckled, pinched Kate Mara's Warun jade skin, and at the same time gave her the power of some dog spells. Ask knowingly, my dear, it's not like you don't know, it's not my problem, it's your problem. So fierce, do you want to break me? If it continues, how can I bear it? Unless you reward me with that super soldier serum and give me an injection, maybe I'll be able to bear it a bit. How? Not thinking about it? Kate Mara turned her head and stared at Yeli as she preached. Okay, I also paid attention to the serum. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. Why are you so pitiful? Isn't it just a serum? Compared with the high-level position I arranged for you, it's no different. What is it? Yeli nodded with a smile and said, if it is an ordinary high-ranking official position, compared with injecting a super soldier serum, it is hard to tell which one is better. It's just that Yeli's position for Kate Mara is quite special. That's the promise? Thank you, Lee. I will definitely sit in the position you arranged for me, and I will do my best to help you. I will listen to what you say. To me, what you say is better than Hua's Hung Shield. Higher order. Kate Mara happily swore her allegiance. She has been coveting the maintenance effect of the super soldier serum for a long time, but Yeli never mentioned it. After serving him for a long time, she dared to bring it up now. Actually, the main reason is that Kate Mara was too cautious. Yeli just didn't care about it. If she mentioned it, Yeli would agree because of her considerate service. Okay, don't talk about these nice things, just work hard for me. This position can't be obtained by ordinary management. Super. Yeli asked Kate Mara to say something. If the club hadn't installed a lot of people in the government and silenced some dissatisfied people, this position really wouldn't be for his little lover. After all, Kate Mara was originally just a small law enforcement officer. Although she is already an elite who is better than many people, she is still not as good as a real high level. Our best intelligence agency was almost led by a terrorist organization like Hydra. The officials sent by the Ministry of Security sat across from Nick Fury, Maria Hill, and other S.H.I.E.L.D. executives and asked, I think you can explain how this country should maintain its own security. You still need us. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, the world is fragile, and yes, we are responsible for it, but we are also the ones who can best protect it. Oh, is it so? The security officer questioned, why do I think the Ghost Spider Club can do better? You must know that it is up to them to find Hydra this time, otherwise my head might be shot through by the ghost thing you created to protect the world up. Nick Fury frowned, the club is just a private non-governmental organization, do you trust a non-governmental organization, sir? Maria Hill also interjected at the right time, and as far as I know, with Chairman Yes' personality, he has no interest in protecting the world. Fury is right, the world still needs us. Well, maybe you're right. The official of the Ministry of Security was surprisingly easygoing, or in other words, his purpose from the beginning was not to completely ban SHIELD. It's like bargaining when buying vegetables, take your time so that people don't fall too far. But we also have to have some safety measures in place. The official of the Ministry of Security changed the topic. In order to prevent your organization from repeating the same mistakes this time, we have unanimously decided to send a commissioner to monitor your organization and review all your actions to see if they violate relevant legal cases. Nick Fury? Maria Hill? Now, let me take you to meet her. No matter how surprised Nick Fury and others were, the security department officials stood up and led them outside an office decorated like a modern minimalist palace. Click. The metal door at the entrance of the office opened automatically. What catches the eyes of Nick Fury and others is an office chair, with, standing by the chair, Yelly is pressing the back of the chair with one hand. President Ya? Are you a special official? Nick Fury couldn't believe it. Impossible, you can't be interested in taking this position. You guessed it, Fury. She holds the position. Yelly turned the chair around. Kate Mara crossed her legs, with a smile on her lips, and turned to the front with the chair. She put her hands lightly on the armrests of the chair, her snow-white arms overlapped, and she looked like a queen sitting, facing Nick Fury and other S.H.I.E.L.D. members. The official of the Ministry of Security also introduced at the moment, Ms. Kate Mara was appointed as S.H.I.E.L.D. inspector and has the highest authority. She has the right to review any information and intelligence of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, and do all instructions and tasks. No, simply put, Kate Mara has little right to command the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. though, but if she wants to mess with the braised eggs, it shouldn't be too simple. Really. Nick Fury frowned when he heard this. He wasn't worried about Kate Mara's ability. If another random person parachutes into S.H.I.E.L.D., he is confident that he will take her off every minute, and he will not listen to the announcement. However, Kate Mara's identity information, he has already known that she has a close relationship with Yelly, but behind him stands the giant, Good Money Zhao, of the club. Even if Kate Mara originally has no abilities, as long as she has this level of identity, the club can fully share S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network. Thinking about it, Nick Fury took a deep look at Yelly with his single eye. President Ye is really smart. It is indeed the character of this vice president to manage affairs without wasting energy and still benefit from it. Good job, Fury. Yelly patted the shoulder of the braised egg, passed by him and left the field in a cool way. Before leaving, he also gently pinched the buttocks of the beauty with gray-green eyes. Whisper in her ear, you two, come and report to me directly at night from now on. Anyway, you know that Kate listens to me and Skye. Hill, hey, how did things become like this? This is called a surprise? Time flies. Xiaowei moved. A private island bought by Yelly. The azure sea beats on the beach, and the white luxury villas by the sea are very eye-catching. On the huge balcony, golden sun shining. The sea breeze blows gently. Gwen, Jessica, Cindy, Felicia, Skye, Barbara, Natasha Romanoff, Sharon, Kate Mara, Hill, 10 beauties with different styles, wearing a variety of sexy swimsuits, wrapped in the gauze skirt, holding white slender arms, leaning on the white round fence, with a graceful waist and hips, and a lazy and cheerful expression blowing the breeze. Yelly is for them transmitting the power of the dog spell, and circled around, and now it is Hill's turn at the end. Wrapping around the waist of the beauty with grey-green pupils, he asked, how is it? Isn't the current S.H.I.E.L.D. used to it? Well, although Kate is the person you installed, it did reduce the violation rate of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s regulations by a lot. Hill glanced at Kate Mara who was right next to her, past her, looked at Sharon, Natasha Romanoff, Barbara, and the others, and said helplessly, you have quite a lot of people in S.H.I.E.L.D. You really put me off together. How can you call something that you love and I want? Hill rolled his eyes angrily, yes, then you can spoil me as you please. Why, it's too late for me to hurt you. Just say something nasty. I'm not your little girlfriends over there. I'm not that easy to coax. Then I want to see how difficult it is to coax. Enning. After chatting with Hill without saying a word for a while, Yelly didn't say much to the upright director, quietly enjoying the happy time by the sea, looking at the beach full of golden soft and fine sand. On the beach, there is a white rope block. On both sides of the block, the two little beauties, Alita and Matilda, are playing beach volleyball, having a great time. They are also wearing attractive three-point swimsuits. One is a mechanically modified body. The metal body is shining silver in the sunlight. It is really beautiful and eye-catching. One is the serum strengthening body. The fair skin is also very good looking. People can't help but recall the feeling of that rainy night. The action of the two slender figures is very pleasing to the eye. It can be described as a duel between mechanics and biology. Watch the ball. Alita's bare silver leg of lamb bent down. Her little metal feet jumped suddenly. Her graceful figure jumped up, and her little palm hit the beach volleyball over the net. Hurry up, Matilda, over there. Deluman, who was abandoned by Felicia and Yelly, loudly directed Matilda to catch the ball. Hey. Matilda is blessed with the power of Meow Ball. She can jump a little higher than Alita, and with her fists clenched, she pushes the ball back. Touch, strike. A certain person watched it very interestingly, and couldn't help pushing hard. But it's a bit of a pity for Yelly not to appreciate the essence of the ball in beach volleyball. After all, BHBC, one is a small purse that has not yet developed well, and the other is a metal lump that does not move at all. Neither of them can. Clatter. A larger wave wets the sand. Yelly's eyes shifted, and then he looked at a beautiful silver-haired figure by the sea. The clear blue sea water with white foam washes over the white and beautiful ankles, causing the thin silver anklets to sink and float from time to time. Unsurprisingly, the swimsuit on her body was also all silver. It seems that the silver-haired beauty really loves this color. Such a beautiful island, the boss just bought it so casually. He is really rich. Sylph gathered her long hair that was blown a little messy by the wind, and tied it into a beautiful ponytail with a silver headband. With a faint smile on her cool and pretty face, she was obviously very happy that the boss team building took her on vacation. And it's not just her, the female mercenaries of the Wild Battle Group are also walking and playing around on the beach, and the voice of Ying Ying and Yan can be heard endlessly by the beach. Oh, a beautiful shell rushed up. The silver-haired beauty bent down her perfectly slender waist, picked up a red and white patterned shell with a little joy, and put it in Sue's hand to play with it. It's a pity why there are no silver shells. Sylph was muttering to herself, when she suddenly felt that a blazing gaze fell on her body, appreciating the beautiful carcass unscrupulously. Turn around and look. Looking out to the balcony of the villa, she found that this look came from Yelly, who was exercising with Hill. See here. Silver called a female mercenary and whispered something in her ear. After speaking, the silver sable lady turned around, turned her back to Yelly, and showed him the snow-white jade back with only a thin rope around it. And the female mercenary stretched out her hand to untie the string, letting Sylph's swimsuit top fall to the ground. Is this to show me my figure? Yelly couldn't help being caught in her eyes, expecting her to turn around obediently and feast his eyes. Sylph did turn around. But he hugged his hands in a vicious way, covering the smooth and white greasy, preventing the boss from enjoying the beautiful scenery on his chest. I won't let you see. Deliberately returned Yelly with a charming look. Stepping on the soft sand, she came to a deck chair under a parasol, turned her back to his eyes, and slowly lay down on it. The female mercenary rubbed sunscreen on her hands, because the silver-haired beauty got rid of it. This makes the already alluring jade back look more lustrous and alluring. And I can still see from her side, the corner of the oppressed Shuai Niang. This girl. Yelly laughed. How could he not know that Sylphie was deliberately seducing him by doing this? In fact, Ms. Silver Sable misunderstood a bit. He was staring at Sylph's graceful figure just now, not only because he wanted to admire her beauty, but also because the system made a sound. Trigger Silver Sable Sylph Sablenova relationship account task. Sylph wants a beautiful silver shell, give her a silver shell that satisfies her. After the task is completed, you can superimpose the Silver Sable Sylph Sablenova template. I didn't expect Sylph's relationship household task to be quite casual. Seeing that the task is so simple, Yelly is also happy and relaxed. While watching the slender figure of Sylph in the distance, he loves Deputy Hill in front of him. At the same time, he called his subordinates. With his super brain and 3 senses, he started 3 purposes in one mind. Beep. The phone call was answered almost instantly. The female subordinate with a sweet voice at the other end said attentively, "Boss, what are your orders?" "Immediately make a necklace jewelry for me, silver shell shape, well made, must be all silver, you know." "Okay boss, I will contact the top jewelry designer immediately. May I ask where it will be sent to you after it is finished?" Although Yelly's request was a bit abrupt, the female subordinate was also looking for someone to arrange it without stopping. "No need to send it, let me know when it is ready, and I will pick it up myself." Beep J. After ordering, Yelly hung up the phone and waited slowly. With nothing to do at hand, he thought for a while, and then turned on the system's Chaoyang News channel to watch. Yesterday news column. The secret information of the mysterious organization in the past has been exposed on the internet, which has aroused heated discussions among netizens. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? The following are external links to online reviews. It turns out that my neighbor is actually a spy. If this information hadn't been exposed, I would have been kept in the dark. Chi Mimi tells you that I am a player on the list of Ready Player One. I did a mysterious mission and, what happened? No one replied to me. I was blocked. I knew it. I eat instant noodles without seasoning packet. It must be the ghost of the Snake Shield Bureau. +1, my pizza was missing a piece yesterday, it must be their conspiracy. I said, why don't you have a serious discussion? What are you discussing? Let's see my fight picture - chicken playing basketball. Rot. Hey, I also have the Dragon Kingdom emoticon pack - resurrection, love Silver. This building is crooked too fast. Yelly was speechless, and quickly cut 10 news items. Today's news column. Inhumans, royal family member Maximus launched a long-planned coup and seized the throne of his brother Black Bolt. Princess Crystal and other royal family members all fled to the earth. Tomorrow news column. Corolla, Quinn kidnapped Dr. Hall and created a large-scale gravitational protonium instrument. Is there a coup d'état in the Inhumans and this gravity proton element? Yelly is not very interested in the troubles of the Black Bat King's family, but is a little concerned about tomorrow's news column. The so-called gravity proton element should be a force weapon. Gravitonium is a rare element that can affect gravity, so he plans to send a research team to get some to study. Mr. Ya, would you like some drinks or Xiaoai's specialty fruits? At this moment, Rachel came to Yelly with a tray to inquire. I think I can have some of your cherry lips. Yelly chuckled, took the cat-eyed girl's head and kissed her for a while. Then he pressed her shoulders and made her squat down. Rachel made perfect practice and didn't resist, carefully removing the smell Hill left on the bad stuff. And Yelly also gave her a little reward as a reward. After work, the cat-eyed girl glanced at the fruit tray she had been holding in her hand, pursed her red lips, and said embarrassingly, it's really, I came to deliver food, but I was full first, and I haven't done my job to make the fruit come out. Dirty, sorry. Fine. Yelly picked a small fruit and stuffed it to Hill. Come on, I'll feed you. Hill's gray and green eyes widened, and he chose to refuse. I don't want it. 807, it's a pity that she had no room to refuse, so he just forced it in. Okay, you guys take your time to bask in the sun, and I'll go to the beach to play. Finish teasing poor Shield. Yelly also plans to go for a walk, and Sil and I will play a bit. But when he passed behind Gwen, the little Spider-Man girl tilted her head slightly and smiled cleverly. She stretched out her white snowy feet and hooked his calf. Lee, are you going to the beach? Which one are you looking at? I guess it's Miss Sylph. Yelly is not worth it, playing with her superb beautiful feet, and asked, then what do you want to do? You want to challenge me again? That's right. Gwen smiled slyly, and declared war. I want to take the sisters to another wave. Since close combat is not your opponent, then we will argue with you with our tongues. Oh, didn't run away, instead came to me. Seeing that Jessica and the others were eager to try, Yelly readily accepted the challenge. On the huge balcony, after waiting for a long time, it was Yelly who went downstairs and walked out of the villa with the attitude of a winner, and came to the beach. Boss, you are finally willing to come down. Ms. Yin Sable was enjoying her subordinate's massage. When she saw Yelly coming out, she waved to him and said, come and play with me. When she raised her hand, the beautiful scenery in front of her became more clearly visible, and Yelly walked over unconsciously. How is it? Can you see it more clearly when you get closer? Sylph raised her head and smiled charmingly on her pretty face. The silver hair hanging on the fragrant shoulders of the jade back slipped down naturally, and a few strands flowed down the neck and fell into the perfectly shaped ditch, which was extraordinarily alluring. Still can't see clearly. Who is Yelly? Naturally she won't let her young mink be teased, and said with a teasing smile, if you can sit up, then I can see very carefully. You are so beautiful. The silver-haired beauty rolled his eyes at him, took the red and white shell next to him and handed it to him. Here, I just picked it up, and I'm giving it to you. Hey, I'm still picking up shells. Yelly took it and tossed it lightly in the palm of her hand. You look like an innocent girl. I'm still a girl, okay? The first kiss was dedicated to you. A look of displeasure appeared on Sylph's cold and beautiful face, and she said angrily, do you want the shell? Don't give it back to me. Yelly put away the shells carefully, and said roguely, as long as it's on this island, it's all mine. I thought this sentence would annoy a certain silver-haired beauty who claimed to be a young girl. No idea. But she paused, winking at him inexplicably and said, including me? Boss. I came up. Yelly is not as flustered as a teenager. He has a lot of experience in dealing with such situations. Definitely includes you, if you will. He replied, without waiting for Silver to say anything else. He took the sunscreen from the hand of the female mercenary at the side, dismissed her and said, go down, I'll do it. The female mercenary took a hesitation, looked at the eldest sister's head, then at the boss, and finally retreated obediently. What do you want? Silver asked knowingly with a slight blush when she heard Yelly's words. Help you add sunscreen. What else can you do? The sun is quite strong here, don't get sunburned. Yelly rubbed the palm of her hand, and then involuntarily used her palm to spread it evenly on the tight and smooth skin on Sylph's back. Silver secretly complained, I don't even want to expose your IP. She has a physique injected with super soldier serum. How could she be sunburned by a little bit of sunlight? I said, I haven't even agreed to it yet, so you're getting started. The silver-haired beauty obediently lay on her stomach, and said arrogantly, you are a hooligan. I'm your boss, what's wrong with the staff? 4.0. A certain person enjoyed kneading and rubbing the ketone body, but his mouth was still hard to cover up. The boss personally massaged you, you should be happy. Feeling the gentle rhythm of the hand without losing its strength, it walked on the back like flowing clouds and flowing water. Sylph also felt very comfortable, snorted softly, didn't say anything more, and began to enjoy this wonderful taste quietly. After a while, "Hey!" A soft exclamation came from under the parasol. "Why are you massaging your hands in front of you?" Sylph slapped his bad hand away. Let go, let go. Cough, press all of them, the effect will be good. 1. Yelly picked up the string on her slender waist with her fingertips, playing with the taste. "Why don't you solve this too? It's quite annoying. If you solve it, I can help you press it from neck to toe. Get out." Sylph scolded angrily. Then, she felt that the shout was a bit loud again, so she covered her chest and muttered, "I won't answer, how about I give you a deep massage?" Yelly also felt a little surprised when she said that. "Think about it." He lay on the reclining chair and said, "Then let's try it." He was only wearing swimming trunks. There is no need to take off any clothes. You are not allowed to turn your head and peek. Sylph let go of her hands clasped around her chest, and said with sunscreen, "Don't worry, it won't happen." Yelly didn't suddenly turn his head to tease her. He also wanted to try the feeling of being gently stroked on the back by this beauty. "Then I'm here." Sylph looked at Yelly Xiajing's back. The hand that was supposed to be put on it suddenly stopped, and it rose up in a mysterious way to tease his mind, and slowly bent down. Yelly, who was lying on her stomach, couldn't help raising her eyebrows. "This soft touch is. Wipe with this." But he didn't say much. The two are tacit understanding. The water splashed against the shore again and again. Silver pulled Yelly up and invited him. "I'm not going to bask in the sun anymore. How about we go play beach volleyball at your sister's?" "Oh, *K. Yelly agreed in a daze. It was difficult for him to move his eyes above her neck. "Matilda, help me throw a volleyball. I'll play with your brother for a while." Sylph waved to Matilda. "Oh." Matilda also threw the ball to Sylph with a blank expression just like her brother. In fact, she really wanted to say, "Sister, don't you have two yourself?" "Okay, let's start playing." Sylph glanced ambiguously at Yelly on the opposite side of the block. Yelly nodded. He also understood what Silman meant. Beach volleyball originally, isn't it just to appreciate the ball? Since the beauties are so generously displayed. Unceremoniously, he focused on the ball and played beach volleyball seriously. There is one thing to say. In the case of Yelly suppressing power, Silver's volleyball level is still very high, and she can play back and forth with him. Definitely. This is also because he is attracted to certain things. Boom, boom, pong, beep 1. After playing a few back and forth, Yelly headset received a call from a subordinate, the news that the round silver shell necklace has been made. He glanced at Silver, and waved his hand to signal her to come over. "What's wrong?" Seeing that he suddenly stopped beating, the silver-haired beauty approached with some doubts. "Russell." But Yelly suddenly put his hands together, stretched them behind her snowy neck, and gently fastened a silver necklace. "Give it to you, it's a gift in return." "You." Sylph looked down at the delicate silver shell supported by the plumpness. Her expression was full of surprise. "Before, you were able to overhear me from so far away. 330 I'm fine to eavesdrop on you. Why is it not a system? Even trivial things can generate tasks." Yelly secretly slandered, but pretended to be tender and said, "Do you like it? I specially made it for you. How did you get it done so quickly?" Hearing what he said, the expression on Sylph's cold and pretty face gradually changed from surprise to joy, thinking to herself, "I just heard that I wanted a silver shell, so I hurried to prepare it. It turns out that I am so important to him. I thought that in his heart, I was just a gatekeeper." Silver Sablenova's relationship account task has been completed. Basic physique has been superimposed. Silver Sablenova template. Okay, it's done easily and happily. Yelly felt a little more physical improvement, and felt a little proud in his heart. And the silver-haired beauty standing in front of him slowly approached her unique light silver-colored contact lenses. Oh, and there are additional rewards. Faced with the biting silver lips, Yelly naturally couldn't resist, threw the beige beach volleyball aside, and played with the other two snow-colored volleyballs. "Hyun." Silver put her arms around his neck and said with burning eyes, "Don't be here. For the first time, I don't want to be seen by too many people." "No problem." Yelly readily agreed, and carried her slender and enchanting body to the waist of the princess, away from the female soldiers of the wild battle group who joined in the fun. Stepping on the sand, he came to a hidden cape. After, a pair of bi people hugged each other tightly and rolled wantonly on the golden sandy beach. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fierce noise is the movement of the big tide beating the coast. At the same time, the far side of the moon. Alien City, Italan. "Dear guests, Genetic Council." The round-faced little beauty in a strapless top with a smirk said to the members of the Inhumans Genetic Council, "My in-law Maximus wants me to say a few words for him, and here is what I want to say. In-laws refer to in-laws, not the relationship between husband and wife. This little beauty, with unique red and yellow hair color, is the princess of the Inhuman race, Crystal. In the royal family of the alien race, King Black Bolt and others were teleported to Earth. Only Princess Crystal was intercepted by the rebellious Maximus. And Maximus also threatened Lockdog and asked her to publicly support him as a member of the royal family to ascend the Inhuman throne. The Lock-Tooth dog, also known as Crystal's pet dog Tetanus, is a particularly big bulldog that can take people teleport. Maximus is the king. Little Miss Crystal held the statement card Maximus gave her, and frowned as soon as she read the first sentence. She slowly turned her head to look at Maximus, and capriciously denied, "It's no wonder." The smile on Maximus's face disappeared instantly. But haven't waited for him to attack. Crystal took the lead in launching the attack. "I see." She also pointed to the guards with guns. Pike. Click click click. The guards' hands and guns were quickly frozen as if they had been cast by magic. Each alien has its own abilities, and the ability of the crystal is to display the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. A power with good potential, but unfortunately her use is still very shallow. Blah blah. After controlling the guards, Crystal immediately ran away with her long legs, heading towards the place where her big dog, which could only teleport, was being held. She wants to use the ability of tetanus to escape from Italan and go to the earth? While Maximus watched the crystal escape, he didn't stop it. Because he can't beat the ability generated by Maximus touching the Turigen mist is become human. That's right. Literal meaning. He became immortal, without any abilities, and the coup was launched by inciting the people of the inhuman race. At least he thought so himself. Actually, Maximus still has spiritual ability, but not awakening yet. Kong? Crystal opened the sliding door of the lock-toothed dog cell, then hurriedly closed it and sealed it with ice to stop the pursuers. Tetanus, wake up. She hastily called her big dog to want it to take her away with a teleport. Note. But the lock-toothed dog was injected with a special drug. Not only the ability was difficult to activate, but the whole dog was groggy. Tread tread. Good promise good, there are footsteps outside the door. Apparently the pursuers have arrived, and they're trying to break open the gate. Wake up, we should go. Crystal was in a hurry, and directly froze a U-shaped antenna on the dog's forehead wheezy. Wow, the U-shaped antenna of the lock-toothed dog is the key to launching the ability. When it is stimulated, it immediately wakes up for a moment. Take me where you take everyone else. Crystal only had time to say this sentence. Locktooth got up and disappeared with her. Hien. When Crystal and Locktooth flashed again, they were already in a dense green forest with humid air. The sun shines from the top of the tree, bringing a sense of warmth and calming her emotions a little. This is the earth. It was the first time for the girl to leave Italan. Looking at the surrounding environment, she felt very novel. Wou. The Locktooth dog whimpered, and fell limply on the ground again. Obviously, the teleportation just now was just an outburst, and its body was still very uncomfortable. Tetanus, can you still walk? Princess Crystal didn't bother to check the environment anymore, and called out to the pet dog in concern. Woof. The Locktooth dog still looks limp, unable to walk 2 steps for the owner to watch. Okay, then you stay here first, I'll go to see if there is anyone nearby. After the Crystal Princess gave the dog a few words, she pushed aside the dense bushes and headed in one direction, step by step. Crack, crack, crack. After going forward for a while, Crystal Princess heard the sound of big waves beating the shore, and smelled a special smell brought by the wind. Is it the smell of the sea? Could it be that the front is the ocean on the earth? The princess knew a lot about the sea, so she walked to the edge of the woods curiously and looked out. Really? She soon saw a sandy beach and an azure ocean. The smell just now should be the smell of the sea brought by the sea breeze. Only, Crystal took a closer look. I saw a beauty with loose silver hair on the beach, tightly hooking her waist, doing, BHBJ, primitive and wild movements. God, is this the Earthlings? The ignorant girl absorbed the leap-like knowledge all at once, and covered her mouth with her little hand in surprise. These 2 people are strangely good-looking. Why so? Crystal peeked at the couple on the fine sand who were constantly changing their postures, and wanted to leave, but stopped in her tracks. Locktooth needs to be healed, and she needs to say hello to this couple who are putting on a beautiful scene. Isn't it good to disturb them at this time? The girl is very troubled. On the other side of the world, in a dimly lit Western-style hall. Now we will gain strength and destroy those who betrayed us. The sorcerer supreme traitor, Caecilius, slowly opened a scroll, and carefully took out a page of ancient magic books wrapped inside. On this page of the ancient magic book, there is a mysterious red magic rune, which is very conspicuous. Caecilius gestured with both hands, and quickly drew the spell rune in front of him according to the ancient records. A large red rune floated in the air, sparking red fireworks. And also the one who betrayed the world. As his words fell, the dark cultists around him spread out and chanted obscure incantations together. After chanting the unknown spell for a while, Caecilius pressed his hands around his eyes, and the intricately patterned floor began to change and collapse, and the scene was somewhat similar to the mirror space. The walls of the surrounding palaces also quickly twisted and changed. In front of Caecilius' eyes, a stalwart and vast dark figure faintly flashed. Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. The perspective returns to Xiaowei. The girl hesitated for a while, and she didn't know how long she had been watching. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely hide her face and not look at this kind of embarrassing person. But that man's handsome appearance and strong capital made her unable to take her eyes off him. In my mind, even the thought of extreme shame occasionally flashed through, subconsciously replacing that silver-haired beauty with myself. If the person under the pressure is me, no, what am I thinking? Crystal Princess quickly shook her head to get rid of such distracting thoughts, feeling a little irritable for no reason. No, if this continues, people will become strange. Earth is such a boring place. Crystal decided not to wait any longer. God knows when this pair of unrestrained lovers will finish exercising. She is a Delan's little princess, so she doesn't have so much patience to watch. Camartage. The graceful girl in the red magician robe propped her chin up in boredom, and created an image with crimson energy. It is Yeli's handsome appearance. Last time when I treated Lee like that, he wouldn't be angry with me. Wanda whispered, I don't know what he is doing now. Thinking of that accidental relationship with Yeli in the tea room, she was both shy and sweet. After Scarlet Witch's duplication returns. Although she is still perfect, but the process is clearly engraved in her mind, lingering. Whenever the night is quiet, when I recall the taste with him, I feel a little wet. This made Wanda's emotions complicated, and she didn't know how to face Yeli. No, interfering with the space-time continuum is taboo. The girl was thinking about it when she suddenly heard a Mordo magician scolding from the library where the Eye of Agamotto was stored. After listening for a while, she learned that it turned out that Strange tried to use the ability of the time and space gem out of curiosity. Is it the magic weapon that glows green from Master Ancient One? Wanda was very impressed with Eye of Agamotto. After all, she used this to regain her sanity before. I'll go and have a look too. Some idle girls were aroused, supported themselves with crimson energy, and floated into the library. It is really good to have magic, and it is much more convenient in daily life. In the woods behind the beach, Crystal Princess wants to show up. Only, just as she was about to say hello, she suddenly saw the black-haired man make a new move, walking into the sea with the silver-haired beauty in his arms. What is this for? Puzzled, the girl couldn't help but stop and watch. I got sand all over my body, let's wash it off. Yeli naturally also found the crystal that was peeping in the dark, but he didn't startle the snake, but asked softly with his arms around the tired beauty. Sylph agreed softly. Then, Yeli took her and soaked in the swaying waves of seaweed, washing the fine sand on her body with seawater. With someone's ability, there is no need to wash the sand into the sea. I just want to take the opportunity to try the taste of being in the sea. As expected. Not long after, the lovers who washed each other started the second round in the sea water, constantly measuring the clear waves. Princess Crystal was also speechless. Sure enough, you shouldn't have any expectations of these two. Stepping on the soft sand, she ran to the beach decisively, summoning up her courage. Hello, excuse me, where is this place? Fortunately, it is covered by the refraction of sea water. His Royal Highness Xiao Gongzhu didn't seem so clear about the scenery on Yeli's side. Huh? Is there anyone else here? The silver-haired beauty shrank her body, hugged Yeli tightly and asked, why haven't I seen her before? Is it your little lover you hid? Yeli flicked her pretty nose, listen to what she yelled, obviously she doesn't know me, okay. Asking for flowers. Then who is she? Sylph wondered, isn't this your private island? Could it be that a lost tourist came here by boat? It's kind of close. Talking. Yeli weaved the magic to run, and the silk thread was entangled. He quickly dressed himself and Sylph, and walked to the Crystal Princess on the shore with her. The system prompts that the crystal belongs to the category of superhero, and he can become the princess's relative, so he also knows her identity. Unexpectedly, as soon as one was solved, another one was delivered to the door. 0. He remembered the girl Crystal, who seemed to be the future daughter-in-law of his brother-in-law Quicksilver. After getting married, this willful inhuman princess would cuckold Pietro vigorously, and finally got a divorce. But that's the manga version of the crystal. The little publicity in front of Yeli looks more like a film version and a manga version integrate, combining the advantages of both appearances. It looks fresh, and it is really impossible to imagine that she will have an affair in marriage in the future. He unconsciously thought of a sentence, the purer you look, the more you play. You. Princess Crystal was a little surprised to see the two put on their swimsuits in the blink of an eye. Is this Earth technology? Earth technology? Girl, yours. Yeli wasn't too attentive either. Although this princess looks a little naive and immature. But when he thought of her deeds in the comics, he didn't want to use any conventional means to slowly establish a relationship. Dream Quick Flash Dafa, ready to use at any time. Superhero, protect the world from physical harm. And we magicians defend the world against magical threats. In the Sorcerer Supreme Holy Place, the magician Wong, who controls a magic globe with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, explained because of the curiosity of Strange. The first generation of Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto built 3 holy places in places with strong magic power, and these places are now big cities. That door leads to the holy place. The door leads to the holy place. The 570 door leads to the holy place in London. Wow, it's amazing. Just as Wong pointed to the 3 doors and explained, a voice like a silver bell came into the main holy place. Wanda dropped from the origin magic power and said, can I hear it too? It's okay, let's listen together. Wong nodded, didn't pay much attention to Wanda, and continued to preach. The 3 holy places together create a shield that protects the world. The holy place protects the world, and we magicians protect the holy place. Sounds great. Wanda leaned against the wall pillar, feeling a little more fond of the profession of magician. Strange grasped the point and asked, what are we going to defend against? Wong, there are other dimensions that threaten our universe. Strange, like Dormammu. Dormammu exists in the dark dimension. He is the conqueror of the universe, the destroyer of the world, with infinite power and infinite desire. He wants to invade all universes and bring all worlds into his dark dimension. After Wong finished speaking, he added, it longs for the earth most. Is it so powerful? Wanda just spoke. Dang. In Camartage, an alarm bell suddenly sounded. Wang made a distinction, and said in surprise, an accident happened at the holy place in London. At the same time, Hu Kengkeng, the door leading to the holy place in London opened, and a magician who guarded the holy place escaped desperately. Boo! He came to Camartage through the transparent gate, just about to say something. Hyun, the transparent magic ripple blade swept over from behind extremely quickly. Whether it was Modu, Wang, or Strange, it was too late to save people. If nothing else, this magician is going to be Gigi. There is also a Scarlet Witch here. Origin magic power energy is born with the mind, like a scarlet mist, wraps the invisible magic blade, and instantly dissipates it in the invisible. Opposite the door, inside London Holy Place, Caecilius was taken aback when he saw the palpitating red magic. Why does this thing give him a feeling stronger than dark magic? No, this must be an illusion. Dark energy is the strongest. Caecilius quickly strengthened his Deo heart, and smashed the destruction magic ball in his hand. Bang 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 bang. With a loud explosion, the door connecting London Holy Place collapsed. Caecilius, Moto Magician yelled angrily, and then hurriedly said, "We have to go to the holy place in London immediately." Strange spread his hands and suggested, "I have a good idea, why don't you inform Sorcerer Supreme first?" "So, you're from the moon?" While walking on the beach with Princess Crystal, Sylph asked, "So you're an alien? Haven't you heard of us? Inhuman race." Princess K Jing said, "My family and I were separated. If we want to find them, we must first cure our pet dog." The silver-haired beauty was a little puzzled. What's the relationship between finding your family and your dog? Could it be through the sense of smell? And the Inhumans are. Yeli saw Silver's ignorant appearance, put her arms around her shoulders, and pulled her over. Then in her ear, he explained it softly for her. Oh 4.5, so that's how it is, Inhumans, living in the Moon City. After listening to Yeli's narration, Sylph was full of novelty, only feeling that the world is so big and full of wonders. "It seems that you know us quite well." Crystal Princess looked at Yeli with a desire to explore. "I won't lie to you either." Yeli chuckled, "There are 2 strangers on the other side of my residence on this island." "What?" This time the Crystal Princess was surprised. Could it be that 2 of her clansmen living on the earth are on this island? It's just that when she came to the seaside villa, she was disappointed. The 2 aliens that Yeli mentioned are just 2 beautiful girls who are about the same age as her. They are not the royal family of the alien race, but should be the aliens of awakening on Earth. And Princess Crystal looked around at Alida, Matilda, and the others who were playing, and thought to herself, why are there all girls here, and they all wear so little? Huh? My brother brought Sister Silver back, why is there an extra person? Matilda looked at Hui Yeli and his party walking slowly, feeling a little puzzled. Alida hugged her silver arms and said firmly, "It must be a new mother again. Daddy finds mom so fast." On the open-air balcony. "Come on, let's get to know each other." Yeli took Rachel's little hand and sat down, introducing to the 18 Crystal Princess across the table. "Rachel Rosalind Charlotte, the Inhuman from the New Awakening, is currently serving as my personal maid. Crystal, from the Moon, the Royal Princess of the Inhumans in Italan. Your Highness." Rachel looked at the Crystal with bright cat eyes, slightly surprised. "Do I want to salute?" Crystal smiled and said, "Call me by my name, even Crystalia Amackline." Talking. She looked at Yeli again, and asked, "There is another Inhuman, I saw her just now, why don't you introduce me?" Skye. Yeli smiled meaningfully when she heard this. "She's a little tired, she's going back to her room to rest, and I'll introduce you guys later." Crystalia nodded slightly, and didn't ask any more about Skye, but thought that she had nowhere to go now, and thought about what to do. You can't live on a desert island. She glanced secretly at Yeli's luxurious villa, a little moved. "I don't know if he is willing to take me in." "What's the matter, Princess Amackline? Are you hungry or thirsty?" Seeing that Her Royal Highness seemed to be in need, Rachel poured a glass of juice and handed it to her. "Try it." The juice squeezed from Hawaiian white pineapple. "Thanks." Crystalia took the cup, hesitated for a while, and whispered to Yeli embarrassingly, "Mr. Ye, I don't have a place to live now, can I stay with you for a while?" Finished. Princess Crystal lowered her head shyly. As a green girl who has never been in contact with a man, it is too embarrassing to propose to a man to live in his house. Actually, as soon as she finished speaking, she actually regretted speaking a little. If the other party refuses, wouldn't it be that dead man is lost, and the face of the royal family of the human race will be lost by her? Crystalia could only pray secretly, "I hope the other party will agree." Oh, Yeli was also slightly surprised. The homeless girl asks to live together, she is still a little princess. I never thought that such a story that makes people think about it will happen to him one day. Looking at the shy look of the royal princess, he inexplicably thought of some weird things, and became a little moved by the pretty and smooth Crystalia. Crystalia Amackline looked at Yes' naked eyes scanning her body lines, and couldn't help but jump in her heart. The scene of him fighting Sylve naked appeared in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more her pretty face flushed red. The legs wrapped in tight pants can't help but twist slightly. He doesn't want me to be like him too. No, it's too soon, we just met. Medusa and Bert have just been engaged, and up to now they are just holding hands. As a princess, I can't be so casual. At least we have to get along for a while. Her Royal Highness's thoughts were scattered, for fear that Yeli would immediately make excessive demands. When the time comes, will she refuse, or 563 is wrong, no or no, it must be rejected. In Crystalia's heart, there seemed to be an angel warning her, don't be tempted by masculinity. No problem, I'll let Rachel take you to choose a room later. The girl was very conflicted, but Yeli agreed easily. That's my promise. Crystalia raised her head and asked cautiously, are there any conditions? It's just taking in a beautiful girl for the night. What are the conditions? Yeli laughed playfully, what conditions do you want me to raise? No. Princess Crystal quickly shook her head and said without asking herself, I'm not thinking wildly. Yeli, it seems that this is also a little brain who is not very smart. It's good not to be smart, it's easier to fool around blah blah. Matilda ran to Silver with a beach volleyball in her arms, and asked curiously, Sister Silver, who is that round-faced sister? She made a bet with Alida that if Crystalia was really Yeli's new lover, she would have to hand over her treasured snacks. Crystal. Sylph was wiping the traces left by Yeli on her body. When she heard Matilda's inquiry, she stopped and told Matilda what she had just said to Crystal Princess. A big dog that can teleport? 2 or 3 meters high. The focus of the half-grown girl's attention is that it is different, and she forgot about the betting all at once, and she is a little novel about the big dog. She kicked on the wall lightly, jumped a few steps, turned to the balcony where the 3 of Yeli were talking, and asked Crystalia, Sister, do you think your dog can teleport? Matilda. Yeli threw a grape and smacked her sister's forehead lightly, and taught her, if you don't go up the stairs, why climb over the wall? It's getting skinnier. I was wrong, brother. Matilda covered her head with one small hand, caught the grapes with the other hand, stuffed them into her mouth and ate them, only. After a few bites, she was a little puzzled and said, why does it taste a bit weird? Forward. Yeli glanced at the tray in hand, there were a little white spots on the grapes. It seems that this tray is the one that Rachel was carrying. Sorry, I forgot to change it. Rachel also realized it, and quickly reminded Matilda, spit it out quickly, that's your brother. It's okay. The cat-eyed girl was halfway through speaking, but Yeli interrupted her. Seeing Matilda's cute little mouth moving and chewing, he was inexplicably agitated, and whispered to Rachel, just don't tell her the truth. Oh. Rachel nodded obediently. Then, she found that her little hand was being pulled by a bigger hand, and it was under the table. Yeli's eyes showed a little enjoyment. The pretty cat-eyed girl sat quietly by the side, her pink lips pursed lightly, as if she was being bullied. It was still very exciting. Yay, and tetanus. When Crystalia heard Matilda's question, she was reminded of. His pet dog is still in the woods on the other side of the island. Just now, I was so focused on looking at the handsome guy secretly, I almost forgot about the big dog. She still relies on it to find her family. Then, Princess Crystal hurriedly asked Yeli, can I bring my dog too? Yeli didn't answer right away. Yu Guang looked at her sister's direction. I see. Matilda groaned. She ate the grapes and swallowed them, and subconsciously licked her little lips. This made his heart skip a beat, coupled with the wrapping of Rachel's tender palm. His eyes couldn't help showing a sense of satisfaction and relief. Well, what do you mean the lock-tooth dog? Yeli showed a bit of sage's indifference on his face, and flatly rejected the beautiful princess' request. Just let it stay in the forest over there. This island is very safe, so don't worry about it being in any danger. It would be good for him to let the big dog stay on the island, but he would not allow it to run to the villa area. That's right. Crystalia didn't know why Yeli's tone was much calmer, but she was neither close nor old, and it was not easy to get entangled, so she asked instead. Can you help me find a doctor for tetanus? It's not feeling well right now, and it can't activate its ability. Without its teleportation ability, it would be very difficult for me to find Medusa and the others. Teleportation ability? You don't really need your big dog. A blue light flashed in Yeli's hand, and a slender room key appeared in his palm, and he threw it to Crystalia. Did you see it? I also have this kind of ability. Skye. The little princess was surprised. They all have this kind of power. What is the same as your dog? Yeli's face darkened, and he always felt that this was deliberately taking the opportunity to scold him. It seems that this princess palace is better than Pigo. Sorry. I didn't mean that. Realizing that she had said something wrong, Crystalia quickly ran to Yeli, hugged his arm, pressed it with plumpness, and said coquettishly, then can you also help me find my family? Can you help me? Relationship account status has not yet been fulfilled, so it would be a waste of time for me to help you now, but I can't tell, it's quite predictable. Yeli slandered secretly, but said copiously, it's not impossible, but I have to go out to do something now. You wait for me on the island first, and discuss it with you when I come back. What's the matter? The princess was taken aback, and was about to say something more. But Yeli was instantly replaced by blue light and shadow, and disappeared in a flash. If you really say go. Why would I want to spend more time with him? When Crystalia saw Yeli leave so simply, she felt a little bit disappointed. But his random teleportation performance also made her believe that he could help her find other royal members of the inhuman race. Then wait for him first. I don't know what he is going to do. He is in such a hurry to leave. The crystal princess looked at the room key lying in her palm, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her lips. She showed Rachel the key and asked, Miss Charlotte, can you show me this room? Hey, wait a minute. I'm going to wash my hands first. The cat-eyed girl looked embarrassed, and quickly ran to the sink. Why are everyone in a hurry? 280. Crystally asked strangely, are all people on Earth busy talking? She looked at Matilda again. It doesn't look very busy. Is it because this is an immature cub? I see. Matilda was sneakily stuffing the bunch of white-stained grapes into her mouth one by one, and she said happily, "MMM. It feels pretty good if you eat too much. The taste is quite special. This is Hawaii specialty grapes." She didn't know that there were no grapes with this taste in Hawaii. It was a specialty product added by her brother. Hyun? Yeli's figure appeared high above the resort island, looking far away in one direction. It's about time there. Or is about the magician holy place. Just now, his super spider telepathy predicted the arrival of a guy, a body like a starry sky, and a huge head made of magical flames. Dormammu. If Thanos hadn't brought the Infinity Gauntlet, he probably wouldn't have had this danger of the dark dimension. However, Yeli estimates that Dormammu's strength is at most the level of peak of Heavenly Father to single universe, which is still in the range he can handle. As long as he handles it carefully, there will be no problem. Really, interrupt my vacation. Hyun? The inside and outside of the magician holy place are covered by a layer of mirrored space. In mirror space, the direction of gravity is changed arbitrarily, upside down, and the 5 elements are indeterminate. The buildings are distorted and interlaced, piled up randomly like building blocks, and the scene is grotesque, like a rotating kaleidoscope. What a mistake. Strange and Mordo magician were chased and fled desperately, and finally fell from the side of a building that was 180 degrees horizontal. And chasing after them was the zealots of Dormammu led by Caecilius. The encounter between the two began when Strange successfully opened the mirror space. Originally, Stephen was pleasantly surprised by trapping Caecilius and the others in the mirror space because he successfully used the mirror space. As a result, he then discovered. On the contrary, Caecilius, who has the energy of the dark dimension, manipulates the mirror space and plays it like a 6. Strange Swave is completely shooting himself in the foot. Soon, Stephen was chased to the end of the road. Caecilius choked him and pinned him to the ground. Boom. Then, Caecilius rubs his hands. Wensi, just rub out a transparent spell blade. He raised the magic blade, and he was about to end Strange's life. At this time, suddenly, a magic fan with sparks swirled towards him, forcing Caecilius to open. Ka. The hoverboard that Stephen was lying on was also quickly pulled away. When the magic folding fan flew back and was caught by a tall and thin woman. I saw. She is wearing a yellow robe, holding folding fans in both hands, and looks very handsome and elegant. It is Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One Magician. I remember to notify Ning a long time ago. Strange lay idle on the ground, and added a sentence in his heart, it's better to be counted. You need a little trial. Strange. Ancient One glanced at the next Sorcerer Supreme with a chuckle, and then greeted the fanatical believers headed by Caecilius alone. I almost died from the trial. Although Strange was slandering in his heart, but looking at Ancient One's thin back, he felt a lot more at ease. The Sorcerer Supreme, who has lived for hundreds of years, should deal with the dark believers of Caecilius. If nothing else, it should be easy. The naive Steve didn't know yet. He was about to take over the burden of being dumped. If nothing else, it's going to be an accident. Hugh. Boom. As soon as Yeli appeared outside the magician holy place, he heard a dull sound. A figure in a yellow robe. It hit him hard. It is the dignified Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Yeli. I would rather act a little more fake. Looking at the woman who fell peacefully on the ground in front of her, he squatted down helplessly, put his palms on her body, and began to transport the power zone of the horse spell. I said, do you need to die in such a hurry? You almost splashed my blood. Snap. A thin transparent palm gently held his wrist. Yeli turned his head and saw that it was indeed the soul body of Ancient One. I can feel what you injected into my body, full of surging vitality. Ancient One's soul body shook his head at him. This will wake me up again. Stop it. Yeli didn't force it, stopped ability, and joked, what? Ancient One magician is still shy, and doesn't want to get into my body. Ancient One also smiled. I'm tired, now I'm going to pursue what I want. Yeli finally confirmed, I really don't want to live anymore. Ancient One nodded. Next, the responsibility of Sorcerer Supreme will be handed over to Strange. She didn't explain too much. Smart people talk to smart people. It's that simple. Okay. Yeli readily agreed. It is also understandable that people want to let go of the burden they have carried on the earth for hundreds of years and go outside to relax. He can't just put the burden back forcibly, that would be too wicked. Then where are you going? To find the eternal God. Yeli does not need to speak, but communicates with Ancient One with his thoughts, which also avoids the mental illness of being regarded as talking to himself. Ancient One couldn't deny it. Your induction is unusual. This is not the effect of super spider telepathy, it's because I knew it in my previous life. Yeli muttered to himself. Lee, you said that if I need anything, I can ask you for help. At this time, Ancient One asked, but on Earth, I don't have anything to worry about. I just hope you can take care of Strange and this world. When Yeli heard this request, he didn't fully agree, but tried his best to say, I'll take care of Stephen. As for this world, it depends on my mood. Ancient One nodded slightly again, and didn't say anything more. She still understood this character quite well. She glanced at her body, and asked Yeli with an inexplicable expression, do you have to put your hands on your chest for your treatment? Cough, no. Yeli immediately took back the hand that was pressing. I just got used to it, so I put it in this position. Who told you to rejuvenate your body before you die? Hey, everyone wants to die to look good, doesn't they? Ancient One was amused by him, touched his soul body with his hand, changed into a young face and said, I hope that when I see you again, you will still be so interesting, child. Yeli said unhappily, call me again, kid, believe it or not, I'll bring you back to life immediately, and let your body live forever. Finished. He heard the meaning of her words again, and asked, wait, you said hope? Does that mean you can't see my future? Naturally, I was able to deduce part of your timeline by observing some of the people you influenced with the Eye of Agamotto. Ask for flowers. Ancient One is about to leave, and he no longer taboos the influence of time so much. In this final farewell, he explained to him, and this, when it reaches a certain point in time, it also stops, and you can't look back. Yeli was a little curious, what time is it? Ancient One smiled mysteriously, just today, when you step into the dark dimension, the great world weaver. Ha? Ning is also a riddler. Yeli secretly slandered, thinking about whether to grab Strange's time gem later and take a look for herself. 0. Okay, I'll stop talking with you here, I'm leaving. The wicked Ancient One obviously didn't intend to explain to him. The soul body gradually began to disappear. Before leaving, with a beautiful soul body with long hair like a waterfall, soft lips touched Yeli's mouth lightly, and said goodbye playfully. Goodbye, Li, this is your favorite farewell kiss. Yeli was stunned for a moment. After recovering, he found that the black-bellied old woman of Ancient One had disappeared without a trace. He could only mutter in his mouth, hey, the old woman is so old, and she still takes advantage of me, a little fresh meat, so don't be ashamed. Can be seen. In someone's eyes, there is also a little sadness of parting. It was rare for him to experience the feeling of parting from a close friend. Blah blah. Strange and Mordo Magician hurried over, seeing the miserable state of Ancient One Magician. They couldn't believe it. Steven, where's Wanda, isn't she here? Yeli asked Stephen Strange. It stands to reason that if Wanda is here, it is impossible for Ancient One to die like this. Yeah, you arrived too, but unfortunately you are late. Stephen Strange looked at the figure in the yellow robe on the ground, and said regretfully, Miss Maximov, she was asked by the Ancient One Magician to stay in Camartage. If she was present, the result might have been different. It seems that people who want to die can't be stopped. Yeli is also a little speechless for Ancient One who is trying his best to find death. And 390 Strange looked at Yeli on the side, as if he had found the backbone, and asked unwillingly, she just fell to her death? She is a sorcerer supreme, how could she just be like this? I guess you want to say, how can you die so aggrieved, right? Yeli muttered in his heart, shrugged and said, maybe you can try to rescue him. As a former top surgeon, Stephen won't give up if he doesn't try, but... Stephen Strange raised his bloody hands and said, my hand was cut by Caecilius in the battle just now. Yeli, your little left and right are really in a lot of trouble. Presbyterian Hospital. Hurry up. Christine, save her. It's not atrial fibrillation. It's myocardial stunning. Stephen Strange anxiously pushed the emergency trolley of Ancient One, and came to his female colleague, Christine Palmer, who was having an affair with him, for help. Although Christine Palmer's surgery level is not as high as Stephen Strange's, he is also an excellent doctor. Seeing Stephen Strange's eagerness, Christine Palmer pushed Ancient One into the emergency room and asked, nervous shock. Stephen Strange, yes. I will do my best. Kristen Palmer took the nurse and closed the emergency room door. Drop. With the emergency lights on, the rescue began. Take a cotton swab. Lower the pressure on her brain. Her heart rate was dropping. Heart rate monitor, beep -1. She's dying, give her oxygen, beep J. Her pupils dilated. Beep 1. No reflexability, no brain activity reading. Emergency room outside. Yeli sat on the waiting chair indifferently, listening to the busy voices in the emergency room, shook his head and laughed. People's souls have let themselves go, wandering around outside the body. How can they still read brain activity? Now the soul body of the Ancient One Magician should be explaining the funeral to Stephen Strange, passing on the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme to him. Dumb. Heart rate pulled into a straight line. Christine Palmer shook his head helplessly, and washed the blood before washing his hands. Rescue failed. Click. The door of the emergency room was pushed open, and Yeli walked in calmly. Who are you? Don't come in, idlers. The nurses chattered about Yeli who barged in. Christine Palmer thought he was a family member, and comforted him softly. Are you her family member? My condolences. Yeli ignored them, but walked up to the Ancient One Magician's body covered with a white cloth, and then slowly reached out to her. What are you going to do? Don't move around. A nurse tried to stop him, but was stopped by Christine Palmer. In Christine Palmer's view, Yeli should want to close Ancient One's opened green eyes and let her rest in peace. I heard that Asians like to do this, and several Asian families that Christine Palmer met before also did this. Only, Yeli's next move stunned Christine Palmer and the nurses. His palm swiped from the void above Ancient One's head to the bed builder, and under his palm, Ancient One's body was slowly covered with forest blue ice inch by inch. DBB? What kind of technology is this? Or super ability? The nurse was very surprised. Is this also? Christine Palmer had seen Stephen Strange's portal before, and guessed, could it be a spell? Yelly didn't care how surprised the nurses and Christine Palmer were, and pressed on the extremely cold ice, whispering to Ancient One. We will meet again, I will find you, I will have a chance to meet eternity. You. Listening to Yelly's whispering voice, Christine Palmer felt something was wrong. Talk to a dead man, will we meet again? Also said, I will find you? And all the way to eternity. Doesn't this sound like wanting to die for love? Could it be that this man who can spell is the lover of the dead woman or something? Kristen Palmer looked at the young-looking Ancient One, and it really looked like a good match for Yelly. In this way, she imagined a magical love of the century, and quickly dissuaded Yelly, don't be overwhelmed, I know you are very sad for her departure, but your lover must also hope that you will live strong. Be sure to cheer up. Yelly, 0.6. What are you talking about? Steven's friend is really crazy. It seems that I have to keep a distance from Steven in the future. Otherwise, maybe she will make up some love. Oh, I love to make up my mind most annoying. Yelly laughed, and didn't stay here anymore. With a flash of blue light in his hand, he disappeared with his frozen tongue and corpse. Kristen Palmer, Xianggang, the area near the magician holy place. Hey, you're all wearing cloaks. Yelly was holding a bunch of snacks, and while controlling them to deliver them to his mouth, he teased Stephen Strange, it's pretty handsome. Now that he has come to Hong Kong, he naturally buys delicacies from his hometown in multiple layers. This cloak should be a magic weapon, it's a bit naughty. Stephen Strange chatted with Yelly in a nonchalant manner, with no smile on his face. Obviously, the departure of Master Ancient One and the coming of Dormammu made his mood not very beautiful. Look there. Yelly and the two were chatting, when Mo Magician suddenly pointed in one direction and said, Holy place has fallen. The direction he was pointing. The dimensional energy of purple interlaced color is rapidly spreading out. Apparently the dark dimension has invaded. Looks like Dormammu has arrived. Yelly looked sideways at Stephen Strange. What are you going to do? Stephen, is there any solution? According to the records in the book, Dormammu's strength should be 18, which is not something we can match. Stephen Strange shook the eye of Agamotto hanging around his neck. I'm going to try to restrain it with this. Sure enough, it's still the same old way, Yelly thought to himself. Seeing that his expression seemed to be different, Stephen Strange asked, yeah, do you have a better method? Let me try to fight Dormammu first, if it doesn't work, I will use your method. Yelly said easily and flatly. You're always so confident, it's really admirable. Stephen Strange was also infected by Yelly's calm posture, and the turmoil in his heart was greatly reduced. Moto Magician doubted Yelly's strength. Do you want to try to fight Dormammu? You are crazy, you don't know how terrible it is? The endless darkness will swallow you in an instant. Oh, endless darkness? Are you referring to those? Then they have come. Yelly lifted his chin lightly and gestured forward. Moto Magician stared intently, suddenly horrified. In front of the three, the energy of the dark dimension surges in like a wave, as if it wants to swallow everything, and there are also weird things in the shape of bacteria, some of which are only the file size of a building, and some are even larger. Let's get out of the way. Moto Magician grabbed Yelly and Stephen Strange one by one, trying to stay away from this terrifying and domineering scene. Yelly didn't move at all. Hiding? Where can I hide? It's useless to hide. Talking. He took a step forward and faced the endless turbulent dark energy. Wuan. The Azure Space Gem is shining like never before. The dark dimension seemed to be blocked by some barrier, and it stopped abruptly in front of Yelly. There was only a gust of wind, slightly blowing his hair. Yelly's handsome face is only a few inches away from the dark dimension, but the tentacles formed by the dark energy can't touch him no matter how they slash their teeth and claws. I even buy karma. Moto Magician's eyes widened. He actually stopped the dark dimension. Stephen Strange also swallowed. I knew he could do it. We're saved. The people in Hong Kong who are fleeing are extremely pleasantly surprised. What the hell is that? It scares me to death. Just looking at it makes me panic. Great. That damn thing got stopped. By the way, who is the one who saved us? Definitely a superhero. Seeing Yelly standing alone in front of the dark dimension, the people speculated. Look at his appearance. He looks like the superhero from our Dragon Kingdom. My god. Our Dragon Kingdom actually has such a strong superhero, who can easily block this terrifying unknown thing. Hail. Listening to the sound of discussion in the distance, Yelly did not stop, but lit up the reality gem on the bracelet. Wuan dash? With the red ons blooming next to the blue ons, the dark dimension in front of him was quickly compressed back. Damn it! Stop it! Just at this moment, an angry shout came. At the same time, the system sound also sounds. Detection of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One's enemy of fate, Dormammu follower Caecilius. When Yelly heard the sound, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's right, because of the relationship of a first-level friend, he has long been a relationship account of Ancient One. It's just that Ancient One, like Wanda, has never triggered the relationship task. But when you can give him a hand, it would be nice to get some rewards by the way. Thinking, Yelly looked at Caecilius and several fanatics who were rushing towards this side without knowing their life and death, and raised his palm to point at them. Hyun? As soon as the fiery dragon pattern in the palm of the hand lit up, monstrous magical flames erupted. It was as powerful as the thunder rune above the sky at the beginning, and even worse, dispelling and burning all the nearby dark dimensions. It seems that the dark energy is only the fuel of this flame. Dragon Charm, a spell that Yelly rarely uses. Because as the explosive attack in the 907-12 talismans, the destructive power of the strengthened dragon talisman is really too strong. Let's listen to the long chant of the dragon. The red flames that covered the sky in full bloom turned into a huge world-destroying fire dragon. Those huge amounts of scorching eyes looked contemptuously at several fanatics headed by Caecilius. Spell. Caecilius was so stared at that his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. Even the transparent spell blade in his hand dissipated. How is it possible? There is no way such a powerful spell. No matter how unbelievable he was, the giant fire dragon just breathed out lightly, and burned the wide-eyed fanatics to ashes. Shenlong? It's Shenlong. He actually summoned a dragon. It really is the superhero of our dragon kingdom. Seeing that the fire dragon is completely in the image of an oriental dragon, the people in Hong Kong all worshipped Yeli in admiration. Even the superstitious older generation knelt down and kowtowed to the majestic fire dragon entrenched in the air. You have defeated Ancient One's enemy of fate. As her relationship account, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million. 2. Random reward, mirror space, absolute control. 3. Servant reward, transform Caecilius and get an absolutely loyal servant. Yeli, choose 2. Mirror space absolute control. The owner of this magic ability has absolute control over the mirror space, and any existence that has control over the mirror space will not be higher than the owner of this ability. After selection, Yeli ignored the reward for the time being, but manipulated the dragon to continue rushing towards the dark dimension that had shrunk to a certain range. Wuan? In the dark dimension, condensed dark energy suddenly protruded, forming a big hand that covered the sky and the sun, as if to point the fire dragon. Roar, dash, dash. The huge dragon's mouth opened and swallowed the last cloud of dark energy in one gulp. Pang! The dark dimension of the last range also dissipates in the invisible. It's over. Stephen Strange was dumbfounded when he saw it. When did ya cultivate his magic skills to this level? Yeli was not in a hurry to take back the fire dragon, because he heard the voice of the system again. Detection of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One's enemy of fate, Dark Dimension Monarch Dormammu. At the same time, one after another screams sounded. My god, my god, my god, look at the sky. What is that? Am I hallucinating? Aliens? Or Mephisto? The voices of the people were hysterical and trembling violently, as if they had seen an unforgettable scene in this life. Those who can make a sound are considered good, and what's more, they sit on the ground and cover their mouths tightly, so as not to faint from fright. A rebuilt S.H.I.E.L.D base. There was a hasty knock on Nick Fury's office. Subordinates walk in. A real-time satellite video was presented to him. After a few seconds, there was a scream in the office. Mommy fuck? The world is getting fucking crazy. Braised Egg rummaged through boxes and cabinets and hurriedly searched for the BB machine that Captain Marvel left for him. History Stark building. Tony Stark was tinkering with several blue and white painted robots. The Ultron Intelligent Global Defense System made a voice and said, "Sir, I think you should see this." Finished. It sent a satellite shot image for Tony Stark, which looks very similar to the marinated egg. Wang? De? Fa. Tony Stark looked at the video and felt that his anxiety was about to attack again. Pong? He put the wrench down and muttered to himself. The situation on Earth is really dangerous. My plan is fine, but unfortunately it seems a bit late. A prison on the island of Hawaii. Black Bat King, who was dressed in a yellow prison uniform, looked at the sky suspiciously, frowned, and thought to himself, is there such a thing on the Earth? I don't think it's so simple. I hope Miyado can be careful. Thinking. Black Bolt King didn't continue to look at the sky either, although the unusually huge amounts of faces that day were terrifying. But Black Bolt thinks he is very strong and has nothing to be afraid of. Wrymouth smile.jpg warning. The perspective returns to the outside of Xiangang Holy Place. Behold the star-like image of Dormammu manifested in space. Yeli was not too surprised. The 3 holy places have been destroyed, and it is arbitrary for this dark monarch to invade anywhere on the Earth. Come. With a wave of Yeli's hand, the dragon turned around and flew towards him. Then he jumped again, landed on the dragon's head, and rushed to the outer space on the dragon. As for why not just teleport over there? Definitely for cupping. Hyun? The magic rune flame dragon turned into a thick line of fire, pierced through the atmosphere, and rushed straight towards Dormammu. He didn't want his life. Just rushed up like this. Moto Magician was shocked by Yeli's guts. Even if our Camartage Magician pays attention to a melee kill, you don't have to bury it so hard? I don't understand either. Strange shook his head blankly. I hope others are alright. There is an update again. The technician retrieved the satellite video and showed it to Nick Fury. Zhao does. This is. Zoom in on the image. Braised Egg hurriedly asked the technicians to zoom in on the black dots in the flames. Only. Because Yeli's speed of driving the fire dragon is too fast, and the satellite signal is interfered by the dark energy of Dormammu, the image cannot be seen clearly even if it is zoomed in. But even so, Nick Fury is still shocked. There are actually people who fight with planet-like lively monsters? In his imagination, only Captain Marvel, who dismantled the battleship with his bare hands, could do this. This moment. People all over the world who are paying attention to Dormammu are feeling brave for the figure that controls the flames. Ridiculous bug. Dormammu also stared at the incoming line of fire with huge pupils like a small planet. Just burn a little bit of my dark energy. You think you can defeat me? That bit of energy is not worth mentioning to me who has endless dark dimension energy. You will be my meal with this planet. Say it. The dark energy constituting its body erupted instantly, condensing into purple magic crystal blades, like a grand meteor shower, covering the fire dragon and Yelly on it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Because the dissipated dark energy is filled as a medium, even the outside of the earth is no longer vacuum, and there is a sound similar to piercing the air. When? 953. Yelly just thought about it for a lifetime, and the golden hexagonal curved stand shield spread out extremely quickly, covering a corner of the entire earth, resisting all the crystal blades formed by the dark energy base. Clang, 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 clang. A shield comparable to the three holy places. Dormammu's big eyes that seemed to contain nebula flickered, and he reassessed Yelly's strength in his heart, and he used it alone? How is this possible? It's blocked. It's blocked. All the people on the earth cheered and cheered. Yelly's strength seemed to give them a reassurance. I would like to call that mysterious person the strongest superhero. What superhero? This is already a god? Our, Kabk, guardian angel of the earth. This title is good, superhero, patron saint, invincible. Even Yelly himself was a little surprised by the full release of the stance shield. Unknowingly, my stance can already cover such a wide area. You do have some strength. It seems that you should be the strongest on earth. No wonder you dare to challenge me. Dormammu made a huge evil sound, and the big hand of the sky directly covered Yelly. My power is endless, and you will always be exhausted. Hey, even if you are immortal, I only need to defeat you once. Yelly sneered. It's all to blame for Dormammu's confrontation with Ancient One, which was included in the category of enemy of destiny by the system. Do you think I will only be beaten and not fight back? Facing the giant hand of the starry sky under the cover, Yelly leaped lightly to be greeted by the fire dragon riding on him. Roar, accompanied by a sound like a small star bursting. The dragon disappears. Dormammu's big hand also burned violently, forcing him to cut off his tail and separate his palm. Soon, the palm was burned clean and dissipated together with the flames. A magical fire that burns dark energy, wind. Dormammu invoked the energy of the dark dimension, and in the blink of an eye, another giant palm was born. It's a pity that this is the end. You can't really hurt me at all. No, I just think it's a pity to burn it like this. Yelly conveyed this sentence directly to Dormammu through mind gem. What? Dormammu was taken aback. At the moment of its bewilderment, Yelly used the space gem to teleport into the dark dimension. This is the source of Dormammu's power. If you want to truly defeat the Dark Lord, you must start from here. How dare you come in? Dormammu's face appeared, also surprised by Yelly's arrival. Then, it sneered again. Should I say you are reckless, or stupid? In the dark dimension, I can exert much stronger strength. Once you come in, you can't get out. Talking, Dormammu pressed towards Yelly with a ferocious face, and together with it, there was also concentrated darkness in all directions. Die, be my nourishment. The huge star pupils interspersed with purple colors floated endless greedy colors, trying to tear up and devour the tiny Yelly. If you want to blame it, blame yourself for being too stupid. This is. Dormammu's voice suddenly stopped, and the greed in his eyes turned into panic. Because it found that once it and everything approached Yelly, it stagnated inexplicably. What spell? It panicked and wanted to distance itself first. But Yelly's absolute zero also exploded at this moment, stopped. The so-called endless dark dimension is completely dead. Whether it's the purple brilliance, the fungus-like stars, or the monarch here, Dormammu, all are frozen and stagnant. The Big Bang is the beginning of the universe, the moment when the macroscopic and microcosmic movements begin. Absolute zero is the end of the universe, the moment when all macroscopic and microcosmic movements stop. No matter how powerful Dormammu and Dark Dimension are, they cannot violate this law and be instantly killed by Yelly's strongest instant death move. You have defeated Ancient One's enemy of fate. As her relationship account, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million. 2. Random reward, Gate of Sidorak, the key to open the Crimson Universe. 3. Servant reward, transform Dormammu and get an absolutely loyal servant. Good guy, the majestic ruler of the Dark Dimension is only worth $1 million. The system is really principled. Yelly couldn't help complaining about the system's monetary rewards column. One definitely won't choose. As for the second random reward, Yelly thought about it and decided not to choose this one. After all, the reward is only the key to open the Crimson Universe, not the Crimson Universe. Lord of the Crimson Universe Mephistocytorak is not a small dish like Dormammu, but a fierce man who expels 1/5 of the Phoenix fragments. Yelly won't be idle, so I'll go visit this guy. So he finally chose the guaranteed reward. Choose 3. Won. Dormammu's huge figure reappeared, but his eyes were no longer evil, but filled with cold silence. Come on, give me your strength. Yelly was not polite. A giant web of fate rooted in time and space, connecting all worlds, appeared behind him. The spreading destiny cobweb began to absorb the energy of the dark dimension. World Weaver, this weaker godhead does not have any powerful devouring ability. However, under the active cooperation of Dormammu, who has become a servant of Yelly, he still swallowed up the dark ability very smoothly, leaving only a pitiful small part of energy for Dormammu, allowing it to recover from the starry sky. The posture has shrunk to the normal file size. And Yeli's web of fate, after absorbing these dark energies. It was originally pure white with golden dots, but also mixed with purple stars, each cobweb, as if like a galaxy in the universe. The grade has been raised to a new level in an instant, and it has the taste of the world giant network. With the absolute spiritual shield, Yeli doesn't have to worry about being eroded by dark energy. And in the Haywick shift, in a villa on Yeli's private island, Gwen was falling asleep happily, when suddenly she felt something strange in her body. When the slight sound of spider telepathy woke her up immediately, and she quickly checked what was going on with her body. Only, she just looked down and was stunned for an instant. When, what is this? Zero looking for flowers. I saw. The clothes on the girl's body woven by Destiny Cobweb have now turned into a flowing galaxy scene, as if wearing the starry sky of the universe. Kang's brilliance is very eye-catching in the dark room without lights. Didly do something else. Gwen stroked her body, but it's still pretty. Tuck 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 dash. Look, Gwen. Jessica knocked symbolically a few times, then pushed open the door of Gwen's room, and turned her buttocks, showing her star butt to her good sister. Look, Gwen. My skin the ancients are shining. 00. Gwen. Huh. It was only at the moment that Jessica discovered what was happening to Gwen. Your pigu is also glowing? Your chest is also glowing? Wow Gwen, you seem to have 2 planets hanging on your chest. Gwen. Jessica, you are also a girl with a beautiful voice and a sweet voice. Can you be more ladylike? Gwen covered the light on her body with the quilt speechlessly. Your brother must have done this. He wanted me to be a starlight spider. Yeah. Jessica twisted her waist and hips restlessly, turned her head to admire the beauty of the starry sky on her body. Her movements were very graceful and seductive. My brother's hobbies are becoming more and more strange. Could it be that he wants to leverage the universe? How strange. The shocking news is that there is also version 2.0. He was able to put forward half of the opinions of destroying Orario, and he had no objection at all to destroying Orario. From this point, both Hermes and Loki understood Belle's subtext. I'm not interested in Orario's life or death. Maybe it wasn't said directly, but there is not much difference between saying this and saying it directly. Boy, if Orario makes such a big fuss, do you think we can still live here peacefully? But Belle couldn't help laughing. In fact, I have already dealt with the problem of God Loki. As long as this place is made outside the world, then the barriers of the world will become the walls of this place. I think God Loki should know about the world barrier, right? Loki completely lost his voice. Can this kid even do this kind of thing? Make this place a world outside the world? Can he do such crazy things? How versatile is that text? She is the barrier to the world. Don't you know? Even gods with infinite power cannot break through the world's barriers. That is not something that the world allows as gods. Not only gods can't do it, but also no one in this world can do it. Because that is something that is not allowed by the world. Therefore, once this place is made outside the world, the Hestia Familia will stand outside the world and will no longer be affected by Orario. God Loki, I like to be prepared. Before things go in a direction beyond my control, I will choose to make all the preparations I can. The safety of Godsama has always been my top priority. So, I've been thinking about how to make this place a complete haven. Just when I was thinking this, the world gave me the biggest reminder. Because only the world can restrict everyone, and only the world cannot be broken by any force, the fantasy of the alien world outside the world has also arisen. Loki looked at the kid in front of him expressionlessly, roaring in his heart. NTM's thinking is too perverted? Because of the little dwarf's safety, he started to consider building this family's base outside the world? What else? Connect the barrier here to the world? What kind of crazy thinking does this have to do such a crazy thing? Hermes also felt that his blood vessels were beating too hard. Because considering Hestia's regarding security issues, you want to build a family base outside the world? Is this an idea that normal people can have? Belle's idea was already very strange before. Why does it seem to be getting worse now? It's better now. From now on, you can no longer stimulate Hestia casually. Originally, Hermes planned to see what kind of method he could use to push the child forward, but now this method is really impossible. It's not that it can't be done, but it's too dangerous. Hermes could not imagine what kind of weird operations Belle would do because he considered safety issues. He even had the idea of establishing a family outside the world, but now even if there were even more weird operations, he would not strange. So, is it Zeus who is teaching this child? Or is it Althea himself? He is good at escaping and hiding from his father, but his amazing talents and gifts come from his mother. That paranoia, it should have come from his aunt. Unexpectedly, that old bastard Zeus raised the most terrifying one. At this moment, Hermes was very convinced that Belle inherited the excellent characteristics from his parents, while also retaining the characteristics from his aunt. Bad character. Maybe Mr. Belle will become the incarnation of the second talent. This is definitely a good thing for the times. But whether this is a good thing for Orario, maybe it really has to be said separately. If everything does not appear, if there is an accident, then things will definitely move in a good direction. But if some problems arise, then Orario will definitely go far on the road of destruction. Now Loki doesn't want to think about whether this kid can. The problem is to do it. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Because she knows that this kid has said such words, then he can definitely do it. The key is that she knows that this kid has a special kind of ability. Power. Through that power, you can simulate the power of all things. Even if you move your base to a place that will never be affected by the outside world, it is possible. But will the first thing that a normal person thinks of is outside the world? I always feel that it is better to skip this topic temporarily. If I continue to ask, I might dig out more information. But the problem is that Loki feels that his heart is about to be unable to bear it. You'd better stop talking. If you continue to make revelations like this, I'm afraid you will pull out Orario's panties. It's a third-party force in the dungeon, and it's the guild's force in the dungeon. It even proposed a plan that was almost equivalent to destroying half of Orario. Loki can be sure that such a plan can really make Orario. The people of Lale accept the monsters in the dungeon, but the losses caused by such a fight are probably not what the great god Auranos wants to see. And the great god Auranos will never agree to the plans you mentioned. He will choose a more conservative and stable approach rather than radical means. Bel is naturally the one who knows the best about this. Would a god with infinite life choose a higher risk solution? Maybe this is the tradition left by the older generation. Maybe they have seen too much and have already he lacks the momentum to continue rushing forward. However, Bel does not deny that a stable method would be better. In fact, he personally does not like that kind of radical method. If, li deseo, let him choose, Bel I will never choose to stimulate those ordinary people. The reason why ordinary people are ordinary people means that they can only grow into extraordinary people after going through the most bloody trials. This is a very long process, and it is also extremely uneconomical way of doing. Rest assured, God Loki. Actually, what I hate the most is radical courses of action. Giving trials is God's choice, and as an ordinary adventurer, all I want to do is to move forward for the reason why I became an adventurer. Why do I not believe this when you say it from your mouth? Loki saw the seriousness in Bel's words, but she also became more certain of one thing. The corner of her eye shifted to Hestia. This the key to the boy's problem lies with Hestia. There are also enhanced versions of the 12 charms, 3 infinite gems, destroyer armor, and other items. He didn't let it go, and refined it into his own artifact. And to Yali's surprise, after the 3 infinite gems are refined, even if he is in another universe, he can use the kingdom of God as a medium to connect to the original universe of the gems and borrow the power of the infinite gems. It was a real surprise. Yali looked at the 3 infinite gems floating in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. After, check out another system reward. Defeat the main character of the event, Lord of the Dark Dimension Dormammu, start to distribute at random -20. That's right. The invasion of Dormammu affects the whole world, so it is naturally considered a big event. Let him have another extra reward that must be extraordinary in nature. The rewards have been issued. Hogwarts magic spell - invoke God to protect. Yali's face turned dark immediately. Call God to protect? What's the use of that? He's a god himself now, what kind of patroness can he call out? It's better to give Avada Kedavra. With his current divine power, it doesn't mean whoever dies. Definitely. He was just thinking about it. Hogwarts magic, the upper limit is there. Even if he draws Avada Kedavra, it can only be used for torture, and it will not be of much use against the enemy normally. Yali took out the old wand that he had drawn before, refined it with divine power, waved it, and used the calling god guard. As expected. As he expected, the phoenix he wanted, the phoenix from Phoenix Force, did not come out. It seems that this thing can only be matched with a magic wand, and it will be given to some little girlfriend in the future. Russell. At this time, the god's telekinesis found slight movement and was slightly surprised. Now he is in his kingdom of God, apart from the summoned servants, should he have no other life? Hyun. Wrap around and pull with the divine power you just integrated. Yeli grabbed the guy who made the noise and found that it was a young woman with white hair. Let me go? Who are you? What have you done? What have you done to my uncle? The white-haired woman caught in front of her by the tentacles of divine power preempted the attack, and she was the first to question her like a cannonball. Uncle? Are you Dormammu's niece Carrie? Yeli finally remembered who this was, because he heard the system prompt. This Carrie was unexpectedly classified as a superhero. It seems that although she is Dormammu's niece, she is not as evil as Dormammu. Your uncle will listen to me in the future. Yeli used divine power to slap the white-haired woman's skin. You have to listen to me from now on. Why? Kelly yelled unwillingly. Just because you are a weak chicken. Yeli felt it for a while, and found that Kelly's strength was really average. Even Dormammu, who has only a small portion of dark energy left, is stronger than her. You. Carrie was speechless by his simple sentence. Their dark dimension is indeed respected by the strong. No, now the dark dimension seems to have disappeared, and it is inexplicably integrated with another world. The original fungus-like stars were also replaced by cobwebs of galaxies everywhere. This made Kelly a little confused, not knowing what to do. You just stay here obediently. Yeli read her thoughts and didn't care about her for the time being. Now he intends to pull the vibranium mothership that is parked in the outer orbit of the Earth, Ghost Spider, into the kingdom of God. When space fluctuation, the purple golden dimension portal opens. Yeli floated out of it. Because the time of the kingdom of God is not related to the time of the universe. So it seems that he entered the dark dimension 1 second, and reappeared the next second. Only, he just came out of the kingdom of God. Haven't had time to swallow Ghost Spider. A red mist rushed out of the atmosphere and came towards him. Wanda. Lee, I'm glad you're okay. As soon as the girl in red saw Yeli, she threw herself into Yeli's arms. I'm so worried about you. I'm afraid you're just like the teacher. Wou. Yeli hugged Wanda's uneven body, unconsciously thinking of the unforgettable scene of being reversed last time, greedily rubbing this alluring soft body to the wolf. Xiaonazai has a lot of capital again, it's really irresistible. Ah, well, from. The girl raised her head and looked at him with big watery eyes. Mr. Ancient One passed away. I don't need to stay in Kamartaj anymore. How about going to Kuangdate to see you? Wanda, this is the heartbeat of spring. Seeing the watery tenderness on her face, Yeli couldn't help but pinch her snow-white and smooth chin, and sucked that jelly-gloss strawberry red lips. A few minutes later, Yeli breathed a sigh of relief, and stroked Wanda's small head with his palm, running his fingers through the smooth hair. Just like this, he actually felt strangely warm and satisfied. It seems that I really like this little girl. This is also normal. After all, Wanda is so beautiful, isn't it? There's nothing to go to, and I haven't been there recently. Yeli caressed the beautiful girl's body and kissed her face with pleasure, while whispering to her, I'll take you to a better place later, maybe there, your magic improvement speed can be accelerated. But I have to deal with some things first, can you wait for me 17? Wanda nodded obediently, the white jade skin all over her body was full of astringent blush, just looking at it was unbearable, tempting to commit crimes. She saw that Yeli didn't have any grudges about what happened last time, and she was still so gentle to her, so she was very happy. The girl obediently floated aside, admiring the beauty of the earth below. Yeli also started to move. Point your palm at the ghost spider in stealth mode, and instantly swallow it into the kingdom of God. Then turn around. Aim at Wanda. Pulling her back into his arms. Oh. With a soft cry, Wanda fell into Yeli's arms without any resistance, and was hugged by his princess. That's all right, Li, you're so quick. The pretty girl put her arms around his neck and said innocently. Your words are very ambiguous. Yeli pinched her soft buttocks, and said with a slightly unhappy expression, hurry up, you'll know soon. The figures of the two flashed, and the monstrous birth happened in space. In the kingdom of God, the weaver of the world. Just throwing me here so casually. It's really bad. Kelly sat bored on a large galaxy webbing, grabbing the cobweb that made up the webbing, as if taking the webbing as some hateful guy. Rustle. The starlight-colored cobweb protruded out of the webbing, forming strips of contact, wrapping around her delicate thighs, as if wanting to fight back. But it was easily pushed away by her. Apparently these cobwebs are more casual teasing than defensiveness. Uncle is gone too. Am I the only one here? In the huge cobweb galaxy world, she was alone, muttering to herself. Her uncle Dormammu, as well as the successor family who originally guarded the net of fate, Yeli felt that it was useless to keep them, and they all cancelled the summoning. Someone? I'm so bored. What's this? Kelly shouted, but her throat was suddenly blocked. Because she saw a mothership with a file size like a rolling mountain, suddenly appearing in the distance. This is exactly the ghost spider sent in by Yeli. It's not over yet. Light and shadow flashed. She saw that nasty guy again, holding a beautiful girl as delicate as a manjashawa. The red-clothed girl's snowy skin was ruddy, without any makeup. She was as beautiful as the morning glow reflecting the snow, and Kelly couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Hello. Carrie finally met someone, but what happened to Yeli? Yeli ignored her, but manipulated the starlight webbing, weaving it into a huge spider web in front of her. Is this the place you mentioned? How strange. Are those spider webs? Why are they so big and glow like a galaxy? Wanda, who was being held, tilted her head lightly, looking at her surroundings curiously like a baby. This is the kingdom of God, the weaver of the world. If you have nothing to do in the future, practice your magic here. With the bracelet I gave you, you can enter and exit freely. Yeli said, thought for a while, and then pondered, forget it, one bracelet is too little, I'll knit a cover for you as well. Well, it's all up to you. Wanda turned her head and smiled. Okay, that's what you said. Yeah, Zhao Hahao. Li also smiled lightly, and gently threw her towards the center of the newly woven K-Wong. The girl's figure fluttered down. In the process, the threads of the red magician robe were also disintegrated bit by bit. This made Wanda's pretty face blush, but she didn't say anything. After all, to wear new clothes, old clothes must be taken off. Rustling. When she landed in the center of the big net, the surrounding starlight cobweb quickly wrapped around her white and graceful jade body. This makes the girl feel like a prey captured by the spider god, about to be eaten by Lin Xing. It's all about wearing new clothes, not a weird thing. Although Wanda was terribly ashamed by the silk threads wandering around her body, she still tried her best to comfort herself in her heart. Only. She found out slowly. Silk threads are not weaving clothes. Instead, it tied her up in a shameful posture. Li, what are you doing? Wanda's big eyes were watery, and she cast a puzzled look at Yeli. Yeli slowly floated in front of her, his fingernails gently lifted her sharp chin, and laughed. You were cheated by me. Wanda, I want to avenge the last time. You lied to me. A little tear dripped from the corner of the girl's eyes. Yeli is not soft-hearted, sometimes she has to be cruel to girls. He picked up Wanda's crystal teardrops with his fingers, bent his face, the tip of his nose was about to touch hers, sniffing the dark fragrance. The silk thread on the body also collapsed and was pressed down. And in the distance, Kelly looked at the scene on their side, dumbfounded. This is on the Earth, near Xiangang Holy Place. 710J. Strange looked up at the sky, seeing Dormammu disappearing so suddenly, he didn't recall it for a while. Did he win? Moto Magician's black face was full of incomprehensible expressions. How could someone win Dormammu? Could it be that that person really surpassed the Ancient One magician in a short period of time and reached the pinnacle of magic? Can it match the level of the god of magic? Although the idea was absurd, it was the only reason he could think of that could explain it. Not sure. Strange frowned slightly. Ya hasn't come back, and there is a possibility that they will die together. Gone? Not anymore? You see, the damn thing's gone. Really? Master Shenlong succeeded? He expelled the evil for us. The aliens have been driven away. The superhero of our Earth is indeed invincible. Listen to the cheers of the people in your ears. Strange shook his head desolately. Let's go and see the holy place first. It's better to fix it as soon as possible. The Ancient One magician is dead. If something happens to Yeli, he really can't accept this blow. Wait until you walk around the ruins of Xiangang Holy Place. Strange's eyes narrowed sharply, because he found that the magician Wang was lying on a concrete slab. His chest had been pierced by a steel bar, and he seemed to be out of breath. Apparently died while guarding the holy place. No. Looking at the king who was still holding a staff tightly in his hand. Strange seemed to see the Ancient One lying down in front of him, stretched out his hand and began to pinch the formula, and muttered, I will definitely be able to do it this time. Click click click. With the use of the tactic, the eye of Agamotto on his chest began to twirl, and a green magic circle was formed in front of his wrist and palm. Under the influence of the time gem, Wang stood up straight as if he was upside down, and slowly broke away from the steel bar. The blood spilled on the ground also gathered into his chest, and the wound began to heal. Seeing this, Strange showed joy on his face. It was about to succeed. He simply increased the power, and repaired the destroyed holy place together with everything nearby that was damaged. Moto Magician frowned and said with an unhappy expression, You are destroying the law of nature. Strange was taken aback when he heard the words, and said puzzled, Cabj, is saving people, and I'm saving everyone. Modu didn't know what kind of nerves suddenly twitched, and continued to reprimand. You still don't think it's a big deal, right? There are no consequences. We, like her, broke the rule and will pay the price sooner or later. It's meant to be. Karma? I don't want to go on anymore. Leaving this last sentence, the black magician turned around and left, seeing that Strange was at a loss. What's wrong with this? In the past, he tried his best to treat black people equally, but today he suddenly felt. Maybe Yeli is right, some NI brothers are really lacking in their brains. These niggas insist on promoting their rogue views, it's annoying. The kingdom of God, the weaver of the world. In the center of a giant net in the sky, the egg-shaped silk cocoon wrapped by cobweb stands tall, and there is still a galaxy-like brilliance flowing on it. If it wasn't for Kelly who could hear the throat-clearing voice coming from inside, she would have thought it was a big egg bred by the universe. Damn it, you actually ignore me and do this kind of thing here, don't take me seriously. Although Kaylee muttered in a low voice, she couldn't help but listen carefully to the movement of silk cocoon, and even intentionally or unintentionally ignored the cobweb tentacles that rewrapped her thighs, allowing it to gradually climb up. And in the Milky Way dome, the fragrant cheeks are like snow, white and flawless. The ice muscle is clear, creamy, and crispy. The powder is as bright as jade, and it is as smooth as fat. Someone is really enjoying it. The girl paddled her feet like oars, her beautiful eyes fluttered, and she said in a delicate voice, Do you love me? I haven't heard you say it yet. Cough, definitely. Yeli didn't expect Wanda to ask this question, so he responded casually. He and his little girlfriends are generally tacit about this aspect, and no one has asked so nakedly before. How much love? Wanda seemed to be very concerned about this question and continued to ask. There is no end to it. Could it be because of the growing environment that Xionize lacks love? Thinking of Wanda growing up without a father or mother, and having to take care of her younger brother, she may indeed lack the sense of security and love. Yeli pressed hard and said to her affectionately, I love so much that I can't extricate myself. The surface looks like a giant egg of a flowing galaxy, but the internal space is actually large enough for Yeli to fully utilize. The light rain pattered on the ground and lasted for a long time. When the rain stops, the flower buds that were originally in bud will bloom into magnificent petals. The few drops of rain and dew left on it shone with a crystal clear luster, which was strangely beautiful. SHIELD. In a medical room. Disappeared again. Captain America Steve Rogers stood by the window, surprised at the disappearance of Dormammu's giant face, who made a shot. The terrifying face in the outer space before made his heart beat for a long time, and he felt deeply powerless. No matter how good he is at 50/50ths, he can't run into the universe and fight with astral-level huge enemies. It seems that I still don't know enough about this era. Steve Rogers turned his head to look at Bucky Barnes struggling on the hospital bed. Bucky, wake up to Nick Fury's office. This is the latest news. The subordinates played the network information from Xiangang on the big screen for Nick Fury to watch. Because it is uploaded spontaneously by netizens, it is mostly post-style content. Braised Egg glanced carefully, chose a post with the most complete event process and read it. Poster, here we come, buddies. The entire process of the giant face incident that shocked the world is sorted out, and there is absolutely no one in more detail than me. Poster, the cause of the incident seems to be that some terrorist group attacked somewhere in Xinjiang and released something terrifying. Netizen number 1, is that the giant face on the scene that day? I was so scared that I almost peed. Netizen number 2, who said it wasn't? I was playing a field battle with my girlfriend, and I turned over and saw the night sky, and I almost didn't get frightened. Netizen number 3, released? What kind of sealed demon? Netizen number 4, this is much scarier than the demons in all the movies I have seen. Have you ever seen such a huge demon? Poster, later, our protagonist appeared on the stage. The host does not know this mysterious person, so he will be referred to as the savior from now on. By the way, I will upload a group of his photos first, if anyone knows pointed out -1. As the poster posted Yeli's photo, most people didn't recognize it, but some people recognized it. Netizen no 5, I know him? Isn't this the unpopular superhero the Master Yeli? Netizen number 6, yes, I used to be a fan of him, but unfortunately he disappeared. Netizen number 7, really? Could it be that he solved that giant face? Is Traveler so strong? Netizen number 8, you don't know, his other identity is rarely known. He is actually the vice president of Ghost Spider Club. Yeli used to regularly clean up some of his information on the internet, but this time because he was busy in the kingdom of God, some information was leaked. Netizen number 9, vice president? Which branch is vice president? Netizen number 8, vice president of headquarters. The vice president of headquarters of the Ghost Spider Club? It's him? Quickly put away the following and open that group of photos. Nick looked at these endless comments, and directly let his subordinates choose to only look at the poster. The picture became much cleaner immediately, and the group of handsome photos of Yeli was also magnified. See the person in the photo facing the dark scene. Nick Fury immediately widened his one eye. Damn fuck. It's really this guy. After. There are a few more videos to follow. It made Braised Dan think about a lot of things. President Ye actually has this kind of strength. No wonder. Why is it still not good? Kelly looked at the silk cocoon giant egg. Her legs clamped the cobweb tentacles, and her body twisted uncomfortably. I have several times. Rustle. While she was whispering. Rustle. The starlight weaving thread that weaves the giant egg finally unraveled. Zero looking for flowers. Galaxy Giant Network Center. A pair of beauties who seem to be born from heaven and earth are standing in an embrace, and the picture is full of beautiful artistic atmosphere. The slender girl's hair was messy, her breasts were half covered with her hands, leaning against the arms of the man she loved. She held her head up, her teeth were like shellfish, and she smiled foolishly at him. Lee, are you satisfied now? Can you dress me? No problem. Yeli just thought about it for a lifetime, and the two put on gorgeous clothes. He is now smiling all over his face. Not just because of Wanda's obedience. Just now, the system finally gave Wanda's relationship account task. Trigger Scarlet Witch Wanda Zhongji Maximov relationship task, give her a warm home. MNMMMMMM. Task completed, you can superimpose Scarlet Witch Wanda Diango Maximov template. Isn't Origin Magic Power hopeful? Just give Wanda a warm home. Yeli feels so easy, sprinkle water. Hey, are you that happy? Seeing the two of them giggling at each other there, Kelly couldn't help arousing the anger of the single dog, and interrupted the two who were chatting with each other. Huh? Why is there someone there? It was only then that Wanda noticed the lonely Carrie. Who is she? Oh, Kelly, one of the Aborigines here. She's quite lonely by herself. I'll let you take care of it in the future, but don't let her out. After Yeli gave Wanda a casual introduction, he said to Carrie, I see you are quite happy too. Talking. He also manipulated the cobweb tentacles wrapped around her thighs to move again. It's you? How could Kelly not know that it was Yeli who was playing tricks on her? She blushed immediately, pointing at him speechless. There was a bit of inexplicable meaning in the angry eyes. That's definitely. Yeli spread her hands proudly. The World Weaver's web here is all under my control. You. Seeing his embarrassing appearance, Carrie couldn't help but get angry. She covered the hem of her skirt and said angrily, it's not too fast, big dot. Quickly take it out. Kelly's face was flushed, and she seemed very angry. Fine. Yeli flicked his index finger lightly, and retracted it with the spider web. Then, he didn't look at it anymore. Kelly, who was paralyzed and suddenly fell limp on the galaxy ribbon. With Wanda in his arms, he left the kingdom of God. After returning to the sky above the earth, Yeli spread out his thoughts, searched for information on the global network, and found that he had been exposed a lot. Netizen, summoning the dragon? Is this Dongfang superhero? It's too powerful. Female Netizen, 893 he used super ability to block Mephisto's attack. Yeli is my male god. What a super ability. It must be a divine technique. But I heard that after that battle, he hasn't shown up until now. Could it be because he sacrificed himself? How is it possible? Gods live forever. Now on the web. His heroic deeds are being circulated wildly. To evaluate him as a superhero who is stronger than Black Spider, in addition to the previous title of Controller, there are more honorary titles such as Guardian God and Savior. It's all so earthy, it's really not a name at all. Yeli feels that this year's netizens are not very good. Pondered. He thought for a while. Decided not to clear the network information this time. Now that it has been exposed to this extent, it is better to follow the trend and take the opportunity to expand the reputation. Do whatever comes to mind. Yeli directly spread his vast divine music to the whole world. I am the vice president of the Ghost Spider Club, Yelly, the ruler of the dark dimension. Dormammu has been subdued, everything will continue as usual. He didn't say much, only this sentence. After all, the fewer words, the higher the compulsion. As expected. This inexplicable word spread all over the world, causing people all over the world to explode, and all kinds of information on the internet exploded. Yelly didn't look any further, which was all in his expectation. Next. He also notified all the industries under the Ghost Club, and took this opportunity to start building momentum with all his strength to expand the industrial power to the world. I believe that the club will become a global power in the near future. Although it will not rule the world, it is not a problem to crush the former Hydra. Do it all. Yelly announced his divine name to the world again, World Weaver. This made some superstitious people begin to enshrine his beliefs. Even those who are relatively materialistic regard this name as his official superhero title. Lee, what are you doing? Wanda couldn't understand what Yelly was doing. Yelly smiled confidently. I want to turn the Earth into my back garden. After I finish dealing with the things on the Earth, I will go to the universe and take you with me when the time comes. Wanda, go to the universe. Wanda was also frightened by Yelly's arrogance. She is a girl from a small country like Sokovia, and she has never even been to a big city like Yu, so she will travel with her beloved and the endless universe in the future. Even if it's her, it's exciting to think about it. Okay, now I'll take you to meet your sisters. As soon as Yelly tightened Wanda's waist, she teleported to Xiaowi's private island villa. Are you going to meet them? Wanda was a little nervous. Don't be afraid, they are very nice. Yelly has not forgotten Wanda's relationship household task. Isn't it a warm home? So many family members are enough, right? If you're embarrassed, I'll pull you into the family group first, and you can say hello to them in the group. Yelly suggested, rubbing Wanda Swinon's little face. There is also a family group. The expression in the girl's bright eyes became a little weird. Elder brother. At this time, Matilda ran over quickly in this direction. Behind her, Gwen and the others followed closely. His little girlfriend and friends with benefits are all there. It turns out that you are all admiring the night sky on the balcony. Yelly looked at the direction they came from. I said, why is there no one inside? Hearing your voice just now, we are definitely going to go out to have a look. Gwen was quite a dignified demeanor, speaking first on behalf of the girls. Brother 2.9, what the hell are you doing? Yelling in the middle of the night. Jessica tugged at the clothes on her body and asked, and why are our clothes glowing? Are you trying to play tricks on us again? Speak politely to me. Yelly plucked her face, and taught her a lesson. How many times have I educated you? Huh. Jessica, Okay, teacher, don't bully Jessica, it's not too late to teach her later. Skye gently pulled Yelly's hand away to save Jessica, and asked with a smile, tell us what's going on first. Okay. Scan around all kinds of beautiful people, and those beautiful and attractive starlight gauze clothes on them. Yelly had just tasted the taste of Wanda, and made a wrong idea again. Go to the balcony, let me tell you slowly, by the way, hold a welcome ceremony for the new family members. Okay. Matilda looked very obedient, and was about to run to the balcony again. You don't have to go. But Yelly grabbed her and told the maid Rachel, take Matilda and Alita back to the room to rest. Oh. A little disappointment flashed in the girl's cat pupils, but she obediently led the two little ones back. The sky has passed through the night and is slowly approaching the early morning. Moonlight scattered, blended with starlight. Only, these stars seem to have fallen from the mundane world, jumping constantly on the open-air balcony. To welcome Wanda. 22. Yelly held an impromptu music and dance party, playing Britney Spears songs and dancing with the girls. It's so hot in here, it's so hot here, lyrics. Oh, lyrics. Oh, lyrics. It's so hot and I need some air, it's so hot here I need fresh air, lyrics. And boy don't stop because I'm halfway there, baby don't stop because I'm halfway there, lyrics. It's not complicated we're just syncopated, it's not complicated we were just syncopated, lyrics. Accompanied by dynamic songs. The beautiful girls danced to their heart's content, and the swaying star river light on their bodies made people fascinated. We can read each other's minds, we can all understand each other, lyrics. One love united, love unites us, lyrics. Two body is synchronizing, our bodies are synchronized, lyrics. Starlight butt is really good. Yelly admired it and couldn't help dancing more vigorously. Don't even need to touch don't even need to touch me, lyrics. Baby used, baby you only want, lyrics. Breathe he on my breathe on me oh, lyrics. Oh, lyrics. Oh, lyrics. Yeah, lyrics. You're really amazing you kidnapped another one so quickly. With her snow-white arms, Sylph pulled the shy and restrained Wanda to Yelly's side, and teased. It just seems a little shy, and I can't let it go. This is way beyond the physical, this is beyond the physical, lyrics. It's a way beyond the physical touch, lyrics. Me. Wanda explained nonchalantly, I just had a divorce, so I can't keep up with everyone's pace. Tonight, just tonight, lyrics. Mijan s'estant makes et al. My senses are gradually blurring, lyrics. We haven't ever been before, appreciate the scenery I have never seen before, lyrics. Sister, I also lost my virginity yesterday. Sylph wiped her charming silver lips, and while dancing with Yelly, she said, look, it's my first time to participate in such a big scene, isn't it very, Are you used to it? Take a mine, breathe my breath, lyrics. let it out, breathe it out again. Lyrics. Is that so? Wanda was also gradually infected by the atmosphere, and gradually learned how to dance in a group dance. Monogamy is Spider-Gwen 330, we must always be loyal. Lyrics. Just put our lips together, just put your lips together. Lyrics. Wait for the sky to brighten. After Yelly taught Gwen and the others how to turn the Starlight clothes back to normal, she let them go back to rest. Although Gwen, Jessica, Felicia, Cindy, Skye, Sylph, Barbara, Natasha Romanoff, and Kate are already of extraordinary physique, but Hill and Sharon are still at the level of ordinary people. I can't stand it in the middle of the night, and I need to catch up on getting back to sleep. On the open-air balcony, only Wanda was left in Yelly's arms. He leaned into her ear and whispered, "How about Wanda? Are you still used to this family?" The black-haired girl's voice was as thin as a mosquito's fly. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Especially Sister Silver. She has been working hard to teach me, although she doesn't seem to be very skilled. Hearing this, Yelly almost couldn't help laughing. Sylph has a somewhat strong character. He knows best. To put it simply, it is human food addiction is a good teacher. Not long after teaching Wanda, she herself yelled for mercy and announced her surrender. Wanda, a student who has just graduated from the teacher, has to rush to replace her. If it weren't for the arrival of Hill with S.H.I.E.L.D. reinforcements later, Wanda would have suffered a lot. Then do you feel warm in this home? Yelly asked Wanda the most critical question. Warmth. Wanda seemed to pay more attention to this issue. Mima was thinking about it. Why is hesitation? Is it so difficult to answer? Yelly saw that things were not going so smoothly, so he added fuel to the fire and started to move quietly. The girl's face became hot, her waist twisted uncomfortably, and she quickly said, "Warm, very warm, and a little hot." Scarlet Witch Wanda Diego Maximoff relationship task completed. Basic physique has been superimposed Scarlet Witch Wanda Diego Maximoff template. For a moment, Yelly suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling. He lifted the palm behind Wanda's slender waist, and a small cloud of misty red energy floated in his palm. Origin magic power? Ability with such great potential. Even if it was him, the brows could not help evoking joy. Subsequently, Yelly poured out his purple gold divine power in his palm again, trying to integrate with origin magic power. But, tried it for a while. He found that the two forces were only mixed together, presenting the color of purple gold and red, and they were not combined into one. "Lee, why are you standing still?" Wanda saw that he hadn't moved for a long time, and her little mouth pouted slightly. She is so cooperative and obedient, why is Lee still playing tricks on her? Could it be that the origin magic power is too high? Forget it, I got it anyway, let's study it slowly later. Yelly heard the girl's urging, so he quickly comforted her. Riding the wind laughing all over the world. After sending Wanda back to the room to rest, Yelly was in a good mood, humming a ditty, and floated downstairs, reaching out to grab a figure who was about to escape. "Why, Your Highness, are you still addicted to peeping? Do you have the guts to look at me? Me. Cristalia Amakline, muttering and defending, there are so many of you, and there is so much movement. I was definitely woken up, so come and have a look." FFLX. Yelly reached out her hand unceremoniously, picked up a strand of her hair and played with it. "It's been so long since I saw it, see the dawn." "That is because." Cristalia raised a finger, her pupils flickered a few times, and then she thought of a reason, "Because I can't sleep. I just waited for you here. Didn't you say, want to help me find the tribe? Wait for me? Then run if you see me." Yelly laughed inwardly. But he didn't dwell on the question any longer. Enough is enough to tease girls. Can't be too much. Be a gentleman. "Okay, you've passed the test." Yelly let go of her hair, and then said, "It's just that I didn't promise to help you find the tribe, did I? I just said that I will discuss this matter with you in detail." "Then how do you want to discuss?" Hear him say that. Cristalia folded her arms subconsciously, with a vigilant look on her face. "I am a majestic crystal princess, but I am not as casual as you think. What's on your mind?" Yelly gently lifted her little fingertips, and led her to sit down on a bench facing the sea. "Don't worry, since I've already kept you here, I won't leave you alone. Now let's watch with me for a while. How is the tide in the early morning? Why don't you find your female companions?" Cristalia stopped talking halfway, because she remembered that Sylph and the others seemed to be too tired to rest. This man is really too dangerous. Thinking about it, Her Royal Highness Princess Crystal, Zhao's, moved her buttocks slightly unconsciously, and sat a little further away from Yelly. But Yelly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, bringing her closer than before, and their bodies touched together. "Why do you sit so far away? Are you afraid that I will eat you? You, what are you doing?" Cristalia made a reserved posture, her waist, neck and shoulders twisted and struggled, but the range was not very large, but it made him feel more. Her smooth and tender skin that was slightly cooled by the sea breeze. "Why, you've seen such an exciting scene, and you're shy just hugging your waist. Also, why did you change your body?" Yelly looked at the pure and sexy dress of Princess Crystal, and was a little curious. She is no longer the tights with yellow and black borders, but a white swimsuit on the lower body and a white t-shirt on the upper body. Yelly knew that there was a vacuum in the t-shirt, because he felt it when she was struggling just now. "What's wrong?" Cristalia felt that what Yelly said made sense, so she stopped moving, pulled her t-shirt and said, "I heard from Silver and the others that all the girls here have to dress like this. My top is still the one that covers me the most." You are being fooled. Yeli admired her figure amusedly. She has seen too many swimsuits, but this white body and blood is quite unique. Don't look. Crystalia shyly tightened her clothes. Originally, she shouldn't be so shy. After all, she has seen scenes such as the naval battle between Yeli and Silver, and the multi-person dance on the open-air balcony. But don't know why. Watching the sea lapping against the shore, she felt a little restless. It may be because, when she was on the moon, she didn't face the wide sea like this, so the little princess was a little uncomfortable. Coupled with the stimulation of someone's palms on her slender waist, it seemed to be something. Yeli naturally also read her emotions, so she didn't move her hands, but chatted with her in a comforting way. It is said that the tide can affect people. Do you have this feeling? Yes, although I can control the elements, but there is a lot of water here. Crystalia, was a little surprised. Yeli seemed to know what she was thinking. It feels like it is constantly rushing towards us, which makes me feel overwhelmed. Yeli smiled softly. Is there no such beauty on the moon? No. Crystalia felt his warm palm, looked at his rare gentle smile towards her, seemed to calm down a little, shook her head lightly, opened up a little heart with him, and chatted. Everything in Italan is very orderly. I always feel that I am far away from people outside the royal family. Yeli, can't you play with your friends? My friends, only my pet dog. Crystalia didn't have any friends, so she thought about it. If I really have any friends, it should be fine. I think Miss Charlotte is pretty good. After you left yesterday, she took good care of me, too. But my older sister, Medusa, is very protective. She won't want me to play with anyone casually. Hey, I'm still a lonely little princess, so it would be better to kidnap. Yeli was thinking, slipped his hand from Crystalia's waist to her shoulder, wrapped her palm around the small and round shoulder, and hugged her closer. This is a good place. Maybe you can let's play more in Conway Yizhu. The motto of the state is relax. You said it lightly. Princess Crystal was so caressed by him that her back felt a little tingly, and as soon as her body softened, she leaned her head on his shoulder. My clansmen haven't been found yet. How can I relax? The time has come. Yeli has rich experience, knowing that now is the time to make a move, and then moved his hand up the gooseneck, slid it to the back of her head, pressed the smooth hair and approached. Don't worry, I will find it for you. Really? Crystalia was about to shrink her head, but when she heard that he agreed, she couldn't help being a little surprised. And because of this, her evasive movement was stopped, and her mouth was gagged in an instant. The girl's eyes widened in an instant, and she became more energetic. Why is this? You actually sneaked in. What should I do now? Push him away. During her hesitation, Yeli's eyes are suddenly deep, and there seems to be an endless starry sky in them. After refining the sheep charm into its own artifact, he uses the dream-making ability, so there is no need to show the devilish sheep pattern color contact lenses. What plot is this dreaming about? Yeli found out. The crystal princess, who had already fallen asleep, was still sucking hard in her sleep, twisting and rubbing restlessly against him. The thin white t-shirt can't hinder the soft touch at all. It's a pity that his clothes are a bit thick, so I can't feel them carefully. In the green jungle of the island. Wow. There is an extra-large bulldog with a small elephant file size, and stood up with a slight shake. Lock-toothed dog feels better. Although teleportation is still difficult. But normal walking is fine. Only, the master has been away for so long, why hasn't he come back? #FR. The worried big dog, sniffing its nose, stuck to the ground and began to search. Hen. After a while, the lock-toothed dog successfully walked out of the woods, and the big plum blossom footprints were printed on the sand. Wow. Soon, it found something, excitedly strode its short limbs, and rushed in one direction. Click, accompanied by the sound of carapace cracking. The lock-toothed dog bit a coconut crab and started chewing happily. Let's cook first. Talk to the owner later. Beach benches. She seems so excited. Seeing Princess Crystal's enthusiastic appearance, Yeli thought about it for a while. Still didn't intend to stop weaving the dream. Instead, she untied the thread of the clothes on her upper body, bare her upper body, and let Crystalia's delicate body come into closer contact with him. Just solved the Dormammu invasion and saved the world. What's wrong with me enjoying it? With that in mind, someone hugged Crystalia's pure body tightly with peace of mind. Her masculine breath gradually soaked in the girl's elegant body fragrance. This kind of temptation is very unbearable, and he can't help but start slowly. Camartage. Maybe Ye is more suitable for this Sorcerer Supreme. Strange put Eye of Agamotto back on the display stand in the center of the Sorcerer Supreme holy place, saying, he defeated Dormammu, who we thought was invincible, and announced his return with a high profile. That's what a Sorcerer Supreme is, isn't it? Instead of hiding under the sky like me, using Eye of Agamotto to repair 3 holy places, and being scolded bloody by Motu. Motu is a very paranoid person, which is why Ancient One doesn't pass on his location, otherwise he will bring new disasters to the earth. Wang said, glanced at the Eye of Agamotto that had been placed, and continued, it's a wise move. You will still have the opportunity to wear the Eye of Agamotto in the future, after you master its mana. Until then, it's best to keep it here and not run around the streets with infinite gems. What? Strange had never heard the name, infinite gems. You may have magical abilities, but there's still a lot to learn. With a wave of the king's hand, the magic globe suspended above the holy place turned. The death of the ancient one magician will soon spread in the multi-universe. The earth is not maintained by the sorcerer supreme. Oh, you, this immature person is not even proficient in teleportation spells. Strange. We must be prepared. Wong seriously reminded Strange, not paying attention to the black lines on Strange's face. We will. Strange-faced eye of Agamotto stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and suggested, maybe, it's a good choice for us to leave it to Ya for safekeeping. Wong shook his head, patted him on the shoulder and said, you have to learn to rely on yourself, Stephen, otherwise you will never be able to become a real supreme teacher. I'm not very interested in this seat at first, maybe I can consider letting you sit in the future. Strange said arrogantly, then turned around and put on the magic floating cloak suspended at the side, and walked towards the restored portal of the holy place. From now on, he is the one who guards the holy place. And when Strange settled in Huyo Holy Place, in the private parts workshop in the corner of Huyo, Sitsize, Pangborn is grinding the part with a grinding wheel. He was a former apprentice of Camartage. He was paraplegic when he went there, and he was fully healthy when he came back. I have to say that meditation magic is amazing. Pangborn, they took you on a stretcher to Camartage, look at you now. A figure wearing a black hooded coat came in quietly, and said in a low voice, I figured out one thing, the real intention of the magician is to distort the proper form of things, steal energy, and corrupt nature. Asking for flowers. Hearing what he said, Pangborn felt a little cold sweat on his forehead, turned around, picked up a crowbar quietly behind his back, and said, Modu, what can I do for you? He had heard. Modu magician has betrayed Camartage, and his temperament has changed drastically. Or, this brother and I found a reason to release the bad roots in his bones. Like I said, you stole energy. Modu magician got closer and closer, his eyes became colder and colder, now it's time to put it back. Pangborn tightened the crowbar behind his back and denied, I didn't steal anything, it's my strength, mine. Pava, power. Modu lifted the hood, Pava, there is a purpose. Who? Before he could finish speaking, Pangborn pulled out the crowbar and swung it at him, whoosh. Modu magician turned sideways lightly, dodged it with his sensitive physical skills, and then stretched his hands towards Pangborn's abdomen. Wuan. A group of faint golden-orange energy was directly caught by him. Ugh, dash dash. Pangborn screamed and fell to the ground with a slightly twisted body. He has returned to his physical condition as a high paraplegia. Beast? You bloody nigger? Why are you doing this? Pangborn stared at Modu with hatred. He had no grievances with this bastard. Why would he do such a wolf? Because I finally understand what's wrong with the world. Mordo of Blacken. Oh no. It should be said that Modu, who is black-hearted and darker, smiled coldly. The problem is, there are too many magicians? Wong, Hamel, Strange. Too much. And the guy who broadcasts his voice around the world. So what if Dormammu is defeated? How is he different from Dormammu? It's all destroying the law of nature. I will solve them all. Xiaowei moved. Private island. The hem of the white t-shirt has been lifted up and thrown away. The wrapped palm felt the ultimate touch. After kneading enough, Yeli slid her hand on the back of the snow to caress, enjoying the silky feel. The little princess was being manipulated wantonly like a doll, her dream seemed to be interrupted, and she was gradually waking up. Finally. In an exhortation. Crystalia opened her sleepy eyes, Chun Shang paused, and met Yeli's eyes. The girl called out softly, and even 930 hurriedly retracted her head. Look like this. Why does it seem like she took the initiative? And the small mouth feels rustling, as if it has been a long time. And, why is it so cold? Crystalia looked down again in a strange way, and suddenly exclaimed, She immediately pushed Yeli away and hurriedly pulled off the compassionate shirt. What are you doing? What did you do just now? The reaction was a bit big. Could it be that the dream was interrupted and it didn't have the desired effect? I knew I should be gentle. Yeli thought to himself, let's try to see what kind of level it is. What can I do? Yeli made up his mind, so he intentionally sniffed his palm and recalled, aren't you the one attacking? I'm just responding normally, after all, a little beauty like you, with such enthusiasm, how could I not see it? Is that so? Crystalia rubbed her forehead with her fingers, recalling some dream scenes that seemed real and unreal. It feels as if, she lifted up the clothes herself, and also gave Yeli's clothes. The more the girl thought about it, the more shy she became, and she no longer pursued Yeli for offending her dignified princess body. And I heard Yeli praise her as a beauty. She was also very happy in her heart, so she simply revealed the matter and said, then when did you say you want to help me find a clansman? I can understand this sentence, so don't deny it. Okay, let's go now, okay. Yeli stood up and stretched his waist, silk thread wrapped around his upper body, and quickly put on his clothes again. But do you plan to wear this to meet your clansman? Crystalia looked down at the clothes on her body, couldn't help but blushed, and quickly denied, definitely not. If the clansmen know her appearance like this, she might as well die. I'm going to change it right away. As the girl spoke, she kicked and stepped on the beach slippers with her little feet, going to change her clothes repeatedly. Don't bother, I'm here, do you want any clothes? With just one finger from Yeli, the few pieces of fabric on the little princess body also collapsed and turned into silk threads for reweaving. Crystallier hugged her jade body tightly with both hands, and said weakly, if you are like this, you will see me all. You are only allowed to peek at me, but I am not allowed to look at you. Yeli replied sharply. Oh. This sentence made Her Royal Highness have nothing to say, so she had to obediently listen to his arrangements. Rustle. After the weaving was completed, the sexy swimsuit on the girl's body became a set of yellow and black combat uniform covering the whole body. This isn't very pretty. Christ Ali muttered in a low voice. At least it's well covered, isn't it? If you don't like it, I can help you make it a little more revealing. Yeli said intentionally. No need. Her Royal Highness the little princess murmured softly, just for you to see. Yeli, what did you say? Can you hear it so quietly? Crystally was a little flustered and said 3.3, it's nothing, you are handsome. Yo, I didn't expect you to have a sweet mouth. Yeli naturally heard what she was muttering, and secretly said, dreams still play a role. When Christ Ali heard the words, she couldn't help muttering secretly. Is my mouth sweet or not? You have tasted enough just now, Alida. I went out to play, do you want to come? Before Yeli left, he knocked on Alida's room and asked. Click. The door opened quickly. Alida poked her head out, her unique big watery eyes sparkled, and said happily, go out to play? Dad is going to take me to find a new mother again. Christ Ali was right next to Yeli. Hearing this, she gave him a strange look in her eyes. There are still a few beauties among the people of the moon. Do you want to introduce them to you? No, let me introduce you. Yeli is thick-skinned enough to not care about Princess Crystal's teasing at all. He hugged the mischievous Alida and introduced to her, Alida, the robot likes to call my daddy. It's a mechanical transformation. Alida immediately corrected, and slapped away Yeli's palm that was wandering on her silver body. A little blush appeared on the simulated face. Don't touch me, I have a sensor module on my body, I will feel it. Yeah. Yeli was a little curious and said, it is obviously a metal can when it is plated, it is hard. What is a metal can? Alida puffed up one small mouth, and kicked the owner angrily with her calf. Christ Ali looked at the two people who were fighting, and couldn't help re-examining someone's lower limit. Even the robots are not spared. After breakfast. 8:56 a.m. Who? By the clear stream. 3 figures appeared. Christ Ali raised her hands to feel it, and said to Yeli in surprise, your teleportation ability seems to be faster than tetanus, and you don't even feel a flicker, and the scene changes as soon as it arrives. Stop comparing me to your pet dog. Yeli slipped his palm around her slender waist, and pinched her pigu angrily, your first clansman is ahead, let's go. The little princess trembled slightly from being pinched. She took his hand and begged, when you see my people later, don't do this, I will lose face very much. Okay. Yeli proudly retracted her hand to her waist, and then she walked in one direction. Russell. Just go. They came to a marijuana field, and they could see a cabin and several tents. Who will be here? Crystally looked around expectantly, hoping it would be Medusa. Who are you guys? The three of Yeli didn't hide their movements, and soon someone came out of the wooden house with a gun. There are 2 men and 1 woman, and the woman among them is quite good looking, and she can be regarded as a beauty. Do not get excited. Seeing this, Christ Ali said, we're just here to find someone. Have you ever met a stranger? Heard the words. The 2 men and 1 woman holding guns became more vigilant, and 1 man subconsciously cast a glance at the wooden house. One of your people is tied up in the wooden house. Yeli tilted his head and whispered in the little princess's ear, it's a bald head with tattoos on his face. It's Karnak. Christ Ali recognized it immediately, and looked at the 3 angrily, you tied him up. Actually, I'm about to convince my partner to let him go. Jane said helplessly, but now that you're here, it's not necessarily the case. Jane, Reynolds, and Ted, these 3 are illegal marijuana growers, so they are hostile to those who come to this marijuana field. When Karnak, a member of the royal family of the inhuman race, was teleported to the earth, he fell on a cliff and accidentally injured his head. As a result, he stumbled into their marijuana field. In order to prevent the matter from being revealed, the 3 of them immediately caught Karnak. Now seeing the arrival of Yeli and others, they also have the same idea. Then don't let it go. Crystallier is also headstrong and can't agree with each other, so 830 is ready to attack Yeli when she stands in front of Yeli. Alida, who came to play together, looked at Yeli, obviously to see what he meant. Yeli thought about it. It is impossible for Karnak, a male alien, to help Crystally bring her back to the seaside villa for placement. Then let Karnak wait here first. Alida, come on, just unload their guns. After thinking about it, Yeli gave Alida a word, and walked into the wooden house by himself. Hey, stop. Seeing that he was so arrogant, Renault aimed his gun and was about to pull the trigger. Boom, dang, there was a shot. The bullet was blocked by the silver palm. After, Yeli heard the sound of breaking wind and cries of pain coming from behind him, as well as the sound of parts scattering. Apparently Alida is done. Come inside. Then he saw Karnak who was tied up, who looked like a low-profile version of Ni De Hong. Crystal. Karnak saw Christ Ali next to him, and began to recognize him. Crystallier also introduced Yeli to Karnak, saying that she found him with his help. Karnak is naturally grateful to Yeli. Yeli was not interested in talking about this alien with a bad appearance, but just arranged for him. Crystallier and I continued to look for your compatriots, and when we found them, we brought them here, and you are in charge of staying here. The guns and weapons of the owner outside have been dismantled. Karnak nodded. With his inhuman physique, if the three of Renault didn't have guns, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Okay, then the next one. Yeli called Alita, pressed her and Crystalier's shoulders, and disappeared in a flash. This. Karnak stared blankly. Why does he have the same ability as Tetanus? Next. 12:21 noon. Yeli rescued a cow-hoofed inhuman named Gorgon from the mercenaries who were chasing him, and he threw it to Karnak. At 18:34 in the evening, the Green Man Triton, who fell into the sea and suspended animation, was also fished out by him. By the way, this one seems to have a good relationship with Namor, who was snatched by him. They all swim in the water in summer, and they will stop eating soon after they get out of the water. And today, the reason why Yeli's efficiency is so low is entirely because he also visited the island of Hawaii and fully experienced a different style. Helping Crystal Princess to find her clansman seems to be incidental. Ever since. After he took Triton back to the cabin at night, Crystalie wrapped him around, pulled him into a small tent, and begged softly, "Can you move faster? I'm worried that something will happen to Medusa and the others. And there are only a few members of the royal family you are looking for, and you will find them all soon." Yeli procrastinated on this matter on purpose, and helped Crystalie find them all in a short while, which naturally had a purpose. Although he has become the relationship account of the little princess by virtue of his dream-making ability, the task has not been triggered yet. He has always adhered to the principle of doing things that are not in vain, but not in vain. Although the crystal template doesn't have much effect on him now, mosquito legs are also meat. Relying on templates to multiply and superimpose each other to improve strength is more comfortable than boring training by yourself. Moreover, the crystal's super ability control of the four elements can also increase his celestial power. Really? When Crystalie heard Yeli's assurance, she was a little skeptical. However, considering that he has brought back 3 clansmen for her, she can't ask for too much. Boo. The little princess approached and kissed Yeli lightly on the face. Then please. Just a kiss. Yeli took her into his arms and teased. Why? Pull me into such a small tent. Don't you want to do something else? Don't talk nonsense. Crystalie said shyly, I just don't want to be seen by Karnak and the others, seeing me begging you. That's why I pulled you in here. After all, I'm also their princess, so I can't be with you in front of them. The one who behaves intimately with you. Ask me to look like you. But Yeli didn't let her go. He played with her delicate body, and continued to tease. How do you want to beg me to be so intimate that you can't see others? What do you think? Crystalie was affected by the dream, and now she was in a hidden tent, Lee Hazeo, but she didn't resist much. How about the card? Yeli slipped her hand to the back of the little princess's snowy neck, and gently pressed her head down. Crystalie turned her head to the side, and her amber eyes looked at him innocently, with a puzzled look on her face. What are you doing? I don't understand this. She really is a delicate flower in the greenhouse of an innocent little girl, Yeli thought to himself. Destroying flowers, someone experienced. He bowed his head to Princess Crystal's face, whispered in a low voice, and taught her some knowledge. What? No way. Unexpected. After listening, the little princess broke free from Yeli's hand, blushing. This kind of thing can't be done. Refused. Yeli was also a little surprised. It was rare for a girl to refuse his request. Could it be because Crystalie cared about her status as a princess and couldn't let go of her figure? I have no choice but to use the killer move. Yeli has already become interested, so naturally he won't just give up. He leaned close to the girl, whispering like a devil, and said, There is no news about Medusa now. You don't want anything to happen to her, do you? It's nothing, you will get used to it after a few times. This. Crystalie hesitated for a while. At last. She still gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and obediently bowed down. It's all for Medusa. Outside the tent. 013 Jane and Ted, the 2 illegal growers, have resolved their misunderstanding with Karnak, and get along very well with the main inhuman race. Only Lanyo still had an unhappy expression. His eyes looked bitter and bitter, showing coldness. Especially when I saw Jane preparing dinner with the 3 inhumans in Karnak, the conversation became hotter, and there were intimate contacts from time to time. Lanyo couldn't help cursing inwardly, this stinky bitch. You really don't care about meat and vegetables. Even these 3 freaks are interested. As a meat-eating woman, Jane is particularly liberal in both sexes, and has slept with her companions Reno and Ted. But she has long been tired of playing, and now she has resumed her normal companionship with Rainer and Ted, and won't let them touch her anymore. So I saw Jane mixed with a tattooed bald head, a cow-hoofed monster, and a green-skinned weirdo, these 3 rough guys. Lanyo was very uncomfortable, thinking that this woman would rather mess with the monster than look for him, and she was looking down on him. And now that so many people know the location of this illegal marijuana field, this way of making money is probably going to be ruined. Renault decided to get away with the money as soon as possible. He secretly dug out some usable parts from the pile of damaged firearm parts and assembled them into a gun. As long as that weird girl with silvery hands isn't around. Not to mention what Renault is secretly planning. Dinner is ready. When it comes time to dine, Jane, a beautiful woman with a strong taste, has already sat among the 3 inhumans in Karnak out of novelty, and actively chatted with them. She has slept with quite a few men of various ethnicities, and she has played many tricks, but she has never seen a heterogeneous like Gorgon and the others, and she felt secretly excited for a while. By the way, I don't know if Crystal has had dinner. Karnak held Jane somewhere with his hand, not forgetting to worry about the little princess diet with a serious face. Then I'll go and have a look. Jane wanted to win the favor of the three strong men, so she volunteered to pick up a plate of food and walked to CFFH, Crystal's small tent. Hello, little sister, have you finished your dinner? Do you want to try what my sister made? Jane was screaming outside the tent. Slaw, see the tent zipper open. Yelly turned sideways, tilted his head back, and showed a handsome face. He hasn't spoken yet. Jane was so nympho, so handsome. She has tried many Asian men, but she has never seen such a good-looking one. What's the matter with you? Yelly glanced at Jen, who was close, and found that the woman was too close, and after a closer look, there was no beauty, and the murder weapon was a little commendable. Sorry, maybe I got the wrong tent. From Jane's angle, I can't see the little kilometers up and down. Look at Yelly's handsome face. She couldn't help making a wrong decision, and asked enthusiastically, I don't know what to call your husband? Have you eaten dinner? Can you have some of mine? My surname is Ye. I've eaten it, so don't bother. Yelly had brought Crystallier and Alita to taste Hawaiian food before, and with his current body, it doesn't matter whether he eats or not, the main thing is to taste. Mr. Yeshur. Jane approached Yelly directly, lowered her collar and said, if you haven't eaten, I can be your dinner. Her character is relatively rough, but her expression is not very charming. Seeing Jane seemed to poke her head in. Crystally's face flushed red. She hurriedly teased Yelly, telling him not to let Jane in. If she is seen in her current shameful posture, she will be ashamed to be a human being. Cough, don't be so polite. Yelly blocked Jane, who wanted to come in with one hand, and rubbed the little princess's hair with the other. Then gently push it in and push it in. I've already made a reservation for dinner. Yelly pressed Jane's shoulders with an unnatural expression, and pushed her body out of the tent, looking very masculine. Even if, without Christ Alley. The complex masculine aura on Jane's body and the faint blackness under the neckline also made him really unable to do anything. He doesn't even like Christine, a well-known reporter who only sleeps with high-end people, let alone Tian Niu, who is not taboo. Hehe. Jane, on the other hand, was self-confident and joked, Mr. Ye is so shy, why hasn't he ever had a girlfriend? He's so handsome. There is a reason for her to feel that way. In Yeli's eyes, she saw the unconcealable lust of men and women. And here, she is the only woman. This shows that he is still interested in her, but he is just embarrassed. Looks like I'm still a beginner. If you win it, you'll make a lot of money. Jane's expression became more greedy. She pulled the neckline harder, leaned forward, and wanted to break into the tent again. I can teach you a lot of interesting things, and you don't have to be responsible. After tonight, we can pretend that we haven't seen each other. I still need your teaching. Yeli wanted to put on a cold face and drive away the woman who didn't know how to measure. But it happened at this time. The little princess whimpered uncontrollably, which made him feel a sense of relief that swept over his whole body. Yeli's face gradually became calm, and with a snap of his fingers, he pushed Zhen Qingping away a few meters. You go. 1. You are not an ordinary person. Jane was so startled by his showing, she didn't even pay attention to the faint muffled groan of a girl in the tent just now. Only, in Yeli's eyes, for some reason, it seems that lust has disappeared, and his expression has become flat. She was about to say something more. I heard the 3 inhuman men shouting, Jane, what's wrong? Why is it taking so long? Oh, it's all right. Jane responded quickly, straightened her clothes, and got up to rush over. Yeli touched the ashes here, and she didn't want to lose the opportunity to communicate with Karnak and the others again. But, before leaving, Jane still smiled at Yeli. If you change your mind, go directly to my tent. Yeli seems to have the same super ability as Gorgon and the others, and she doesn't look so weird. She really doesn't want to let go of the opportunity to try. If he can successfully spend the night with him, maybe this little virgin will fall in love with her taste, and will be completely devoted to her. No one can say for sure about this kind of thing, right? With such an idea, Jane stepped towards Karnak and the others. She already has an idea, which can give Yeli a great stimulus, so that the little man can't help but want to drill into her tent. Come drink. Push the cup to change the cup. The 3 Inhumans and Jane blushed from drinking. Finally, they still fell under the woman's genes. Wait a minute. Jane deliberately moved her tent closer to Yeli's tent, and then got in first. Karnak followed suit and went into rest. Then, it was Gorgon with a pair of hoofs, who followed in a bit naively. Gudong-dong. Kui Tan, the green-skinned man at the back of the hall, poured himself a large bottle of mineral water, and after getting ready for the next big battle, he slowly closed the zipper of the tent. And in the far distance of the tent, a table in a dark corner, Renaud sat quietly at the table, looking at the bulging tent of Jane. His eyes were tearing apart. It can be seen that another illegal male, Ted, fell down in a dug earth pit with a bloody head, apparently killed by him. Ask for flowers. Kaka? Renaud loaded the reassembled revolver with orange bullets. At daybreak, those bitches came out of the tent and sent them to the west. In the little tent. Crystallier's beautiful eyes were watery, as if she was about to cry. Yeli had no choice but to hold her in his arms, and comforted her softly. Okay, it's not that I lost my virginity, why are you so sad? This is about the same as that. The little princess wiped the corners of her mouth, looked at Yeli with a look of lovelessness, and asked, tell me the truth. Do you just want to play with me? How can it be? Yelly is not a fool, and at this time, he naturally promised, I will take responsibility for you, Crystally. You. Hearing what he said, Crystally couldn't help but feel a little joy in her eyes as it was the first time she called so intimately. But she's still worried, but our inhuman royal family only allows intermarriage with people who are also inhuman royal family. What should we do? Good guy. I thought of getting married after a few words. Yelly was funny, but also rubbed her snow-white face with pity, and continued to coax, you don't have to listen to them, just be happy and be a wayward little princess. There is a reason for him to say this, and he is not fooling the crystal princess. In the original track, didn't she just get along with that kid Pietro, and she didn't see any objections from the inhuman royal family. Okay. Crystally was coaxed by Yelly so warmly in her heart that she felt it was worth the embarrassing thing she did for him with her tongue just now. It just so happens that at the moment, outside the tent, suddenly Jane's high-pitched voice came. Let the little princess be taken aback. Then, she's just blushing. Ding. Witnessed scenes of Yelly and his little girlfriends. Of course, Crystally knew what Jane's shameless voice meant. She listened silently, her head gradually buried in Yelly's arms. Yelly also kept quiet and did not take this opportunity to do anything. Now is not the best time, wait a little longer. After 10 minutes. Listening to Jane's continued solo, Yelly smiled slightly at Crystally, the three of your clansmen are all silent and hardworking. Then you, what about you? 923 The little princess raised her red face from his arms, her eyes were slightly resentful, and she thought to herself, this bad guy, why doesn't he move at this time? It's time. Yelly smiled smugly in his heart. Hearing such an obvious hint from the girl, how could he not act? Snap. He snapped his fingers, and Crystally changed back to the t-shirt and swimsuit match. I still like this set. Necrosis. The little princess groaned coquettishly, then swallowed. Her little heart was jumping, thumping, shy, scared, and looking forward to it. I used to look at other people, but now the heroine is finally her own. And it's still in the case of exercising in the tent next door. No matter what she thinks. Yelly's hands have already moved away. At the last moment, Crystally's eyes were blurred, and she begged, I don't want to be heard by others like her. Rest assured. Yelly laid down his divine power position and comforted her, the voice in this tent will not spread at all. Moon. City of Italan. Maximus stood on the high platform of the royal palace, looked at the shield of the virtual dome, and asked his female subordinate, Oron. Have you found Medusa yet? Yes. Oron, with his huge ears, asked, what do you want me to do? Maximus, take what you need, take the men you need, and go to Earth to deal with the royal family. Oron, solved. Bring them back, kill them if they don't cooperate. Maximus thought for a while, and said, Black Bolt, kill him directly, and that stupid guy Gorgon. Good. Oron said confidently, I don't need to bring anything, I just need to be myself, just be careful. Maximus, go to Eldrac to take you there. Oron nodded and turned to leave. Eldrac, I am Oron. Oron came to a secret room and yelled at the empty wall. Caw caw caw. Dust fell from the cracks in the wall, and a grey human face more than 1 meter long protruded from it. This is also a strange person. Eldrac, his awakening ability allows him to assimilate with the wall, and can open the entrance to other places, forming the effect of the portal. I need you to teleport me here. Oron showed Eldrac a locator. Eldrac said, I refuse. Apparently he was not very convinced of Maximus' superior position. Olin's eyes turned cold, and I said yes. Eldrac, I said no, it hurts. I don't care if you hurt or not. Oron said fiercely, if you don't obey, I'll kill all your family members. Put their corpses into garbage bags and give them to you. Eldrac was silent for a while, and finally had to obey obediently. A crack opened below the grey stone face, forming a portal. After Oron passed through it, he came to a small island with lush vegetation. She took out the locator, checked it for the last time, and found that the crystal, Karnak, and Gorgon were gathered together. They got together so quickly? Shouldn't be. Could it be that the tetanus was cured? In the tent, the hem of the t-shirt was lifted up, and was bitten tightly by the white teeth. The little white cloth has also faded to the slender white ankle, hanging there and shaking gently. Trigger Crystalia Princess Crystalia Amacline Relationship Mission. Crystalia wants to find her royal family back. Complete the task. You can superimpose the Crystalia Princess Crystalia Amacline template. Renault's hand holding the gun was bent, the muzzle pointed at the table, and he propped himself up with the barrel, so that he could barely avoid dozing off. Originally, he was going to wait for Jane and those 3 guys to finish and come down before going to take a nap. But waiting and waiting, I found that the tent next to Jane's tent was shaking violently, which seemed to be much more violent than Jane's tent. Moreover, the tent was swaying brightly, but there was no sound, and the lights inside were brightly lit, but there was no shadow of a person to be seen. This made him think for a while that this was some kind of supernatural event, that the dead Ted's soul was coming to seek revenge on him, and he was so scared that he couldn't sleep. Until now, all the flames in Jane's place had been turned off, and his drowsiness resurfaced, but the weird tent still didn't stop for 25 minutes, instead, it trembled even more. Forget it, let's sleep for a while. Anyway, there is nothing unusual about the tent. Renault couldn't hold it anymore, comforted himself in his heart, and slowly lowered his head. That's the end. Little princess, your people are not very good. 3v1 is the only record, and the Inhumans are no more than that. I heard the noise from the next door. How can Yeli not know that the three of Karnak have stopped eating, hugged Bai Yu tightly and retreated, and smiled proudly. Now that the male aliens have lost to us earthlings, you have to persist as an alien woman for a long time. 1 point, to win glory for the clan. You're talking nonsense. Crystally said forcefully, my sister told me, our inhuman's physique is inherently better than your earthlings. Oh, really? Let's do the math then. Yali continued, look, their side is 3v1, our side is 1v1, don't you have to last at least 3 times longer than us earthlings? Is that how it is calculated? The little princess was dizzy by him, as if she had been fooled. She gritted her teeth and said, okay, I will definitely not lose, and I won't embarrass the inhumans like Karnak and the others. It depends on your performance, huh? While Yeli was talking, she suddenly noticed someone approaching outside, which seemed to be a female figure. Could it be that Jane is dissatisfied with her desires? Gorgon's 3 waists can't satisfy her, so she came to me again. Don't. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling disgusted and chilled. But, after a more detailed investigation, Yeli found out. It's the girl Alita. He let her play around on Oahu Island before, catching blue crabs and chasing black geese, but now she ran back to find him in the middle of the night. Dad. As a reward for the system, Alita and Yeli, the owner, sensed that he was inside, and the little mechanical hand patted the tent gently, and whispered, Dad, let me in quickly, I want to sleep. Forward. Yeli looked at Christ Ali who was shaking her head vigorously, put her head close to the tent cloth, and suggested in a low voice, Alita, why don't you make do with the night outside? Father, it's too much. Although I am mechanically transformed, I am not your own daughter, but I am still a beautiful girl. How can you throw me outside? Alita's small forehead was pushed against the tent cloth, wanting to squeeze come in. Don't. All right, I'll let you in. 443. In the pitiful eyes of the little princess, Yeli still reached out and opened the zipper, and put Alita inside. Wow. As soon as Alita came in, Shui Ling's big eyes opened even wider, pointing at Christ Ali, and exclaimed, Dad, you're pissed off. Yeli gagged her mouth and taught, it's good to let you in, don't talk too much, either go to sleep or stay and watch quietly. How can I fall asleep? Alita moved away her gagged mouth, looked at Christ Ali, and said wittily, Mom, don't worry, I will be obedient and won't disturb you making a younger sister. Crystallier the morning light shines through the tent cloth like pieces of gold leaves. Alita smashed her pink lips, turned over, and fell asleep again. On the other hand, Crystally hugged her red knee and sat there crying, sobbing pitifully in a low voice. I said what's wrong with you? Yeli was completely speechless, and it was the first time he encountered a situation that made someone cry. Yesterday. The little princess said aggrievedly, yesterday you took advantage of my unconsciousness and tricked me into doing so many outrageous things with you in such a small tent. I am the dignified princess of Italan, how could you so? It wasn't her fault. Yesterday, Yeli took advantage of her royal highness being knocked out of her mind, and almost completely exploited her. Sorry, it's all because you are so cute, princess. Yeli coped with it cheekily, thinking to himself. You 3 big men of the inhuman race bully an earth woman, it is not too much for me to insult a princess of you. Hearing his praise, Crystally snorted softly, feeling sweet in her heart, but she still said, don't think that a few words of coaxing are enough. Hurry up and get rid of the rest of my clansmen. It's time to find it. With tears in my eyes, a certain princess did not hesitate to sacrifice her life in order to find her tribe. Yeli helped her up, packed the ticket and said, no problem, it's already dawn, we'll set off right away. In another tent. Oh, Jane woke up too and rubbed her temples. Look at the cow's hooves, green skin, and tattooed bald head. Compared with her past beating career, she felt that this night was also very exciting. The only pity is that shy little man didn't come. It still seems too shy. Where Anan? People in the tent woke up one after another and greeted each other. Good morning, I'm going to soak in the water quickly, I feel like I'm going to be dry. After Kui Tan finished speaking, he hurried out of the tent. Gorgon rubbed his head, it was an unforgettable night, the women on Earth are so enthusiastic. Jane bent her plump lips, and said with a smile, your black hooves are also very powerful. Karnak slowly put on his clothes, serious, and said with a little worry, as the royal family of Italan, if we do such absurd things, if Crystal finds out, what can a little girl know about her? Jane comforted him, just say that I was not feeling well yesterday, and you are here to take care of me. Karnak nodded, only. Sula. Karnak, dressed neatly, opened the tent. As soon as he raised his head, he happened to have a face-to-face meeting with Her Highness the Princess who was supported by Yeli from the next tent. The 2 members of the royal family looked at each other, looking at each other in silence. At last, it was still Christ Ali who was blushing, and explained to Karnak nonchalantly. I didn't feel well yesterday. Mr. Ye is a very nice person. He came to help take care of me. Don't get me wrong. Karnak. Should I believe it or not? Fortunately at this time, boom, there was a shot. The embarrassment of the 2 was broken. Suddenly, the bullets spun and flew towards Karnak's tattooed face. With his eyes fixed, he quickly analyzed the force point of the bullet, raised his palm like a knife, and slashed down on the bullet. Karnak can do a certain degree of calculation and analysis of the surrounding environment. This is not the super ability obtained by using the Turigen mist, but the skill he cultivated in the Inhuman Monastery since he was a child. Even if the Inhumans do not have the awakening ability, their own potential is very high. Karnak's control over his body is even stronger than Captain America's, but his head was injured before and he couldn't show his strength. And now, he has recovered the money and got 7 or 88. Coupled with the endorphins secreted by copulation, his brain was extremely excited and active. It is not unthinkable to be able to do this step. Only, a skill is a skill after all, and the effect is not as good as a super ability. Although the bullet was split, it changed its trajectory and turned into a stray bullet, flying in one direction. Bayou, Jane, who was getting out of the tent, only had time to enlarge her eyes for a moment before she was hit in the heart by this stray bullet. This open-minded illegal marijuana grower died so pitifully. I don't know if Karnak did it on purpose. What? Renault, who shot, was also surprised by Karnak's action of splitting the bullet. Karnak hurriedly shouted to Yeli, who was supporting Christ Ali, take Crystal and find a cover. Although he can split bullets, he can't guarantee that he will succeed every time. If he makes a wrong doctor, it will be over. Ka. Renault immediately came back to his senses when he shouted, and pulled the revolver to continue shooting. Touch! The ground suddenly shook violently, knocking Renault and Karnak to the ground, and the revolver shot into the sky. However, Yeli and the little princess he supported were not affected. Gorgon opened the tent and rushed out. The earthquake just now was stepped on by his cow's hooves. This is his ability. No. Gorgon glanced at Jane, who was already lifeless, and ran to Renault viciously, and lifted him up. Why did you do that? He was still quite angry. Jane was the woman he had communicated with just now, and she praised him for his strong hooves. Oh. Renault, who was being carried, sneered. 260. The marijuana field has been exposed. I am not a fool if I don't run away with the money. This bitch died because of death. You killed Ted too. Gorgon turned his head to search, and found that the Earthman with a similar personality to him was also missing. Here. Renault pouted towards a pit. I threw it into the pit. You. Seeing his unrepentant plain appearance, Crystally couldn't stand it any longer, and reprimanded, they are all your companions, how can you do it? Companion? Hehe. Lanyo laughed and said, little girl, you are so naive, you only get together for money, and you and them are companions. Let's go over there and have a look first. Seeing that Renault was captured by Gorgon, Karnak walked over to the pit. Just one approach to the pit. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, Triton? You damn earthling? You, CFFJ, killed Triton too. Gorgon, Karnak, what are you talking about? Crystally, Triton is dead too. Bump bump. Gorgon moved his hooves, carried Renault, and ran to the edge of the pit in disbelief. Yeah, please take me there too. The little princess begged Yeli. From time to time, the pain of love flashed across her brows, and it was really difficult to move. Yeli nodded, readily agreed, crossed her knees, gently hugged her horizontally, and walked to the side of the pit. I see. In the pit. In addition to Ted's body, Triton's green body was also lying upright inside, obviously dead. Crystally covered her mouth. Triton. Gorgon's eyes turned red immediately. He grabbed Renault by the neck, and shouted angrily, I'm going to kill you. No, I didn't kill him. Renault's eyes widened from being strangled, and he finally knew he was afraid, begging for mercy and explaining, I saw him come out before, and I wanted to deal with him, but he ran too fast, I don't know how he will be here. Click. Renault was still defending, but Gorgon directly twisted his neck. Brute. Gorgon just finished yelling. Bayou? A blue light shot from the back of his head. Gorgon? Be careful. Karnak, who noticed it, pushed him away immediately. Who? Christ Ali turned her head to look in the direction of the blue light, and found a figure with big ears. Olin? It's you, the traitor. Help me kill Gorgon. Oran Nang pointed at Karnak and the others in a daze, then you come with me, and I may consider sparing your lives. Gorgon stared at her and said, did you kill Triton? That's right. I didn't expect this guy to be here. The news clearly shows that he was chased and killed by mercenaries. Now it seems that he is pretending to be dead. Olin glanced at Triton's body, and laughed arrogantly. It still looks like it's been drained dry. It looks like it's been out of the water for a long time, and I don't know what it did. Naturally, I will not let go of such a good opportunity to deal with him, and after he refuses to submit to my king, I will send him to die again. Karnak scolded angrily, that madman Maximus, he's just a false king. Touch, touch, touch. Gorgon buried his head and rushed towards Oran. Courting death. Oran was about to shoot immediately. Bang! Gorgon stomped on the ground again, shaking Oran unsteadily, and then took the opportunity to get close and wrestled with her. Karnak also picked up Renault's revolver and fired several shots at Oran. Bang! 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 Bullet. Oran's big ears were extremely sensitive, and he stepped forward, trying to escape by the sound in advance. But Gorgon wouldn't give her this chance, so he swooped and locked her up desperately. Gorgon. Karnak yelled in surprise, but the bullet had already been fired, and he couldn't stop it. Until the bullet emptied, Oran had 2 blood holes on his forehead, and fell to the ground. And Gorgon was also shot critically, and after vomiting a mouthful of blood, he fell silent. Yeli has been watching the play, and she is very speechless. Looking menacing, it turned out to be a box lunch. These Inhumans seem to be here to make a joke. Russell. After quickly burying Jane, Ted, Triton, and Gorgon, Crystally said anxiously to Yelly, Maximus has sent people to attack the Earth, I have to hurry up and find my sister and them. Even though they are members of the royal family. But the little princess and Triton are not very familiar with each other. So she wasn't very sad, but worried about her sister's safety. Okay, now only the Black Bolt King and Medusa are missing. Yelly suggested, since you're in a hurry, let's split up. I'll send you to Black Bolt, and I'll go to your sister Medusa. After thinking about it for a while, Crystally nodded and said, that's a good idea. Talking. She moved shyly to Yelly's ear again, kissed his ear lightly, and whispered, but it's not convenient for me to move now. Yelly smiled deeply and said, it's okay, I'll just help you recover. Seeing the two of them, Karnak pointed to himself and said, what about me? You stay here and take care of the funeral. Yelly gestured to the corpses of Oron and Lanyo, take care of the corpses of these two, especially the one named Oron, remember to handle them carefully and position them. What? Finished ordering. It doesn't matter whether Karnak listened or not. He fished the sleeping Alida out of the tent, took her with the little princess, and just teleported away. Hugh. After sending Crystally to find Black Bolt King, and splitting up with her, Yelly spread the god's telekinesis, and Xia found Medusa. It's just that the god's telekinesis covered the entire island of Oahu, and he didn't find any trace of the inhuman queen. Expanding to the entire Xiawei there is still nothing. Could it be that Medusa had an accident? Wasn't sent to Xiawei by the Locktooth dog. Yelly simply stopped messing around on his own, and took out the communicator that Crystally gave him to locate the communication network. Finally, in a space base in the country of Magnesium, he locked the location of the Medusa communicator. Space base would actually run to that kind of place. Yelly didn't think much about teleporting again. Hugh. Doom Group. Space base. Aerospace crew lounge. If it wasn't for sure that there were only a few of us in the crew last time, I would wonder if you sneaked into the rocket and suffered cosmic radiation with us. Susan Stone looked at the red-haired beauty in front of her with a strange face, grabbing fruit with her hair and eating, and asked, you really don't remember anything? Huh. Medusa is obviously a delicate and beautiful Yuja, but now she has a cute expression on her face, biting a fruit and mumbled, I don't remember. Let me tell you, isn't she wearing a communicator bracelet? Susan Stone's younger brother, Johnny Stone, came up with an idea, just pick it off and give it to Reed to study, and you will know who she is. You see, her hair can grow and manipulate at will, isn't that superhuman? Ability, maybe she is also a member of some superhero group like us. John, when did we become a superhero group? How long has it been since I became like this, and you have this idea? It was Ben Graham who refuted Johnny. Ben's appearance is very strange, he looks like a thick stone man. Ask for flowers, I think. A long-faced man who looked the most stable, said, we haven't even figured out our own problems, so it's better not to investigate others first. You mean to leave such a woman who doesn't know anything, Charlize? Susan Stone said displeasedly. Reed Richards spread his hands and said, yeah, a woman with amnesia who suddenly appeared in your room and stabbed a few big holes in the sofa with her hair. How do you know if she will bring us any danger? I also have this strange ability. Susan Stone's body suddenly became invisible, leaving only her coat. So you mean, you want to drive me out with her? 0. My sister was right, it's a super ability, don't we all have it? Johnny Stone shot out a cluster of flames with his fingertips, and supported his sister. Although I don't like the type of queen, I have to admit that this woman is very beautiful. If she is allowed to wander the streets, she will be the one who is in danger. As for poking holes in the couch, Johnny Stone glanced at the stone man, and continued, if I saw Ben for the first time, I would be frightened too. Hey, what do you mean? Ben Graham said angrily, is it my fault? Ben, John didn't mean that. Susan Stone quickly mediated. Forward. Reed Richards chimed in, Susan, that's not what I meant just now. Susan Stone's face turned cold immediately, don't call me by my name. Reed Richards. Don't digress, you see she also has a super ability, Tianjian is not as good as. Johnny Stone at the moment suggested, how about we form a hero group and let her join together? Wait until when she recovers her memory, and then make another plan. What superhero group do you really want to form? Reed Richards vetoed, that's not what we should do. The only thing we should do now is find a way to turn ourselves back to normal. I'm normal now, Richards. Johnny Stone stood up and said, and my sister, she is also normal. If you think you are sick, then go to work, my combination does not lack you. Reed Richards shook his head slightly, I'm not interested in your childish combination either. Ben Graham raised his hand. I'm not interested in 553 either. Oh, great. Then I'll be with Susan, and, Johnny Stone gestured to Medusa, and this lady with moving hair, forming a superhero combination. The three of us are enough. Okay, Johnny, stop messing around. Susan Stone felt a little ashamed when she saw her younger brother's bloody look. It's fine if you want me to play house with you. You can't ask a lady with amnesia to join your group all the time. I'm trying to guide her to be a good person. Johnny Stone started gushing again. Medusa looked up like a curious baby, quietly watching the performance of these four strange people. At this time, bang, there was a soft sound. Immediately, it attracted the attention of 5 people. Oh, sorry, I stepped on your tea table. Yelly lifted his foot and got off the coffee table in front of the 5 people. The 5 were silent for a while. Reed Richards stood up vigilantly first, and distanced himself from Yelly. Look, another person who suddenly appeared, and this person doesn't seem to have amnesia. Don't be nervous. Yelly reassured, actually, I'm just here to find someone. He glanced at Medusa, and then looked at Susan Stone and the other four, also feeling very surprised. And not just because of, coincidentally meeting the Fantastic Four. Yelly also has a strange feeling, these four people seem to have some connection with him. It's you, Yelly? President, yeah. Johnny Stone suddenly recognized Yelly and let out a cry of surprise. Huh? Do you recognize me? Yelly looked at Thunderbolt. Definitely. The news that you repelled Dormammu and saved the planet, few people don't know. Johnny Stone pulled up Susan Stone and said excitedly, my sister and I are both your fans. Oh, I see. Yelly understood. As for, why does Human Torch know the name Dormammu? He is not surprised by this, because this is what the club promotes in order to build momentum. Hello, Mr. Ye. Susan Stone's beautiful eyes sparkled. Originally, she also wanted to say that she was a Yelly fan, but after hearing what her younger brother said, she was too embarrassed to say it again. He could only use his slender fingertips to gently hold Yelly's hand and said, come on, do it on my side. And, by the way, I'm obviously here to find Medusa. Yelly sat down next to the sexy invisible woman, looked at Medusa who looked like she was watching a show, and thought, anyway, the person has been found, so it shouldn't matter if the little princess waits a little longer. You are a big celebrity now, and some people say you are a god. Johnny Stonera looked at the idol curiously. It doesn't look different. Do you change like us? Oh, you may not understand. A scorching red flame rose from the dust. After setting himself ablaze on pyro, Johnny Stoner exclaims, look, that's what I mean by transformation. 2.1. Hey, Johnny, you hit the rug. Susan Stone called out coquettishly, stupid brother, put your fire back. I can't. Johnny Stonera was also numb. Get the fire extinguisher. The blonde beauty was about to get up and go to the fire cabinet. Don't bother, I'll come. Yelly embraced her pretty shoulders very naturally with his left hand, and pointed his right hand at the flames, and a chill covered her. The flame went out in an instant. Johnny Stone praised, you know how to use ice? That's the opposite of my super ability. Yelly smiled without saying a word. The flames of the Human Torch are not enough to look at in front of his absolute zero. Mr. Ya, can you let me go? Susan Stone yelled softly, reminding Yelly to let go of her shoulders. Oh, sorry. Yelly withdrew his hand pretendingly. It's okay. Invisible Woman smiled, didn't mind, and continued to sit next to him. Reed Richards got a thumping forehead. He also now recognizes Yelly, the so-called world weaver who broadcast to the whole world with high profile. President Ye, I want to talk to you about something. I don't know if it's convenient. 26. Reed Richards said, without waiting for Yelly to respond. He just opened his mouth and preached. This matter has to start with our study of cosmic storms on the space station. We were swept away by the cosmic storm that had undergone unknown changes. It became what you see now. What does this have to do with me? Yelly interrupted him. Do you want to ask to join my club? That's a good idea. Johnny Stone chimed in excitedly. Susan Stone glanced at Yelly's handsome face, bit her pink lips and said, I think it's not bad. Reed Richards. Ahem. Wait for me to finish. Reed Richards coughed and continued, and our research on the space station happened to be when you were fighting Dormammu, and you witnessed the disappearance of the star giant, and then the data of the cosmic storm has changed, which is too much of a coincidence. Reed, your consciousness is. Ben Graham continued, is our change related to the battle between Chairman Ya and Dormammu? In this way, I understand. Yelly understood immediately. He said why he always felt an inexplicable connection with Susan and the others. It should be the special wave band generated when he lifted up the integrated kingdom of God and reshaped the body of God, which had an impact on the cosmic storm. Thus, under an extremely low probability, the Fantastic Four of this universe was created. Maybe, it might be related, but I can't do anything about your situation. Yelly doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. In Fantastic Four, he's only slightly interested in Invisible Woman, who can load him with templates. Ma'am, may I ask your name? Yelly looked sideways at Susan Stone. Susan Stone? My sister's name is Susan Stone. I'm Johnny Stone. Johnny Stone answered quickly. Then, he looked at Yelly, then at his sister, raised his eyebrows and said, President Ya, are you interested in my sister? I can match you up. I think you are a good match. Johnny. Susan Stone glanced at her younger brother reproachfully, and carefully peeked at Yelly from the corner of her eyes, trying to see his attitude. Johnny is a good guy, much more interesting than Petro's 973 kid at the beginning. Yelly thought to himself, with a slight smile on his face, and handed the 2 business cards to the Stone siblings. Susan, Johnny, if you want to join the club, you can come to me anytime. It was the first time I saw him calling so intimately. Susan Stone didn't feel rude, and said with joy on her face, thank you, I will seriously consider it. Johnny Stone was even happier, already imagining his future as a world-class superhero. He excitedly said, President Ye, why don't you, me, my sister, and this long-haired girl form a super group together? I've already thought of the name, and it's called Fantastic Four. Yelly, #, you're kidding me, I have no interest in forming a superhero group. Yelly played another club investigation team business card to him. But I have a man named Quicksilver. You are all energetic guys, maybe you can talk to him. Quicksilver? That's a cool title. Johnny Stone took the business card and asked, President, yeah, your Ghost Spider Club is an old superhero organization. You must be very good at naming superheroes, right? What title do you think I should choose? Actually, I'm not good at it. Yelly complained secretly, and said casually, what do you think of the title Thunderbolt? Upon hearing this, Johnny Stone immediately opened his eyes wide, gave a thumbs up and said, Tie pants are hot. He felt that this title was as good as his destiny. That's good. Yelly got up and said, it was a pleasure to meet this time, but I still have something to do. Let's talk next time. Susan Stone asked curiously, with Chairman Yes ability, is there anything else you should be busy with? It's nothing. I was entrusted by someone to find someone. Yelly looked at Medusa who had almost eaten up the fruit plate. You should have guessed it. I'm here to find her. Who the hell is she? Reed Richards asked, also the club's superhero. It's none of your business, Mr. Richards. Yelly walked towards Medusa with a cute expression, took her by the hand, and pulled her up. If there is nothing else, I will take her away. It seems to be because of his gentle and handsome appearance. The amnesiac Medusa was not wary of him, but lightly poked him with her long red hair, looking cute and curious. Hello. Just when Yelly was about to take someone away, Ben Graham, the stone man, puts it out of the blue. She pokes our couch and reads us a big plate of fruit. It's just that as soon as he finished speaking, he found that everyone around him looked at him strangely. What's wrong? The stone man said naively, I'm telling the truth. Johnny Stone said speechlessly, hey, Ben, don't be so stingy. At worst, I'll pay for this beautiful lady. Susan Stone also nodded, it's okay, the sofa in my lounge was damaged, and I will reimburse Victor. So, goodbye. Yelly waved goodbye to the siblings. Goodbye Mr. Yeah. Susan Stone winked at him, with fingertips still on her lips, and blew him a kiss. Hugh, let's take you to have a meal first. Seeing that you are hungry, you are already eating fruit to satisfy your hunger. Returning to Xiaowei again, the two appeared in the streets of the scenic spot where tourists come and go. Yelly looked at Medusa, and found that there was a red apple hidden in her hair, which contrasted with the red hair, which was really hard to find. Medusa held the fruit by her hair, and was about to stuff it into her red lips again. Yelly snatched the apple helplessly. I'm still gnawing on it. I'll take you to eat something delicious, don't just gnaw on the fruit. It's also amnesia. Why do I feel that Her Majesty the Queen should not stay longer than Alida? N. The red-haired sister Yu tilted her head slightly, as if she was very puzzled by Yelly's behavior of snatching her food. Look who that is. At this time, someone on the street recognized Yelly. Immediately, pedestrians and tourists surrounded the two of Yelly and made them uncomfortable. Yeah, sign me up. I'm your 10-year-old female fan. Mr. Yeah, is this lady with moving hair the club's superhero? Is her ability to control her hair? She's so pretty. Is she Yes girlfriend? It is rumored that Mr. Ye is related to many heroines of the club. Is this true? Is Mr. Ye familiar with Black Spider? Is it pure brotherhood? I said, are you fans or reporters? Yelly said a little annoyed. Well, Medusa hid behind him like a frightened little rabbit. At last. She is also a female fan who runs a restaurant. She led Yelly and Medusa away from the crowd and arranged a fresh and elegant private room for them. Then there is the hearty Hawaiian food, presented, mostly seafood dishes. What moonfish, coconut milk, and arrowroot jelly dessert, salmon fried rice, seafood pizza, just the aroma, let Medusa be fascinated. 2. Oh, even Her Majesty the Queen, who has no amnesia, has never eaten any seafood in Italan on the moon, so she couldn't look away at this moment. Medusa's appearance is based on the comic version, and some settings are based on the film and television version. Eat what you want. Seeing her approving gaze, Yelly smiled gently, but you just ate some fruit, it's better to eat slowly. Yeah. Medusa nodded repeatedly. After obtaining the consent of Yelly, she spread out the strands of red hair, grabbed the knife, fork and spoon-like hands, and started to move. 873. Her Majesty the Queen took a spoonful, a fork, and took another sip of fruit wine. Her beautiful ruby eyes were shining, and she obviously enjoyed eating. Be full of wine and food. Yeah. Medusa stretched her waist. She was plump and round. Her waist was like a willow, revealing her slender figure. Subsequently, she lazily softened her delicate body, leaned into someone's arms, and fell asleep slightly. Yelly couldn't laugh or cry. Feel the rich capital of the beauty in the arms. He thought about it. Still didn't push her away. Instead, he used her waterfall-like red hair as a thin blanket, and wrapped it up for her, covering that exquisite curve. He gently hugged his hands tightly, passing his body temperature to her. Yelly remembers. Black Bolt and Queen Medusa, the two kings of Italan, seemed to have a baby kiss. This made him hold Medusa in his arms at this moment, feeling a little irritated for no reason. He didn't notice any masculinity on Medusa. It seems that Black Bolt King hasn't won this little best yet. Think so. Yelly simply hugged Medusa, waiting for her to slowly wake up. With a flash of light and shadow in his hand, he got a copy of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms and read it to pass the time. If you want to say that the most awesome character in The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it doesn't have to be the Cao family. What? Cao Pai, Cao Zhen, Cao Shuang. He likes it all. About half an hour later. Whoa, Only then did Medusa groan, and Yo-Yo woke up and turned around. Yelly put the back of her index finger on the cool skin of her chin, slowly lifted her delicate face, and said in a seductive voice, "I'm full, do you want to hang out with me?" "Playing what?" The beauty with amnesia raised her face, looked at his pretty face, her face blushed unconsciously, even if she didn't know why. "It's much more fun to go to a tourist attraction." Yelly hugged Queen Medusa like a little princess crystally. "CGFG, let me take you to Waikiki Beach first. Blue sky, white clouds, because of the sea. Unlike Yelly's private beach, the world-famous Waikiki Beach is full of tourists from all over the world in swimsuits, making it very lively. There are so many people." Medusa shrinks her snow-white gooseneck again in fear. Not long after she and Yelly came to this beach, they attracted the attention of many people around. One is because the two did not wear swimsuits, and their clothes were a bit special. The second is because of their good looks. Especially Medusa's sexy and charming facial features, coupled with the thick red hair dancing in the breeze, it's hard not to look at it. And under such attention, someone is naturally recognized quickly. 0128054226 Fila 2111825560. "Why are you here again?" Looking at the female swimsuit fans pouring in around me. In Yelly's desperation, Song Hao called some bodyguards. With a snap of his fingers, 4 figures instantly appeared around him and Medusa. They wore cloaks of red crosses, their faces were hidden under the hoods, they didn't say a word, they just silently walked around in 4 directions, forming a human wall, keeping the enthusiastic fans out. These figures in red cloaks are naturally members of the successor family he summoned. Saurus, Khan, Verna, Paula. Even if there were only 4 people, with their extraordinary physique, they could securely protect Yelly and Medusa to the center. Who are they? How did they suddenly appear? Needless to say, President Ye is revered by some people as a god, the weaver of the world. These must be the apostles of God. Take a picture quickly. Take a picture quickly. I want to send it to Moments. Mom, I have seen God. God actually went to the beach with us. Pedestrians frantically brainstormed, and the camera shutter clicked. Some devout ones are only short of kneeling down to Yelly. P.S. Why didn't anyone vote for my vote? Yan, so I'll use the mobile web version to watch it. But Yelly frowned. Because he noticed that there was a man looking at Verna's figure under the cloak, who seemed to be in good shape, and wanted to steal money on purpose. How can this be tolerated? Even if it is a summoned object, it is also his private property. He immediately manipulated Verna. Lifting the hood, revealing a ferocious face with fangs, the man was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, and punched Sisunjen 10 times. The man screamed. This accident naturally made the surroundings agitated. But Yelly calmed down the crowd with just a soothing mind gem. "Let's go." Yelly put her hands through her red hair, hugged Medusa's shoulders, and walked to the seaside under the protection of the heirs. The sea was not too stormy, and many people took advantage of this opportunity to step on a skateboard to ride the wind and waves. Yelly sipped the juice and asked Medusa, who was basking in the sun, "Do you want to go surfing?" "No." Medusa looked at the sea and shook her head, as if she felt that this exercise was not suitable for her long hair. "Then how about I take you to go diving and whale watching?" Yelly thought of another good idea. "You haven't seen a whale on the moon, have you? That's a unique giant in the deep sea of the earth." "Whale." Medusa repeated a sentence, looking a little puzzled, but also seemed quite interested. 10 minutes later, under the waters off Sunset Beach on the north shore, Oahu. "Wow, it's so big." Medusa hugged Yelly tightly and said excitedly. She is encased in a creature stance by Yelly, so she has no problem breathing in deep water. Below the two of them is a beautiful seabed. Coral base of various colors. Sea mothfish roam. Hawaiian butterfly fish shuttle. Swallowed by a dogfish. But the most eye-catching thing is a few huge humpback whales, swimming in the blue water, making long whale calls. It's so comfortable, I feel relaxed all over. The amnesiac queen of the inhuman race, in such a peaceful atmosphere, finally talked a little more, put her arms around Yelly's neck and asked, "You said your name is Yelly? You took me to find my sister, so why don't you hurry to find her? What about her? Don't you want to play a little longer?" Yelly lowered his head, kissed her between the collarbone lightly, and said in a wrong way, "Also, actually, you can call me brother-in-law, N." Medusa trembled slightly from being kissed, pursed her lips, and simply called out, "Sister." "Hey." Yelly was also distracted by this delicate voice, so she couldn't help but sucked the snow neck upwards. "Good sister, let Russia kiss." After a few seconds, Medusa's fair skin turned red. The wine-red hair that spread out in the water fluttered irregularly, and finally wrapped around Yelly lightly, pulling him closer to her involuntarily. Medusa's eyes were blurred, and she suddenly saw a humpback whale in the group of whales not far away, slowly approaching another humpback whale. What are they doing? Yelly also looked up. Then he immediately covered Medusa's eyes. Don't look at this. Why? Medusa wrapped a small strand of hair around Yelly's fingers, trying to pull his palms that covered his eyes away. Obedient. Ask for flowers. Yelly didn't let go of his hand. Almost forgot. The humpback whales in this shallow sea are here to give birth. Yelly took Medusa to visit Honolulu again. Then go to Diamond Hill Park to watch the extinct volcano. The crater similar to the moon crater reminded her of something. Then, I went to Dinosaur Bay again to watch sea turtles lay eggs. Go horseback riding at Kualoa Ranch. go to the Dole Pineapple Plantation, find the seal together in the plantation maze. With a little playfulness, the eyes of Medusa looking at someone are also quietly warming up rapidly, becoming more and more hidden and passionate. Compared to that dull guy Black Bolt, Yelly is already winning. Wait for the time to come tonight. On the observatory of Big Bird, Medusa snuggled into Yelly's arms and used the astronomical telescope to admire the stars and the Milky Way. And the system also reminded that he has become her supernatural relationship account, and he will wait for the task to be triggered. It's time. Yelly thought for a while, adjusted the astronomical telescope, and pulled the lens towards the direction of the moon. He whispered in Her Majesty's ear, "Did you see that? That's your hometown, do you want to go back?" Medusa had already remembered something, stared at it for a long time, finally shook her head and said, "Actually I don't have many good memories. Although she is a queen, her life experience is a bit bumpy. Her father and mother used to be Inhuman affirmative action activists like Maximus. Unlike Maximus, who only used the low-level Inhumans, her parents really wanted to fight for the well-being of the low-level people. But in the end it failed, causing Medusa and her younger sister Crystal to depend on each other since childhood. In order to survive cautiously and keep her and her sister's royal status, Medusa can only openly publicize her views against her parents' royal dictatorship is the right way, and also made a 3-2-3 marriage contract with the super-powerful Black Bolt King since childhood, and has been interpreting sign language for him. She is more like an exclusive translator of Black Bolt than a lover. He was stupefied, until now he would only hold her hand. Is all this really what she wants? Medusa couldn't figure it out before, but now, Yelly can read her inner emotions. Very happy, happier than ever. Even amnesia. Subconsciously, Her Majesty the Queen also feels that she is happier now than before. I don't want to go back anymore, I think. Medusa was about to say something. Beep beep. Yelly's communicator rang, it was the little princess. Have you found my sister yet? Our side was attacked by people sent by Maximus, and Black Bolt King has already solved it. You also have to be careful there. Her voice just came from the communicator. Wun. On the observatory, there was a burst of space distortion. The men sent by Maximus arrived. This is it. Yelly thought for a while, but he didn't stop the incoming teleportation. The Oran who attacked before was really awesome. He wanted to see if the human race had any real abilities. Anyway, it is also a super ability race that claims to be as famous as the mutant, so it can't be just the Black Bat King, right? Wun. Transmission complete. 5 strange figures appeared on the observatory. Yelly glanced left and right, and sized them up casually. The first Inhuman killer, a thin figure wearing a crude mask, the visor of the mask glowing with fiery orange light, like a low-profile version of Cyclops. The second one was covered in a black hood, and the hands exposed outside the black robe were emitting blue electric light. Obviously he was a person with an electric ability. The third one looks a bit disgusting, with black lips and scar-like flesh lines on the cheeks, which should be related to his ability. The fourth is a normal-looking woman who cannot see what ability is. The last one is also a lady, wearing a white flower in her hair as a headdress. She looked around and said, "There are no plants here, my ability can't be used." Yelly, this is the ability that exploded. These Inhumans are not only stretched, but also not very smart. It's okay, Flora, just watch from the sidelines. The few of us are more than capable of killing Queen Medusa. The black-robed man with electricity in his hand looked at Medusa covetously. As for Yelly next to her, he completely ignored her. They are just waste earthlings, not worth mentioning in front of powerful Inhuman warriors? All right, be careful. The Inhuman woman named Flora stepped aside obediently upon hearing this, and the man in black robe led the ugly-cheeked Inhumans and surrounded Medusa. Sacks, rocks, Flora, and Medusa slowly recalled, her eyes 1.8 swept over several killers, and finally landed on the low-profile Cyclops. Modis, Maximus actually released you. This Modis, in the Inhuman race, was rated as the most dangerous fighter after Black Bolt King. As if feeling that he didn't need to make a move, Modis stood next to Roxas with his arms folded. He didn't move, but threatened Medusa with a muffled noise. "Medusa, if you cooperate with us obediently, I can let them not kill you." Crackling, the black-robed man raised his palm with the electric current, and said amusedly, "What? Earth kid, you don't want to be a hero." Crackling Yelly ignored this little guy, and patted his palm twice. "Let them try yourselves." 4 successors in red robes came out from the dark corner. "Why didn't you notice them just now?" Modi Si was attracted by the 4 men in red robes, and felt a little threatening. Tadada. Sora stayed next to Yelly and Medusa, while Khan, Verna, and Paula shook their red robes, go straight to several Inhuman killers. "What little guy dares to put 26 in front of me?" The man in black slammed a flashlight at Khan, who was in charge. Khan stretched out a harpoon-shaped weapon from under the red robe, and waved, braving the reddish blazing fork tip. It absorbs the blue electric current completely. What? The black-robed man couldn't believe it? Khan didn't stop because of the black-robed man's surprise, and stabbed the harpoon casually, and then pierced it into the black-robed man's heart. As soon as he held the harpoon in and out, the light in the black-robed man's hands went out, and he fell straight down. 1. Seeing that one was GD so quickly, Yelly put her arms around Medusa and counted beside her. "How is it possible? Sax glanced at the black-robed man who had fallen beside him, and was stunned for a moment, and then he puffed up his cheeks full of muscles. Poof! Black corrosive poison was sprayed from his mouth. Successfully it poured on Khan's body, burning through the red robe, soaking into the flesh and blood. Ha ha ha, you are dead. Sax shouted excitedly when he saw that he had succeeded in one blow, but the next scene left him dumbfounded. I see. Khan continued to walk towards Sax, looking painless. The corroded flesh and blood on his body was wriggling and healing quickly. How could it be? How can the weak earthlings have such powerful power as our inhuman race? Sax didn't believe in evil, so he puffed up his mouth again and attacked Khan. At this time, bang, 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 a series of gunshots sounded. Blossoms of blood emerged from Sax's body. With a golden AK in his hand, Yelly beat him into a hornet's nest. No way, I'll just test it out. Is it true that you can't even block firearms? I said, what's the use of these super abilities? You might as well practice more guns. After complaining, Yelly held the gun in one hand and made a two-handed gesture. The second building. You. Modis finally realized something was wrong. What are you? Your voice is so phlegm that you can't swallow it. Yelly mocked. You bastard. Modis was furious. Two golden orange rays of light emerged from the goggles and shot at Yelly in an instant. The next second was pang, with a dull loud sound. Modis's eyes widened at once. Because his omnipotent thermal vision was actually blocked by Saurus bending his arm, the physical body received the thermal vision. 933 Yelly, standing behind Saurus, felt the heat, nodded in satisfaction. Saurus is worthy of being the patriarch of the successor family. This strength is considered top-notch among all his summons. Click, pong. For a moment when Modis was stunned, several mechanical spider legs stretched out from under Khan's red robe, and pushed Modis to the ground. Chang! As soon as the light red fork tip fell, it pierced Modis' goggles and pierced his head. At the same time, Wuan, under the mask of Modis, an unprecedented blazing light burst out, illuminating the night as if it were day. Oops, he's going to blow up. Medusa quickly pulled Yelly. Yelly just stretched out another finger calmly. The third one. Wuan. The light from Modis slowly went out and was absorbed by the fork in Khan's hand. Clang. Yelly kicked his mask disdainfully, and said with a sneer, there is no necessary connection between being uncontrollable and being strong or not. It can only be said that you are too weak to control your own ability. The two ladies, Rox and Flora, were so frightened that they turned around quickly and ran away. Wuan? Khan waved the fork again, and the energy he had just absorbed just needed to be released, and he transformed it into a light red laser and swept it out. Whoosh! The light streaked across the sky, as if splitting the starry sky at night. And the legs of Luokesi and Flora were both broken, separated from the body, and the wounds were scorched black. Ah! The two cried out in pain. Suddenly, the two female heirs, Verna and Paula, also rushed towards them. Prepare to make up the knife and end their pain. But Flora obviously didn't want to die yet. Seeing that she had just collapsed beside a flower bed, she immediately manipulated the roots inside to stretch out, turning into vines, entwining towards Verna who wanted to kill her. Rustle. The thin vines entwined around Verna's body. Only, the strength is obviously not enough. She broke free easily. Bang, 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 as the vines broke one by one. Verna's figure shrouded in the red robe slowly magnified in Flora's desperate eyes. There was only a click. Flora's neck was twisted around. The fourth dot. Yelly said lightly. Medusa was held in his arms, seeing his confident and handsome indifferent posture. Her eyes showed a look of admiration, and her heart was beating thumping. Just a few subordinates, the most elite subordinates of Maximus were eliminated. What a powerful man. Compared with the dumb Black Bolt King whose people often rebelled and had no means of control. Yelly obviously won again. And on the other side, Luokesi, the only remaining inhuman killer, faced Bora who was about to kill her. Her body trembled like chaff, and her fear even covered up the pain in her lower body. Rox made a desperate sonic attack. But only in vain. Compared with Black Bolt King's onomatopoeia, her sonic ability is completely two extremes. Black Bolt King just opens his mouth lightly, and it will produce powerful destructive power. And Rox's echo ability is mainly used to locate and find targets. It is an auxiliary function, and has almost no lethality. Ever since, she gets an easy paw from Paula, who gives the heart. The fifth. 5 people lasted a total of 52 seconds, which is not bad. Yelly saw that the battle was over, and with a wave of his hand, Saurus and other summoned objects and the corpses of Rocco experiencers all disappeared together. It's over. He turned to look at Medusa in his arms, smiled and said, I asked you that question just now, what do you want to say? I want to stay with you. Medusa uttered these words generously, and raised her red lips. Her net height is 2 centimeters taller than Felicia's, a full 1.8 meters tall. So there is no need to stand on tiptoe. Hold your head up. Yelly is passionately kissing in the night. Black Bolt or something. Sorry old, it's not that I miss your wife, it's because Her Majesty the Queen is too proactive. Yelly also seems to be possessed by Emperor Wu of Wei, carrying forward the strength of Jianan, and walking like a shuttle between the Medusa snow with the palm of his hand. 1. He felt a strand of wine-red hair sticking into the skirt of his clothes, gradually going down against the skin, and finally wrapping it gently. Could this be the legendary hairspray? Steaming can play. Yeli enjoys the gentle manipulation of smooth hair, and also feels a different kind of stimulation. What has he tried up and down? Brotherhood, thunder and lightning control, vibe power, golden tentacles, ceiling battles, naval battles, air battles, space stations, etc. The only thing I haven't tried yet. The main reason is, Gwen and Felicia's hair is also beautiful, but they can't move it, and it's meaningless to hold it with their hands. Medusa is different. With getting better. Yeli also attacked her vitals with her wandering hand. Late at night. Suddenly, Yeli took Medusa and teleported to a nearby building in a prison on Oahu Island. Medusa. Crystally yelled in surprise, threw herself into her sister's arms, and hugged her tightly. It's great that you're fine. You don't know, Triton and Gorgon are dead. I'm really afraid you will die too. Something happened. You didn't meet the people Maximus sent to Earth, did you? Actually we had a... Medusa rubbed Crystalier's hair. Thanks to you for letting my brother-in-law 053 came to me, and he helped me solve all those killers. Although she lost her memory, she almost remembered everything about her younger sister. That's it. Her Royal Highness the little princess came out of her sister's arms, looking at Yeli with bright eyes. Thank you, talking. She moved lightly, and hung into Yeli's arms, warmly offered her pink lips to him, and made a boo-boo sound. Mew I love you so much. Crystalia Princess Crystalia Amackline's relationship mission has been completed. Basic physique has been superimposed. Crystal Princess, Crystalia Amackline template. Asterisk. While responding to the little princess, Yeli felt the template this time. There is nothing to say about the superposition of the basic physique, mainly the earth, water, ability controlled by the 4 elephant elements. Earth and fire added new powers to his god position. As for water and wind, although astronomical power can also control these two, after the template is loaded this time, the accuracy of his control has increased a little. Yeli, felt it carefully. And beside, seeing how enthusiastic her younger sister was, Medusa's beautiful ruby eyes shone with an inexplicable brilliance, and she rubbed her long legs slightly, feeling a little excited. Yeli's well-defined lips are not only for Crystalier, she is also lingering on that. Black Bat King frowned slightly when he saw that Princess Crystal was so close to a person on Earth. But he couldn't say anything, so he went to his fiancée Medusa. Tread. Medusa was admiring her sister and brother-in-law sticking together. When she heard footsteps approaching, she turned her head to look at that familiar yet unfamiliar face. Seeing the tenderness in Medusa's beautiful eyes, Black Bolt King thought she was reuniting with him separately, and then saw the intimacy between Yeli and Crystalia, so he fell in love. He rolled his eyes, feeling that he had indeed neglected Medusa before. So he stepped forward to kiss her. I want to take this opportunity to get my fiancé's first kiss. After a long separation, his usually dull head has opened up a little bit. However, Medusa pursed her lips, and took a step back indiscriminately. Black Bolt was stunned. Are you serious about taking a half step back? Small actions hurt so much. He thought it was an accident this time, so he took another step forward if he didn't believe in evil. But Medusa still retreats. He goes in. She retreats. He goes in. She retreats. Hey. Until Crystalier's back collided with Medusa's back, she turned around and asked in confusion, Medusa, what are you doing? Only then did Black Bolt stop his movements, use sign language, and asked Medusa in puzzlement, can't you? Medusa tapped her red lips lightly with her index finger, and said in sign language, no way. In her heart, she secretly thought, I'm sorry, this place doesn't belong to you anymore. Bert just. Why? Black Bat King danced and danced, wanting to ask again. Crystalier chimed in, I said, what are you doing? Her Royal Highness the little princess was kissing her sweetheart, but they forcibly interrupted her. Naturally, she was not very happy. Medusa and Black Bolt became quiet. They didn't want to talk about what happened just now. Never mind. Seeing that the twin kings seemed to have something on their minds, Crystalia turned to talk. Let's go to Karnak to join him, and discuss how to counterattack the moon. Hen. Yeli took Crystal and the others to the marijuana field where Karnak was located in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Yeli has such abilities, the Black Bat King also paid more attention to his eyes. But wait to see the graves of Triton and Gorgon. Black Cadbert, Black Bolt King's eyes became angry just now. He even forgot what Medusa did just now. He just wanted to go back to the moon immediately and teach his nasty brother a lesson. Huh? Where's Karnak? Crystallia searched left and right for no one, and when she came to a big tree, she exclaimed, oh my god. Karnak? I saw. On the big tree. Karnak was hung upside down miserably. His body was covered with scars, and he was dead. Karnak is dead too. Crystallia was puzzled. What's going on here? Yeli's the god's telekinesis suddenly felt at the moment, and an image flashed in my mind. With a wave of his hand, he waved out the red mist of origin magic power, and soon played this video for the little princess. In the image, Karnak handled Renault's body and buried him carelessly, but the body of Oron placed behind him quietly moved. From the 2 blood holes in the forehead, 2 orange bullets were slowly ejected. It turns out that Oron also has self-healing ability. It's just that her self-healing ability is relatively low and tends to be active skills. If it is unconsciously passively restored, it will take a long time. Moreover, this ability will also consume the terminal length of her cell particles, and the ability will become invalid after consumption. There was still an obvious scar on Olin's restored forehead, and it was clear that this fatal injury had almost depleted her ability. After she got up quietly, she naturally launched a surprise attack on Karnak. Karnak avoided the critical point in time with his keen perception. The two fought together immediately, and both sides suffered losses in the fight. Karnak's head, which was not fully healed, was hit again, and Lan was also injured and escaped. But it's not over yet. The video continues. In the next screen, Karnak was about to heal his wounds when a small truck drove to this marijuana field. The four tough gunmen who got out of the car should be the ones who bought the marijuana they planted in Renault. When they saw Renault's half-buried body, they shot Karnak without saying a word. Karnak couldn't dodge a large number of bullets, let alone when his head was injured again. Ever since, he was caught by gangsters within a few strokes, hung on a tree and tortured. Under torture, Karnak would only call out Black Bolt. It's too much. Christ Ali stared, indignant at the gangsters' behavior. Black Cuthbert Gang was even more eye-opening. Karnak called Black Bolt King one after another before he died, and every call made his heart ache. This is his loyal henchmen, brothers and sisters, although they are cousins, but they are also dear relatives and friends. No matter how distressed Black Bolt King is. After observing for a while, Yeli said to the little princess, a lot of marijuana has been packed and harvested, but there is still a lot left. Those four people will definitely drive back. Christ Ali clenched her small fist and said angrily, when they come back, let me deal with them. When? As soon as it was said, there was only the sound of a truck engine, and a small truck slowly drove over. Really dare to come here. Crystallier pointed to the sky with both hands, and a blue magic circle was formed on her fingertips, triggering changes in the sky. The clouds were dense, and several lightning bolts struck down in an instant. Although her ability is to control the earth, water, wind, and fire, she can also create lightning by controlling the changes of water and wind. Boom, boom. Only a few explosions were heard, and before the four gangsters could get out of the car, the truck burst into flames. Die. Black Bolt took a step forward, pointed his lips at the wreckage of the truck and uttered a word lightly. The onomatopoeia burst out, sweeping the truck and its occupants into fly ash without any residue left. Yeli saw the move of the Black Bat King to make up the sword, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This power is indeed quite powerful. It is indeed a super ability that almost made Sentry peel off. Solved. The little princess excitedly waved her small fist. Let's go back to the moon now and clean up Maximus. Medusa frowned. Is it just us? Blackcard also looked around, and found that he was already alone. Triton, Gorgon, and Karnak who used to hang out with him were Algi. The little princess and Her Majesty the Queen are standing next to Yeli, who look more like his female companions. I think it's okay, let's go. Yeli is very indifferent, even if he doesn't help, as long as Black Bolt is determined to use his super ability. It will not be easy to clean up those little things that Italan rebelled against. Ask for flowers. It is no exaggeration to say that it is not a problem for Black Bolt to kill Italan alone. The reason why he hid on Earth was mostly because he didn't want to kill his younger brother and his people. It's a similar situation to Thor and Loki. However, Triton, Gorgon, and Karnak all died because of Maximus. This time, Black Cadbird's mood may change, and he will not let his brother go. 0. Moon. City of Italan. In a secret room, Oron has returned through Eldrak's teleportation and reported to Maximus the battle situation on Earth. Gorgon and that faked Triton are both dead. Maximus smiled, nodded in satisfaction and said, "You did a good job, Oron. Let's go to heal and rest first." Yes. Oron nodded and stepped back. After she leaves, Maximus was left alone in the secret room. His face gradually became gloomy. Only 2 insignificant guys died. My brother is still alive and well, and the killers sent out are all dead. The tetanus is also suspected to be cured. He panicked a little. If Black Bolt returns to Italan in a rage, he's not sure if Gao Gao will kill him. I had to build an edge for myself. With dark eyes, Maximus walked out of the secret room and ordered to his subordinates, "Call the people, bring Berjana to the central hall." He wants to push the deaths of Triton and Gorgon, as well as the deaths of those aliens sent out, on the head of Black Bolt King, inciting public opinion, Central Hall. Black Bolt killed the people I sent to pick him up. He is too suspicious to be the king of Italan. Sitting on the throne, Maximus flickered to the Inhumans below. Only I can rescue you from suffering and create a brand new Italan where everyone is equal and no one needs to dig those dim mines. When the people heard that everyone no longer needs to mine, they immediately cheered and embraced the new king. Very good. If the Black Bolt King strikes and wants to enslave Italan again, please help me to save yourselves. After Ma 697 Maximus finished his speech, he asked a cowardly young man beside him, "Berjana, can you see when I will encounter Black Bolt in the future, and whether Ping can defeat him?" "Let me try." Berjana held Maximus's hand, rolled his eyes, and trembled, as if having an epileptic seizure. This lasted for a while before Berjana let go of his hand in a cold sweat, and replied, "I can only see the clip of Black Bolt attacking, just today, as for which one of you won I see. Cannot see." Maximus' face, which had been a little happy because of the support of the people, darkened again, and murmured, "No way, I have to make another preparation, so that my brother will not dare to do anything to me. Take me to the control room of the city shield immediately. I want to enter my fingerprints in the command." Maximus ordered immediately, and while Maximus was preparing, Suddenly Yelly brought Crystally, Medusa, and Black Bolt to the silent room of Black Bolt. We have to act quickly. Her Royal Highness the little princess said. What's your plan? Yelly said in advance, this is your family business, so I won't take care of it. I never like to meddle in other people's family affairs. What is our family business? Crystally was unhappy, hugged him and said coquettishly, aren't you my man? I've already given it to you, you can't be so indifferent. Hear her say that. Black Cadbert just frowned again. The dignified Princess Atalan, how can she be too shameless with the people of Earth? Medusa was also a little surprised, thinking to herself, I didn't expect Crystally and Yelly to progress so quickly, then how should I deal with myself? Is it really necessary to steal Crystally and Bert gang behind his back, and steal with this? Yelly hugged the delicate body of the little princess, which he had fully savored, and her seductive posture in the tent before flashed in his mind. Then look at the beauty with red hair like a waterfall next to him, those ruby eyes are also giving him a glance. He couldn't help but think of the scene where he was brought out by wine red hair an hour ago. Okay, but don't rely on me. If you want to persuade the people and expose that Maximus, you have to find a way yourself. Seeing that the princess and queen of the inhuman race had served him with love, Yelly relented and agreed to help a little. Okay, you are the best. Crystally was so happy that she wanted to kiss him again. But Medusa grabbed her and said, Crystal, finish the business first, and then be gentle with your man. Oh yes. Crystalier moved away the soft lips that had just been bitten by Yelly, and then raised a finger, using her brain with all her strength, and arranged. Maximus has a foreboding alien, Virginia. Virginia can predict the future of others by contacting others. We have to catch Virginia first, otherwise we will have to be arrested if we have any plans. He knows. Heh. Yelly smiled and pinched her nose. It's rare for you to be smart. Did you get enlightened by me? What are you talking about? The little princess blushed and murmured softly, you are so powerful. I'm glad I didn't get fooled by you. Inhumans who can predict must be dealt with. Medusa commented, but Maximus also knows the importance of Virginia, and will definitely bring him by his side for protection. If we act rashly, we may startle the enemy. It's not simple. 2.4 Virginia can't stay by Maximus's side all the time, right? Crystally shook her finger and said with a triumphant smile, I know that Virginia has a sister named Iridia, first control her, and then it will be easy to catch Virginia. As she spoke, she looked sideways at Yelly again, yeah, since you agreed to help us, then this task is entrusted to you? Let's split up, and Maximus will definitely be caught off guard. No problem, it's all up to you to arrange. Yelly didn't discourage the young strategist's passionate plan, so he nodded and agreed. Atalan, the castle of the lower dwellers. Wow, I'm so ruthless. A handsome young man with disheveled hair walked slowly on the roof railing of the narrow building, and stretched his waist against the wind, throw the task to me, and immediately slapped his ass and ran away. When you turn around, you must teach that little boy a lesson, girl. After taking a breath of Atalan's unique synthesis air, Yelly stopped and began to spread the god's telekinesis. Soon, he found what he was looking for in a high-rise apartment. Then, nature just teleported past. As soon as he arrived, he stepped on a little water. Rustle. The shower head of the shower drops warm water droplets, forming hazy water vapor. In the white mist, there is a faint figure washing. It is a girl. Her body looks quite well proportioned and fair. And on her 29 snow-white back, there was actually a pair of beautiful blue butterfly wings flapping slightly, dispelling a little bit of chi. Bathrooms, wings, beauties. When Yelly saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of the time when he and Barbara scared Skye, feeling a little goofy. But strange girls are also not easy to start with. Yelly admired it for a few moments, then called softly, and said hello, India. The beauty let out a soft cry, put her hands on her chest, and turned around. Who are you? After seeing the handsome appearance of the intruder, Iridia couldn't help choking the cry for help in her throat, looked at Yelly curiously, and asked in a soft tone, why are you in my bathroom? She thought to herself, could it be a little brother who has a crush on me? I really can't bear the admiration. So I sneaked in while I was taking a shower. Iridia is not just thinking about it for no reason. After that awakening with Turigen crystal mist with his brother Berjana, Iridia has a pair of beautiful blue butterfly wings, like a butterfly fairy, which makes all the lower-level residents envious. Therefore, she no longer has to go down to the mine to dig, and has been pursued by more boys. But Iridia is a bit timid because she was born at the bottom of the inhuman race, and she is a bit afraid to accept the courtship of men. In fact, she hopes in her heart that those boys who pursue her can take the initiative to be more aggressive, preferably the kind of strength that she cannot refuse. But those men are mostly from the lower class. Seeing that Iridia has not responded, how dare they offend? This also caused Iridia to yearn for love in her heart, but she is still single. And this handsome man who broke in suddenly today gave her a little hope. Iridia didn't regard Yelly as a gangster, but looked forward to a less romantic encounter with him. Yelly read her mind, and unconsciously put aside what she was about to say. He approached her slowly, raised her white chin, and said frivolously, I said I came to kidnap you, do you believe me? Iridia opened her innocent eyes, but her mind was thinking wildly. It really is that bad type. No wonder he dared to make such a bold move. What will he do to me next? Should I accept it, or should I accept it? Is it really good to just send it out casually like this for the first time? But he is so handsome, even if it is I who took advantage. So tangled. Listen to her heart. Yelly is also secretly funny. There are so many inner dramas. I understand Iridia's character. He just continued to attack at 187. Why? Are you not afraid? Afraid? Definitely afraid. Iridia clamped her legs tightly and said, duplicity. Handsome, can you let me go? No, I came with a mission. Yelly smiled charmingly, and the person who gave me the task promised a great reward. Unless you can give me better benefits, I will consider letting you go. What benefits do you want? Iridia timidly responded, her heart pounding. Has it started? Is this a role play? It's not an easy task to win her reward, you have to do it step by step. Let me teach you the most basic ones first. Yelly's fingertips slid from her chin, down her white neck, and finally landed on her smooth shoulders. With light force, she was shrunk down. The silk thread on his body also scattered. A towering shadow swayed on Iridia's face. It made her widen her eyes and said, my god, this, The other side. Crystally took Medusa and Black Bolt, and sneaked close to the royal palace where Maximus was. Look at the strict guards everywhere. The little princess didn't know what to do in her heart, she mumbled. Let's wait for news from Ye before we act. With so many people, if Maximus has predicted our actions through Berjana, then we won't be able to leave. Talking. She turned her head to look at Black Bolt King. Apparently she meant asked him if he was ready to attack the guards. But Crystally knows how indecisive this future brother-in-law is. Black Card frowned, and after a while of hesitation, he finally nodded. Seeing that he was still so hesitant, Medusa was afraid that he would lose the chain at a critical moment, and reminded her sister, why don't we attack the main control room first, project on the city shield, and expose Maximus's hypocrisy to the public? Can. The little princess whispered to Yelly a little dependently, let's ask about Yelly's progress. Don't worry, you don't know your man yet. Medusa has seen Yelly's ability and is very confident in him, he is very strong and can definitely do it. When Christ Alley heard this, her face flushed slightly, sister, how do you know he's very strong? I didn't mean that. Medusa also blushed for some reason. Before she used hair strands, Yelly really persisted for a long time before. I didn't mean that either. Her Royal Highness's pretty face turned even redder, and she argued, no, it's not, I don't know what you mean at all. Black Bat King looked at the two sisters, and his eyes became more and more suspicious. All right. Crystally forced herself to straighten her face, chose to change the subject, and said, let's contact him and have a look. Medusa nodded, he is good. Beep 1. The communicator rang. But someone just finished smashing Huang Long, after outflanking. See here. He had no choice but to free one hand, took the communicator to his mouth, and said preemptively, how is your situation? We want to go to the control room, but we are afraid of being noticed by Maximus in advance, so we come to ask about your progress. After the little princess finished speaking, she said a little strangely, however, on your side, why there seems to be the sound of water. Oh, this. Yelly said perfunctorily, it's because I accidentally stepped into the river. Christ Alley had a question mark on her face, we don't have a river in Italan. Oh, that's how it is. Yelly thought for a while, and then said, actually, I stepped into the drain by accident. Your public facilities in Italan have yet to be improved. Let me tell you, Your Highness, the construction of public facilities is related to the life happiness index of the people under the rule must be taken seriously. The other end of the communication. Crystally heard Yelly talking about it, her eyes gradually narrowed, and she doubted, tell me the truth. Do you really think I'm being fooled by you? Cough, okay, use. Yelly saw that she was not so easy to fool around, so he had to tell the truth. Actually, I fell into a bathroom of a family and accidentally broke the water outlet, and I am helping to fix it. So this is a... When the little princess heard the words, her suspicious expression subsided, and she smiled with relief. I thought you were secretly having an affair with other women when you were doing business. It seems that I misunderstood you. Sorry, Li Hao. Yeah, I shouldn't doubt your character. Yelly then definitely, who am I? Do you still have doubts? Crystally continued to ask, then how is the progress on your side? Did you ask from Aredia when Berjana will return home? And, looking at the little butterfly in my arms, excitedly flapping its wings. Yelly murmured for a while, and after contemplating his words for a while, he said seriously, Aredia is a bit hard-spoken, but she just keeps silent. But don't worry. I'm conducting an expedited interrogation on her. I believe she won't last long, there will be results soon. Beep 1. Communication hangs up. Are you ready? Aredia stepped back from the scene for 2 months, and raised her misty eyes. Yelly nodded and said, don't hold back, you can speak up now. Talking. With a jade ring in his hand, he began to return to normal posture. Aya, beep. Crystally turned off the communication bracelet, and smiled at Medusa, he has no problem, and it should be resolved soon. That's good, we can go to the control room. Medusa also smiled slightly, and greeted Black Cuthbert just now. She was thinking in her heart, Crystallier was fooled by him just now. It's really a lie. Then can I do the same in the future? Tatata 403. With various ideas in mind, the three of them sneaked closer to the central control room. Wow, Maximus. Crystally hid in the corner and suddenly let out a low voice. because she saw Maximus also happen to come out of the central control room, followed by Oron and a large number of guards. I think this is an opportunity, let's do it now, the little princess muttered. Too many people here. Medusa twirled her burgundy hair with her slender fingers, and said, let's keep up, it's better to do it on the road. Black Bolt stared at Maximus, nodded and agreed to this action. Look, how cowardly the royal family is, they dare not even enter the earth and return to their former homeland. Maximus was chatting with Oron beside him while walking, but he didn't notice a figure quietly approaching behind him. Pang! A blazing fireball struck, blasting a guard away in the blink of an eye. Enemy attack! Olin exclaimed. At the same time, Crystallier slid sideways and rushed out, threw a few shards of ice from her hand, frozen several guards, and arranged, I will deal with these guards. Medusa, you deal with Oron. Bert, just go and grab your brother. Fire! Fire! Protect me. When Maximus saw his brother rushing over, he almost peed in fright, and quickly ordered the guards to stop him. Suddenly, Her Royal Highness the little princess set off another gust of wind, blowing all the guards down. Assistant. Oron wanted to shoot Christ Alley, but a strand of hair quietly wrapped around her energy gun and pulled it off. Medusa. As soon as Oron turned his head, he saw Her Majesty the Queen with long hair dancing like a snake. Olin, too many people died because of you, you must atone for it. Medusa's eyes became ruthless, each strand of hair was like a sharp steel wire cut to Oron. The wine-red hair is densely packed, and it seems to be 3,000 feet long, and it surrounds Oron at a loss. The sound of constantly cutting flesh and blood came out. Under the endless cutting, Oron directly turned into a CJBC cloud of blood mist, dyeing the red hair even more beautifully. As the queen, Medusa obviously still has courage, and she used her ultimate move without hesitation. And the other side. Under the cover of the two sisters, Black Bolt King came to Maximus. I can't possibly lose. Maximus shouted unwillingly, and punched his brother desperately. Black Bolt easily raised his palm to catch it. Even if he doesn't use his abilities, Maximus is not his opponent. Heh. Seeing that he was captured easily, Maximus didn't resist at all, and joked to Blackcard, you are indeed strong, brother, but so what? Do you want to kill me? Just like you killed me. Dead like our parents. Black Bat King's pupils shrank instantly, and he was so stimulated by these words that he fell into unbearable memories. Yes, his ability is very strong, but too strong to be controlled. So when he first awakened the alien, he accidentally opened his mouth and accidentally killed his parents. Is he going to kill his younger brother again like this? This is indeed his only remaining relative. It's just that if Gorgon and the others don't avenge their enmity, it will be difficult to convince the public. Black Bat King was extremely entangled. Suddenly, Maximus shook off the palm of the stunned Black Bolt King, and said proudly, my brother, you are still so easy to be controlled by your emotions. What is Black Bolt doing? Seeing that Bert just didn't make a move, Her Royal Highness, who was dealing with the guards, was a little anxious. Sure enough, it's unreliable, and it won't work at a critical moment. If you lose the chain there, you're an unreliable man. Medusa was also very unhappy, and Black Bat King's rating in her heart dropped a lot. Although she has the title of queen, she has no real power in Italan, and she doesn't care much about the people. Being able to come to the moon with his sister is probably because Black Bolt took care of their sisters in the past and helped him find Maximus for revenge. Who would have imagined that Black Bolt himself would act like a fragile child, emoing foolishly there? What a disappointment. Mr. Ye still has style and manliness. Medusa is doing a comparison here. Hearing her voice, Black Bat King suddenly woke up from his memory. Yes, even if he killed his younger brother, he still has a fiancée, still have family. Comforting himself like this, Black Bolt King gritted his teeth and looked at Maximus viciously. You really want to kill me? Seeing his brother's suddenly fierce eyes, Maximus took a few steps back, with an expression of disbelief. Call. Black Bat King stared, took a deep breath, and moved his lips slightly. Obviously he was about to speak. No, Blackcard, you can't kill me. Maximus was so frightened by his brother's action that his legs went limp, and he almost fell to the ground. He quickly pointed to the sky, and threatened, I entered the command in the protective cover. As long as I move my finger a little, the city's protective cover will be destroyed. At that time, the whole Italan will be buried with me. No, you can't do that. A figure came running from a distance. It's the Omen alien Berjana. And behind Berjana, followed by a group of Inhuman Gene Council members. The leader is the president, Tabor. Berjana Tabor. Maximus saw these people slowly surrounding him instead of Black Bolt King, so he couldn't help but know what was going on. He looked at the people around him and said resentfully, it turns out, you have been plotting to betray me. Tabor frowned and looked at him and said, Maximus, you are cruel and heartless, and you are constantly sending your people to the earth to die. We all see this. Asterisk. Maximus looked at him, and said with a smile, sounds so nice, you are just afraid of my brother and succumbed to his despotic power. My father was sent to the earth by you, and he hasn't come back yet. Berjana shouted to him. He's dead. I'm sorry about that too, Berjana. Maximus looked at the young prophet whom he was more optimistic about, and said with gentle eyes, could it be because of this that you deliberately concealed from me some fragments of my brother attacking me? Berjana shook his head sincerely and denied, my ability is inherently defective, and I can only see some defective clips erratically. After explaining, he asked Maximus again, how did my father die? How did you die? Maximus smiled jokingly, and looked at his brother. Naturally, it was our great Black Bolt King who killed him. It's you? When Berjana heard the words, he immediately cast a hateful look at Black Bat King. Hey, calm down. The little princess, Crystalie, interceded softly. Bert was just defending himself. He has a wrongdoer and a debtor. You should seek revenge from Maximus, who sent your father to die. I don't care. You are all murderers. The usually cowardly teenager, at the moment, roared angrily. He. Look, Black Card, are these all what you want? Maximus wasn't so scared anymore. Looking at Berjana's resentful expression, he seemed to be watching a farce. Maximus, you are under arrest, await trial. Tybo, an old man, didn't want to hear his nonsense anymore, so he waved his hands and prepared to let his subordinates put handcuffs on His Majesty, Mad King. Want to catch me? Ha 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 ha. Maximus laughed wildly, snapped his fingers, and said frantically, you all die with me. Ask for flowers. Instantly, the sky and the earth change color. When a Deland's city shield emits a loud buzzing sound, the simulated sky and zenith flicker, and you can see the dark side of the moon and the endless deep space of the universe. Pang! With a loud noise, the protective cover is completely damaged and disappeared. The air in Deland was quickly drawn out, and the air pressure also dropped extremely rapidly within milliseconds. There are also dangerous factors such as cosmic radiation, low-level temperature, etc., all of which are very fatal to ordinary creatures that cannot survive in the universe. Really? After the first scream sounded, it was followed by continuous screams. More than 1,400 inhumans in Italand turned into cold hands in a blink of an eye. 0128054229 Fila 0014922260. Even members of the Genetic Council, such as Tabor, were not spared, and together with the laughing Maximus, they became cosmic trash. Only Black Bolt King survived the vacuum with his strong physical fitness, and there was no serious problem. But his eyes were dull, looking at the broken Italan, as if he had lost everything. And on the other side, the moment the protective cover was damaged, the two sisters were extremely desperate because of their hearts. Crystalie, are you going to die? Bad guy, where are you? Medusa, is this the end? It is very difficult in this life to meet the right person and experience true happiness. Just when their minds are about to let go, suddenly, two hands stretched out, each encircling the slender waists of the two sisters. Lost. Yelly embraced the two beauties with one hand in each hand. There is also a butterfly girl flying behind her, her arms gently wrapping around his neck and shoulders. With his divine power, he easily protected Crystalie, Medusa, and Iridia. Leaf. Her Royal Highness the little princess turned her head to look at Yelly, and exclaimed in surprise, I knew it. You will come to save us. Her Majesty the Queen glanced at Iridia behind him inexplicably, and asked, why are you here now? Cough. The water outlet is not very easy to repair. The more it is repaired, the more water there will be, and I can't block 847 even if I try hard, so it's a little late. As Yelly said, he kissed Crystalie on the forehead and apologized, I'm sorry. It's okay, without you, my sister and I would be dead now. Crystalie looked at Yelly with eyes full of love, moved her soft body against him, and began to express her gratitude with the pure snake he had trained skillfully. Thank you. 05. Responding, Yelly walked quietly on Medusa with her right hand, and gave Her Majesty the Queen a hint. Seeing this, Medusa rolled her eyes angrily. Although she is only a nominal queen, her people have just died, so it is impossible for her to have the mood to think about such things. This kind of principled thinking is good. But after being secretly attacked by someone, she could only succumb, and once again used the hair twine to attack. Iridia was blushed by Yelly's words just now, and dared not speak. When her eyes glanced at the scene not far away, the rosy blood on Swinen's skin suddenly faded, and she became extremely pale. Berjana. Iridia looked at her brother's body and screamed. She was about to fly over. And her sound also interrupted the three people who were flirting. Snap. With quick eyes and hands, Yelly grabbed Envy's ankle. You are dying? Fly out of my position to protect you, and you will die. Is that so? Iridia's heart skipped a beat, and then she calmed down and moved closer. She fell down slowly and hugged Yelly again, as if she could feel a little warmth and comfort in this way. The whole family sacrificed to the sky. Iridia unconsciously pinned all her feelings on the man who only had sex once. Seeing her sad, Crystalie rubbed her hair with Chien's hand, and comforted her. It's good to be alive, everything will be fine. Medusa also felt sorry for Iridia, and suggested to Yelly, she has nowhere to go now, why don't you take her away and take her in? Okay, I'll take care of Sansa too. Yelly agreed with all her mouth, but she thought to herself, if Iridia, like Rachel, wears a personal maid outfit, a cat-eyed inhuman maid, a butterfly-winged inhuman maid, I guess it's pretty fun just to look at it. But ask her what she wants. Yelly looked sideways at Iridia behind her. Would you like to come with us? Iridia didn't say anything, but nodded with a dependent expression, and hummed lightly. Yeah, you mean us. Crystalie poked Yelly with her fingernails, her eyes sparkled and she said, who are we talking about? Definitely means you and me, my little princess. Facing her knowingly asking, Yelly pinched her and Pigu smiled and said, after all, I can't stay here anymore, I will definitely take you home. I love you. Listen to him say he wants to take her home. Christ Ally jumped lightly in joy, wrapped her hands and feet around him, and chatted with him excitedly. To be pure for a long time. 4.1 The little princess just jumped down with satisfaction. Medusa suddenly moved closer to Yelly, and stuck to it like a relay. Yelly, he thought, and secretly took back his right hand. Medusa, what are you doing? Crystallier's eyes widened, she tugged Medusa's shoulder hard, and said aggrievedly, loosen it, how can you? Boo. After Medusa finished thanking her, she patted away her younger sister's hand holding her shoulder, and said with a slight smile. Christ Ally, what are you in a hurry for? I just want to express my thanks to Mr. Ye. Is that so? Crystallie asked stupidly. Her Royal Highness the little princess seems to be relatively slow in this regard. Is such that? Yelly also chimed in, I can feel your sister's full gratitude. Oh. Crystallie clicked, although she still had some doubts, she didn't say much. Facing Yelly, who is fierce in battle, she can't help but feel that she is in the inferior position, and her right to speak is much weaker. Then let's go over there and find Bertgang. Although he looks fine physically, he seems to have a mental problem. The little princess pointed to the stunned Black Bat King. Not urgent. Yelly is now entangled by Medusa's hair, but it is inconvenient to move. She hugged Christ Ally tightly with one hand, and her face with double hair moved closer to her pretty face, more than 10 more. 30. Huh? Still coming. Christ Ally was stunned for a moment, and Feng Chun was blocked. This is because I like me too much. Her Royal Highness is a little surprised by Yelly's behavior, but she still feels a little sweet in her heart, thinking that Yelly likes her very much. But Yelly glanced sideways at Medusa. Her Majesty the Queen gave him a charming smile, and secretly stepped up her actions. Little wine. With a relaxed look on Yelly's face, he rubbed the shoulders of the two sisters and said, okay, now we can go. Medusa hid a few strands of white hair and smiled lightly. AAA. The four of them walked slowly behind Black Bolt King. Christ Ally looked at the frustrated Bertgang who was kneeling on the ground, and didn't know how to comfort him, so she could only softly say, let's go to Earth first, Italan is destroyed and can no longer survive. Black Bolt suddenly raised his head. Ah! Crystallie exclaimed, slightly startled by his actions. Black Bolt King looked straight at Medusa, as if he had seen the last light, and said in a daze, Medusa, you're still alive, that's great. However, when he spoke, all the people present were ashamed. When? The powerful onomatopoeic waves swept across in an instant. Fortunately, Yelly is opening the divine power position, protecting Crystallie and the three of them. What are you doing? Crystallier's heart was pounding for the rest of her life. She covered her chest with one hand, and pointed at Black Bolt King with the other in disbelief. You almost killed us. Sorry, The Black Bat King was in a hurry, but he said something again. Peng? The onomatopoeia hit the divine power stand, making a loud noise. Iridia, who was behind Yelly, shrank her neck in fright, and whispered, you did it on purpose. Black Bolt didn't speak anymore, his eyes were full of doubts. He has obviously exercised his self-control ability, so it's impossible for him to be so careless. It seems that he has been hit too hard, and he has some mental problems. Medusa frowned, and said to Yelly, it's too dangerous for Black Bolt King to be brought to Earth in this state. We'd better keep him here and come back later. Okay. Yelly nodded. Anyway, Black Bat King has reached the level where he can absorb free particles, so he doesn't have to worry about starvation and lack of oxygen. No. Hearing that Medusa was about to abandon him, Black Bolt quickly said to her, Medusa, don't go with him. Don't abandon me. Medusa showed a little disgust in her eyes, and she replied unhappily, sorry, Bertgang, I can't take you to Earth. And if I stay here with you, I will die. After replying to him, Medusa turned her head to look at Yelly. Let's go quickly, it will be difficult if he goes crazy later. There was an ambiguity in her eyes that couldn't be concealed, which made Yelly feel a little weird. There was a sense of Ximen Qing seducing Panjinlian. But think carefully. He retrieved Black Bat King's subordinates and sent Black Bat King back to the moon, which is considered to be the most benevolent to him. As for the current result, it was all done by Black 097 Bat King himself. If he had been more ruthless, he would have killed his good-for-nothing brother earlier, so that Italan would not be destroyed. Next, it's none of my business. Thinking about it, Yelly took Crystal and the others and disappeared in place. See Medusa and just leave. Black Bat King's sign language movement paused. Then, no, dash, boom. With an unstable mental state, he roared angrily and leveled the buildings in the distance. Pain.jpg. There was a long silence. Blake Cadbert just stood up in a daze, and walked aimlessly into the distance. All the way without words. Leave the moon. Yelly didn't go back to the beach villa in Hawaii, or make crazy appointments. Instead, they brought the three of Crystallie and sent them to the Ghost Spider in the Kingdom of God. The Vibranium mothership has all the facilities, and most of Lu Wen and the others moved here. Anyway, they are all wearing the Destiny cobweb clothes woven by Yelly, and they can go back and forth between his divine kingdom and this world at will. My room is number 1 cabin, and the cat-eyed little maid sleeps in the side room of my room. Gwen is Jessica number 3, Cindy number 4, Felicia number 5, Skye number 6, Wanda number 7 in cabin 2, Matilda 8, Alita 9, Barbara 10, Silver 11, Kate 12, Natasha Romanoff 13, Hill 14, Sharon 15. After feeling it, Yeli easily understood the arrangement of Gwen and the others on the spaceship. This is all due to the fact that he integrated the spider web of fate into his divine body. This makes his relationship with Destiny Cobweb the same as that of Nar, the god of living organisms, and the symbiote. However, Cobweb clothing does not have the independent consciousness like the symbiosis, but his divine thinking is controlling it. You can live in cabin 16, little princess. After Yeli's investigation, he arranged for the three of Crystally. Medusa, cabin 17 is your room. Oh. Crystally nodded obediently. Medusa smiled happily, nodded slightly to him, and said nothing. But there was a hint of ambiguity in her eyes. Then what about me? Ibing Diya pulled the corner of his clothes and asked. Come with me later, and I will introduce you to someone. Arranged. Yeli also didn't forget to give them a set of clothes fabricated by Fate Cobweb, so that they can enter and exit the kingdom of God freely. Pang, pang, pang. Accompanied by 3 soft beeps. The 3 sets of clothes turned into silk thread. Yeah, well, both Christ Ali and Abingdia had met each other frankly, so they just let out a small sigh with a blushing face. As for the Queen Medusa, although she couldn't hide the shame on her face, she stood gracefully and didn't control her hair to cover up anything, but she was able to let go. Definitely. This is also because Yeli had agreed in advance that they would just change into special clothes for them. Otherwise, when the little princess saw him stripping her sister naked, she must be the first one not to agree. Leave. At this time, there was a clear and soft cry. A black and white powdered figure swung over with Cobweb, and fell lightly into Yeli's arms. You're back. The beautiful girl with blonde hair reaching shoulders, smiled and hugged his neck, blinking her beautiful sapphire blue eyes tenderly, and her 2 slender jade legs were still dangling cutely. Gwen, still in classic fashion. Seeing her beloved childhood sweetheart next door, Yeli's already gentle tone became much softer, hugged her and smiled. I haven't seen you for a day or 2, do you miss me? Yes. Gwen admitted generously, then turned her head slightly to look at Crystalier and the others, and said with a teasing smile, you brought back a lot. It seems that this trip is a good harvest. Let me take them to get acquainted with this place. As soon as Gwen rolled over from Yeli's arms, she landed lightly on the ground, and smiled politely at Crystalier. You are a family now, come with me, and I will take you to the room. As she spoke, she glanced at Yeli, apparently asking for the room number he had arranged. Well, seeing that Gwen was so enthusiastic, Yeli couldn't refuse, and said truthfully, I have arranged room 16 for Crystalier, and room 17 for Medusa. As for Iridia, I will take her later. Go see Rachel. No problem, then Crittery and the others, I will drive away first. Gwen had already gotten along with Christ Ali when she was at the seaside villa, so she pulled the sisters familiarly and was about to leave. Cough, cough, well, Gwen, didn't you miss me? Yeli looked at the graceful girl next door, and couldn't help but want to have some tenderness with her immediately. Why don't you go to my room and sit for a while? Gwen chuckled lightly, leaned into his ear and said, don't worry, Jessica and I have made an appointment, and we are going to choose a college major together soon. In the evening, we will hold a welcome party for the newcomers. When Yeli heard this, he suppressed his thoughts. Are you going to choose a major? Well, me, Jessica, Felicia, and Cindy are all about to start school. Gwen said, I chose a women's college sponsored by our club. Also, Wanda seems to be a little interested in college life and wants to join. Is that so? Yeli thought for a while, then nodded and said, that's good. She doesn't have any friends, so please take care of her. He thinks, it's not bad for Wanda to socialize more, it can make her more cheerful. The girls are all off to school. Skye also manages the club. Kate and S.H.I.E.L.D's agent beauties also work. In this family, it seems that there are only 2 little girls, 2 maids, and 2 adopted aliens from the ruined royal family. There's also a Miss Silver who fishes and goes to work. There is no one here, but he still wants to have an interstellar trip. But through space transmission, they should also be able to go to school and work on the Earth during the day, and play at the other end of the universe at night. Yeli is still thinking about a new team building plan. Gwen tiptoed lightly, kissed his face lightly with pink lips, then waved goodbye and said, then I'll go first. Good. Yeli came back to his senses and watched Gwen leave with the sisters Christ Ali. After they go away, Yeli took Abingdia's thin shoulders. Let's go too. I'll take you to my room. Go, to your room. Iridia pursed her lips. Can you delay? My brother just left. I don't want to. Just arrange a place for you. Yeli didn't bother to walk anymore, so she took her to the number 1 cabin with a teleportation. Kuka. In front of the coffee table in the room, Rachel is sitting there, holding a bag of chocolate bars, biting sweetly. You're enjoying yourself. Have you finished your maid work? Yeli smiled and made a sound from her side. The cat-eyed girl let out a soft cry in fright. Her orange eyes narrowed, her lips squirmed, and she quickly sucked in the chocolate bar in her mouth, took a few bites and swallowed it. 27. Then, Rachel put the snacks in her hand behind her back, and explained to the master who suddenly appeared, I'm not lazy, this place is already very clean, there is no need to clean it. Why? Yeli looked around and saw that it was indeed spotless. But he didn't let go of this opportunity to tease the little maid, walked over, bent down and wiped the corner of her mouth, teasingly said, don't hide, you're still proficient in eating, it seems that my usual practice for helping you is not in vain. so Mr. Ye wants to. Rachel took out the snacks on her back, glanced shyly over somewhere, licked the corner of her mouth and said, "Let me clean other places." "That's not necessary, I still have some." "Why?" Yeli rubbed her hair, pulled Asadai over and introduced to her, "Aridia, an inhuman like you, will live in the side room of my room like you from now on, teach her more. As a personal maid like me, okay, I will teach her how to work." Rachel looked at Abingdia, and nodded to her as a signal. She noticed just now, the conspicuous blue butterfly wings of this future colleague. Yeli looked at Abingdia again and said, "You can change into a job like her. Is it the same as her?" Iridia glanced at Rachel's shameful and alluring maid outfit, and lightly bit her silver. After a few hesitation, she still obediently controlled the clothes on her body and began to change. Rustling, with a few sounds, Abingdia completed her disguise. The tube top is half exposed, the skirt is very short, and there is a smooth snowy back behind it, with a pair of butterfly wings flapping there. Yeli was very satisfied, and ordered, "Very well, you two get to know each other better, and I'll go and have a rest." "Yes." Rachel lifted up her scanty skirt, bent over and bowed, performing a charming maid's salute to leave. Seeing this, Iridia also learned to do it a little clumsily. As a result, she couldn't control her hand well, and lifted tight and nose, much. She blushed quickly and let it go. "It's not because of shyness, it's just a little embarrassing." "Oh." Yeli laughed amusedly when she saw it. "Don't study foolishly, I didn't teach her. What kind of courtesy do you have to do before you leave?" Waiting to wave back the two maids. It was rare for Yeli to be alone. He lay on the big soft bed, closed his eyes and meditated, and thought about something about his divinity. He is also the Lord of Dimensions now, so why don't we play around with followers of believers like Dormammu and Salatok? Under the secret promotion of the club, many people have begun to believe in the divine name of World Weaver. Yeli also faintly felt some inexplicable power feeding back to him, a bit like the legendary power of faith. But for the time being, he hasn't figured out too many uses of this kind of thing, so he can only simply mention a little bit of history. The reason why I say a little bit is because a small earth is still too small. Maybe it is a good way to spread his god name to the universe. However, as a god, there must be something like spells to pass on to believers. Yeli opened a pair of star eyes, and a little purple gold divine power tentacles emerged from the palm of his hand, and began to study. With his level, it is not difficult to come up with some practical spells, and he still has some ready-made things that he can use to transform. The first is the Golden Light Curse. As long as you tamper with the spell, let the effect change from stimulating your own potential to borrowing mana from the World Weaver dimension. Then there is the Hogwarts Magic, which is a bit tasteless to him, and it can be used as a summoning spell by believers. Weaving Magic can be a low-end version, and Mardaj's Mirror Space spell can also be pirated. As for why these modifications are made, it is naturally for the power borrowing that some dimension lords are doing. Definitely. Yeli is not that ruthless. He will not directly rape believers when asking for debts, or even get involved in the world where believers live. At most, he just spread some seeds of divine power, and then charged a little interest. When the purple gold divine power spread out into strands of silk threads, like cobwebs trying to catch prey, Yeli looked at his newly constructed spell, but couldn't feel any effect. "I can't. I'm too strong. I have to find someone who is weaker to try," he pondered. So he began to reveal the god's telekinesis out of the kingdom of God, covering the current blue star, looking for suitable candidates. When Camartage was swept over, he had a flash of inspiration. "Isn't Steven a good guy? I can give him a hand." To know, most of Camartage's spells require a price, that is, borrowing from various strength dimensions. Among them, the power of 917, which naturally has many dimensions, is very dangerous. Not just the dark dimension, for example, a spell called Crimson Chain, also called Seratok Chain. Borrowing the power of Mephisto from the Crimson Universe. Even if it is the mainstream sandy white magic, the price is not light, but it is much better than other black magic and the like. In the comics, Strange has grown dimensional creatures in his stomach because of too much borrowing. So if Yeli lends money to Steven, a bad friend, it will be a win-win situation for both of them. Borrow from whom? Can my good friend lend usury to you? With such an idea, Yeli tried to throw a magic seed to Steven, who was meditating cross-legged. Slap. Soon, Strange slapped the seed away like a mosquito. Is it coveted by the dimension Mephisto again? The new Sorcerer Supreme in the training chamber slowly frowned and muttered to himself. Sure enough, to practice magic, you have to face the temptation of various forces from time to time. It's amazing that Ancient One can borrow the power of the dark dimension without affecting its consciousness. How can I provoke this burden? Just when he was a little worried, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "I said Steven, don't be ignorant, my loan package is much more beneficial, than the ones you borrow blindly in the future." When Strange heard Yeli's voice, which he hadn't seen for a few days, instead of being happy, he felt chills behind him and was shocked. Could it be that Mephisto in this dimension can imitate acquaintances to confuse people? That's really scary. With such an idea, he stood up abruptly, turned behind him. "Really? Yeah, no, it's all fake. I can't be fooled by fantasy." Strange saw the lifelike Yeli behind him, and he was about to cast a seal spell. "How about it? Do you want to think about it?" The quantity is limited, first come, first served, you can't suffer from borrowing, and you can't be fooled by borrowing. Yelly was still chanting the slogan, I am such a friendly god of dimension lending, there is no second one on earth. Strange paused, isn't this character imitation too similar? With the intention of giving it a try, he tried to ask, are you really yeah? What's wrong with you? Yelly's face darkened, I kindly helped you get out of the black loan scam, but you actually said I was convulsed? Believe it or not, I will frustrate you. Really you? Hearing this unique tone, Strange believed it almost immediately. He hasn't seen any Dimension Mephisto yet, this is how he talks. I haven't seen you for a few days, why did you say you want to lend me a loan? Stephen Strange invited Yelly to sit down, and said to him speechlessly, although Camartage's funds are tied after repairing the holy place, I'm still the new Sorcerer Supreme anyway, so I don't have to borrow money. Ahem, I mean. Yelly spread his hands, and the divine power seed that was shot flying just now reappeared, lend you mana. Duh. Strange immediately sat up from the mat again, took a few steps back, pointed at him and said, you still say you're not Mephisto. A few minutes later. So that's how it is. Strange nodded suddenly. After a long explanation from Yelly, he finally understood the situation. Your loan, is it really cheap and affordable? Strange asked curiously. Your expression, why is it like buying vegetables in a vegetable market? Yelly complained in his heart, but gave a thumbs up in his hand, and said, I promise you can use it with confidence. Wait a minute. Strange was a little moved, but he took out the Eye of Agamotto first, and looked at the future that he didn't borrow from Yelly. He has just taken over the position of Sorcerer Supreme not long ago, and he is still not proficient in the use of Time Gem, but he still managed to see some future fragments. And in the clip, he is eating some dark dishes made of indescribable things with a painful expression. Wang Defa. Strange was taken aback, and quickly said to Yelly, what kind of power do you have? Give me a copy. Okay, for the sake of old acquaintances, I will give you a discount on the interest. Yelly happily threw the divine power seed in his hand to him. Practice hard, Stephen, I'm going to leave the earth for a while, and it's up to you during this time. After fooling around with Sorcerer Supreme, Yelly the god's telekinesis left Camartage and continued to travel. Slowly, it floated over the Stark building in New York. Let me see what this guy Tony is doing. Yelly sank into the building slowly, not worried about bumping into Tony's good deeds. With Iron Man's current changes, he probably won't sleep with cover girls anymore. Really? He guessed right. Tony was seriously thinking about something in front of a precision instrument in the laboratory. Suddenly, Yelly appeared in front of him like a gust of wind. Haley. Tony greeted with a little surprise, we haven't seen each other for a few days, during which time you and your club really made a big splash. It's not all good. Yelly casually found a chair and sat down, the tree attracts the wind, and the Ghost Spider Club is only a private non-governmental organization after all. Yeah, a NGO that can put a guy on top of S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as Tony put his hand away, J.A.R.V.I.S controlled a robotic arm and delivered 2 bottles of fruit soda to his hand. He twisted open a bottle and took a sip, threw the other bottle to Yelly, and continued smiling. I've heard about Fury's situation. You've made him very frustrated. In addition, the club has recently become a global organization. There are only 3 or 2 kittens left in SHIELD. It has become a subordinate intelligence organization of the club. You don't have to worry about being too big to attract attention. Many international organizations are private organizations at the beginning. As long as the club has enough authority and sense of proportion, there won't be any forces that will blindly oppose World Weaver, right? Oh, by the way, you have such a weird name. How nice it is to use a simple and clear title like Iron Man like me. You make some sense. Yelly nodded. Although Tony looks like a playboy and out of tune, he still has a good brain. Especially after suffering some tempering recently, my mind is more mature, right? I'm here to say goodbye to you this time and give you something by the way. Yelly glanced at the soda in his hand, and didn't open it to drink, but expressed his intention. Farewell? Where are you going? It's rare that you give me something. I guess it must have been a long way. Tony stopped drinking the soda, and boldly guessed, could it be an alien planet? Outside the solar system. Yelly raised his eyebrows, as expected of you, your guess is really accurate. Huh? Really? Tony doubted, aren't you an alien like Black Spider? Yelly's eyes were a bit strange, who told you that the Black Spider is from an alien? I guessed it myself. Tony ticked his fingers at him, where's the gift for me? Yelly picked up his thumb and shot him a divine power seed. Tony ducked sideways, and the seeds were on the workbench. Yelly, you don't want it. Ah, sorry, I'm used to it, I don't really like to pick up other people's things. Tony pinched the divine power seed with his fingers, so what is this? Didn't you leave Camartage for some reason last time, and let the magic go halfway? This is a spell seed, a shortcut, that can make you. Yelly also explained to him. After listening to him, Tony said happily, that's really a good thing. I have never had a clue about the cobwebs you gave me. With this, maybe I can get something. Come on. Yelly didn't care much about it. With his current magical attainments, he can make the most of his destiny cobweb, so he doesn't care about Tony's research. Then I'm ready to go. Yelly threw a business card with an address on it, and nailed it to the desk in front of Tony like a flying dart. If you encounter any problems, you can ask Stephen for help. He usually stays in the holy place now. It will only take a while for you to open the battle armor to go there. Li, woo. But before he left, Tony begged, I want to borrow one more thing from you, can I? Yeli paused, turned around and asked, what? Tony's eyes flickered, I want to study the psychic staff that I seized from Loki, spiritual scepter. Yeli pulled his hands in the air, and pulled out a long strip of blue light. After the blue light dissipated, the spiritual scepter appeared in his house. Raising the wrist, the mind gem on the bracelet shoots out Tau energy, which injects into the top of the scepter, making it more spiritually powerful. Then he graciously threw the scepter to Tony. I don't need this thing, since you need it, let me borrow it from you. I also gave you a strengthening by the way, don't waste it, use its power to practice magic. Yeli didn't probe into Tony's mind, thinking that he wanted the staff to practice spells. But this time, Tony reached out and firmly caught the scepter. Obviously it's important to him. Hugh. The god's telekinesis returns to the kingdom of God. Yeli glanced at the extra glass bottle of soda in his hand, unscrewed the cap, and looked at the porthole beside the bed while drinking. The porthole cover was opened, revealing the transparent black crystal fragrance. And out the porthole, a woman with short white hair, wearing a purple magic battle dress, is running like a merry-go-round on the ribbon of the galaxy that winds like a long bridge. And behind her, several spider webs are chasing wildly. Yeli had a great time watching, and after drinking a big mouthful of soda, he smacked his lips. Damn it, have you shaken it off? After Kelly ran desperately for a while, she couldn't help but turn her head to check the dancing ghosts behind her. However, she only glanced at the water-stained cobweb contact tape in the front, and recalled the unbearable scene before. Her legs went limp, and she fell to the ground. And the touch belt took the opportunity to wrap around her shapely long legs. Asshole, I know you're in control. Kelly shouted angrily, obviously annoyed at Yeli's play. It's really upright, obviously enjoying it. After Yeli drank the soda, he disintegrated the glass bottle and annihilated it, and then began to spread again the god's telekinesis. After going to the club again and again to explain some matters, he can set off. And out the window. The scolding didn't last long, and it turned into a sound of Ghost Spider Club. After coming here, Yeli didn't do much, just left a spell to borrow the power of weaving the world. As long as the membership level is sufficient, you can consult these spells at will. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. Cast a wide net to those who are interested, and those who wish to take the bait. He doesn't have to fool around one by one. Finish this. Yeli is about to leave. But the two people who came outside the club made him freeze again. The Stone siblings are here. Yeli was a little surprised. He thought for a while, and in a flash, he appeared directly in front of Sue and Johnny. President Ya. Johnny greeted happily. After we considered it, we felt that joining the club was indeed a good choice, so we came here. Susan also smiled and nodded. It's really an honor for President Ya to meet us in person. Yeli's serious treatment made her feel very good. It happens to be at the club, so naturally I have to come out to meet him in person. Come in and sit down. Yeli's words fell. The siblings noticed that the light and shadow in front of them changed, and they came to a quiet room. This is super hot. Johnny praised. Susan sat down generously, smiled at Yeli and said, President Ye is very familiar with the use of abilities. Can you teach us? Our control of super abilities is still unstable. Actually, I made plans for the two of you before you came. Yeli handed a copy of the survey team's information to John Nideo. This is what I mentioned to you before. If you want to join the club, this is a good place to go. 11. Johnny flipped through it. It doesn't seem too high profile. It's your choice to be high profile or not, and the group will not restrict you from exposing yourself. Yeli added, as long as the organization's confidential information is not leaked. That's good. Johnny nodded in satisfaction. What about me? Susan asked curiously, should I also join this investigation team? Yeli, it's not suitable for you to go there. There are rough guys there. Susan became even more curious than I. Yeli didn't answer her for the time being, but winked at Johnny. Thunderbolt is also a libertine, so he immediately understood what he meant. With an expression that I understand, he said, then you guys talk slowly, I'll go out for a stroll. After shopping, you can go directly to the base of the investigation team to report. Here is the access card. Yeli handed the access control card to Johnny, and said with a meaningful smile, I'll chat with your sister for a while. This. So urgent. Although Thunderbolt intends to bring his sister and Yeli together, it seems to be a little faster than he expected. Yeli spread her hands. I'm really in a hurry. I'm going on a long trip soon. After about 597, Johnny was sent away. Susan saw that she and Yeli were the only ones in the quiet room. She unconsciously pulled her beautiful legs together, and said a little nervously, President Ya, what do you want to do by leaving me alone to talk? Invisible Woman is still very smart. She saw the meaning of Yeli and John at once, and thought to herself, you have no conscience, you are selling me. Seeing her move, Yeli couldn't help being attracted. I have to say, these legs are really top-notch. It is not enough to describe them as slender and smooth. Every inch is just right. Among the beautiful legs he played with, only Gwen and Felicia's proportion of fat legs can compete with it. You were originally in the aerospace industry, Susan. Yeli began to look for topics to cut into. Yes. Susan nodded slightly. Hearing that Yeli seemed to be about to talk about something serious, she was a little disappointed in her heart. She began to turn her clever head and guessed. Could it be that the club also has research projects related to the universe? Would you like to invite me to join? Yelly smiled mysteriously, got up slowly, sat next to Susan, and took her shoulders out of fear. Sure enough, it's still my idea. Susan was not unhappy because of this action, but she had a little joy in her eyes, and thought to herself, President Ye really, if you like it, and you need to find some excuses to talk to me. Yelly read her mind and saw that she didn't feel disgusted, so he slowly moved his hand down, and whispered to her, are you interested in space travel? His actions made the beauty's heart tremble for a moment. But after hearing his words, Susan didn't even care about the tricky palm, and asked, navigation in space? Has the club's technology reached this level? That's right, that's what I meant when I said traveling. While talking, Yelly felt the touch from the palm of his hand, secretly thought. The so-called angel's face and devil's figure are nothing more than that. For this space voyage, I plan to bring a few bachelors who study astronomy to secretly record life, record data, 0. He rubbed Susan and said, there are already 2 candidates. If you are willing to join, 3 people are almost enough to form a scientific research team. If it's true, I would. Susan replied decisively. Voyage in space. This is too much temptation for her. Definitely. The one who is more tempting to beauties, is this handsome man in front of me. Susan experienced the skillful axe movement, and felt the lightness that she had never felt before. She couldn't help but tilt her soft face sideways, her full and charming soft lips breathed out lightly, and said, but President Ye, have you always been like this, bullying girls in a serious way? Seeing her getting so close, Yelly touched her lips lightly, if you like to be less serious, I can do it too. 0.4. Susan was kissed softly. Afterwards, her beautiful eyes became as charming as silk. When Yelly wanted to shrink back like a superficial touch, she stretched out her slender neck, and imprinted it enthusiastically. His hands were still wrapped around the back, fingers stroking his broken hair, and slowly pressing his head tightly. And Yelly's hands will naturally not be idle, the skirts of the clothes were all messed up. Susan just let go of Yelly, adjusted the neckline and hem of the clothes, and asked bluntly, do you like me? Definitely like. Yelly also answered very bluntly, a beautiful woman like you, every man would want to keep it for himself. How could you be so exaggerated? Susan gave him a charming look, retracted her long legs, and shrank into his arms. I'm also interested in you since this is the case, how about us? Talking. The tip of her tongue lightly touched the corner of her lower lip. Such a talented man is so handsome and outstanding. If you miss this one, you won't be able to leave. Yelly read her meaning. It's not that I want to be a friend of Huebeo 30, but I want to formally date someone else. Sharon thought the same way at the beginning. Unfortunately, she didn't hold on to it later, and sank into fleshy jade. She now forms the S.H.I.E.L.D battle group with Hill and Natasha Romanoff every day to attack the big boss of the club. Although they fail every time, they never get tired of it. After talking with Susan, the relationship between the two has made some progress, but it hasn't reached the point where Lai made a fuss on the scene. Therefore, Yelly will change her into a cobweb suit first, and let her be sent to the ghost spider in Shendam after she is ready. As for the remaining 2 astronomers in the scientific research team to be brought this time, they are naturally Jane and Louise. Yelly went to talk to them, and both of them accepted it readily, and they slept with him. No, it was a spaceship. So, Wanda and Jessica had just finished choosing their college majors, and not long after they teleported back to the mothership, Yelly brought back 3 beauties. This time it was Gwen, with a strange expression, Lee, your speed is too fast. Cindy's eyes widened, it's amazing. Wanda looked unhappy, and muttered, big liar. Felicia covered her mouth and chuckled, Master, it's the old Mr. Stark, who can't even match you in finding women. Can his quality compare with mine? Yelly proudly embraced the beauties around her, rubbing Susan's face with his left hand. The right hand rubbed Louise. I even kissed Jane. His actions naturally provoked the girls present to roll their eyes secretly. Brother, you are too arrogant. Jessica even twittered and yelled again. Gwen, come and treat him with me, and let him know what he will end up looking for so much. Gwen frowned, and retreated hesitantly behind everyone. Jessica was confused. What are you doing? Gwen said seriously, you go first. Jessica, I went up alone to find the smoker. She is in a hesitation. Yelly didn't know when he came to her side, hugged her, and laughed jokingly. My sister is not good anymore, it seems that I still need some education. No. Jessica quickly waved her hands in admiration. But apparently it's too late. With a flash in front of her eyes, she found that she was in the largest cabin number 1. It's over. 457. I'm going to die. I'm going to be ruined. With such an idea, Jessica, who was isolated and helpless, turned her head in a hurry, and suddenly lay down on the big bed. Spreading his hands and feet into a big character, he said, come on, kill me. Yelly's face darkened, as expected of you, Jessica. What a fucking talent. The interest is greatly reduced. He simply turned the older girl over and gave her a free fish turn. Jessica raised her head and looked back suspiciously. What's the matter? Do you want to use this posture? Hee. Yelly showed a kind smile. That's right, I want to use this posture to educate you. The voice fell. He clapped his hands down. Slap. There was a loud voice. Brother? Why are you making a nest? Do you still dare to disobey your brother? Don't dare anymore. It hurts? Don't hit me, please forgive me. Slap. Yelly slapped again. Why are you still fighting? The girl's eyes were watery, and she said pitifully, I can't do it, it hurts so much, if you weren't, I'll forget it. Seeing her appearance like this, Yelly was unexpectedly cute and attractive, so she paused, are you sure? Jessica swallowed her saliva, and said a little scared, you, don't go too far. Oh, forget it. Yelly's heart softened, and she spared her and said, I'll call Gwen and the others over. Okay. When Jessica heard that she didn't need to fight alone, she jumped up happily, hugged him and said, brother is the best. That night. Oh no. There is no night in this place. In short, it's time for night in the sense of work and rest. Yelly called everyone on the Ghost Spider and announced the official start of space travel. Wooin? With a momentary space jump, the Vibranium mothership, like a continuous mountain range, was transported from the kingdom of God to the deep space of the universe. Wow, this is the beginning. Go to the universe, I'm so looking forward to it. Mom, I'm going on a long voyage. What do aliens look like? Do they look like Shitori? The girls felt very exciting and interesting when they heard that they were going to travel in the universe. Taking advantage of their emotional excitement, Yelly simply held a party to welcome the newcomers. Except for Alita, Matilda, Medusa, Jane, and Rachel who went back to their room early, everyone else had a good time in the party. Dozens of beautiful figures swayed and swayed, dancing to their heart's content, and kept on high for a long time before Yanyan's voice gradually subsided. Even Louise was fooled by the girls to participate in the group dance, fulfilling her long-cherished wish and achieving a positive result with Yelly. WWW. I'm so happy. Tired of playing, Louise leaned on Yelly's solid chest and said affectionately to him, if it weren't for this opportunity today, you don't know when. As soon as Yelly pointed at her plump lips, she interrupted, you have been serving so wholeheartedly, I definitely won't let you be lonely. It's not so lonely anymore. Louise smiled inexplicably, and took out a pink thing, look, isn't there a token of love between you and me? Puff. Someone immediately squirted the water that Wanda gave in one gulp. Who takes this thing as a token of love? This is too ghostly. You've learned it badly, haven't you? Put it up quickly. Yelly hurriedly asked her to put her things away, so no one else could see her. Louise thought obediently, okay, put it away. Yelly was dumbfounded, where did you put it? That. Louise, let me teach you. Yelly said earnestly, girls, you should be more reserved. Yeah. Louise stretched out her palm and put it in front of him, then give me back the air to me. Cough. This. Good Wangzhou. Yelly is still a bit reluctant. But think about it. There seems to be a cobweb suit that can be controlled at will, and he can't use it anymore. Ever since. In the end, he pretended to be generous and returned it to her. I will pay you back. Really give it back to me. Louise looked at Yelly a little differently and thought to herself, could it be that he is pitying me? If Kelly knew what she was thinking, she would definitely tell her. If you think too much, it means you haven't experienced the cobweb contact belt. This.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.